Make sure everything's running here real fast. OBS is looking good. Steam, or not Steam. Why do I keep always wanting to say Steam? The stream manager on Twitch. Come on, update for me, please. There we go. Bitrate's looking good. Everything's looking like it's recording. Let me go ahead and make my post to Twitter and a couple of other places. Oh, I almost forgot. Once. Okay. 10 win. Yes, you are. Not only first, you managed to beat the Stream Elements post. Very nice. All right, let's just get started here. We're just going to dive right in. I'm sorry I'm a couple minutes late. I was running a little bit behind this morning. And I'm trying to do a new thing where I don't post my Twitter post and other reminders until after I've actually hit the go live button. Because I feel like some people might be seeing it and then seeing that I don't actually go online for a couple of minutes because I'm getting finished setting up, and that they then just leave. So we'll see. We'll see if this does any better. Okay, so we had just finished everything down here. The steward had just finished repairing. We'd set up the repairs for the next part as well. Oh, Adir wants to talk. Oh, okay. That's good. We can do that right now. We'll start with Aloth. Oh, it'll be fine, Tenwin. I will make up for it. I just have to add about 5 minutes to the end of stream. Aloth seems lost in thought. He flinches when you draw near and sucks in a sharp breath through his teeth.
What can I do for you?
You've been acting strange, Aloth. Are you sure you're all right?
Of course. Merely processing some of the unusual things we've seen lately.
His lip twitches with a slightly flat smile.
And if Meowald is to be believed, it would seem you've an uncertain future ahead.
He watches you carefully. I'm not sure I like any of those answers. Hey, Hearts, welcome. I hope you don't mind that I posted that stuff in our Discord, Hearts. Thank you for checking us out at the very least, though. I'm honestly not sure what to think.
Perhaps Defiance Bay holds the answers we need.
Aloth snugs his cloak against his shoulders, glancing at you out of the corner of his eyes. Well, they said I was allowed to do a little bit of self-promotion because the other people did. But I think if we keep doing that, they'll probably make their own section for it. But still, thanks for checking us out. Thanks. Thank you. It means a lot. As I said, we're still trying to work our way up to affiliate right now. Does he have anything else right now? No, he does not. Really, that's it from Aloth. Surprising, given that we saw his other personality pop up.
That old watcher. I don't know what I expected, but it sure wasn't that.
Well, you did say you had some things you wanted to ask him. I'm sorry that everything turned out the way it did.
It's kind of embarrassing now. I just got a dumb idea in my head is all. Don't know why I thought it'd work. It's funny. That's probably the first thing I got my hopes up for in, I don't know, years. At least I got that out of it.
You're gonna be here for a little. That's fine, Hearts. Thanks. Just, it means a lot that you were willing to at least check me out. It means a lot. Thank you. It's funny. Probably the first thing I got my hopes up. There's no need to be embarrassed, Adir. I'm not going to judge you on it.
All right. Guess fair is fair, and you did bring me to see him. Those rumors back in Gilded Vale about my brother, Woden, about how he'd turned against us and fought for Widewind, been on my mind for some time now.
Oh. It's interesting. Wait, is he actually saying that he thinks his brother might have been in on something?
The thing about Woden was, he always knew what was right, and that's what he'd do. One day he set out to fight for Dyrwood against a man claiming to be our god. So I knew that's what I had to do too. It was right. But hearing claims that he died fighting for Rayed Saris, that got me worried. Not that he'd chosen the wrong side, but that I had. Didn't seem right what Weidwin had in store, but if he really was Aethys...
He shakes his head. The game has almost the same art style as the one that Kirsch bitched about. I think it was called Thriller. Isn't that the new one? I've seen that plastered all over like Steam in a couple of advertisements, but the second that I saw it was like it was a just microtransaction game, I just ignored it because I pretty much try to avoid 99% of those. It could be built on the same engine. I'd have to take a look at the art style myself. I haven't seen any of the in-game footage. And I certainly hope not, because that game came out recently, and this game is from 2015 and is a CRPG. So, like, if you're basing your graphics engine off of a 9 years old CRPG graphics engine, Jesus, I mean, I don't think you're going to get much results out of that. That's for damn sure.
I thought maybe this old Watcher would know how my brother died, so I could see if it was true. Like he could, I don't know, read it in my soul or something. Use our connection. Told you it was dumb.
Why didn't you ask me for help? Perhaps we could have brought it up to Merwald before, well, everything happened down there. Well, I guess because I didn't know you. It's hard to trust a stranger, especially when he says he's a Watcher.
Of course, I knew the truth deep down. A Watcher's not psychic. I think I just had this idea, and the idea made me feel a certain way, and I didn't want to lose that.
The microtransaction game he plays gacha games and you don't pay, you do the free ship. Perfectly understandable. I try to do the best with that. Even when I play Lord of the Rings Online, they have a way of earning their microtransaction currency through doing achievements in-game. And you can do those achievements on every single character. Theoretically, you don't have to pay a dime for Lord of the Rings Online, but I do because I actually like the game and I want it to continue living. And honestly, it's a shock that it's lived this long. Game is almost as old as WoW with a graphic style that did not age nearly as gracefully. Really, if I wanted to find out about my brother, I should be starting with the Watchers. I shouldn't be starting with the Watchers, I should be starting with records. Well then, why don't we? Ader thinks for a moment. His lips twist to one side and he raises his eyebrows. Well, if there's anything written down about it, it'd be in Defiance Bay. They've got an archive there in the palace.
You've done a lot for me already, but if you could see fit to pay that archive a visit with me, well, you know. Knowing my luck, the records clerk will go crazy and try to kill me. I'd feel better with you in there with me.
I mean, that sounds fine to me, Ader. All combined into a very funny, not optimized boar fighter. Picked out favorite character, a Stalker Ranger. Ooh. And an Ancient Druid with a Boar Spirit Shift. I love how that sounds more Unga Bunga than like a typical barbarian. Like a druid that has an animal spirit and fights with a club. That just sounds like, yes, me from middle of nowhere. Me barely speak your language. Me commune with nature. Don't piss me off. Sounds very primal. Sounds very primal. Especially since, oh yeah, and it's an Auman. I'm never going to get that name right. Hearts of also interesting thing about Lord of the Rings, Kiara from Hollow. I've seen that clip. I'm not shocked. I saw that clip. It was like 2 or 3 minutes long of Kiara going off about her mom hating the new show. That it's not even that it. We could get into an entire discussion on the political ramifications of the new show. My main problem is how much it shits on Lord of the Rings just as a whole. That alone makes me not want to watch it, Hearts. Boar Spirit Shift, Boar Companion, Boar Helmet, so much Boar. Thank you, Hearts. Thank you. I've gotten a couple compliments from my voice. I'm trying to... I still think whenever I hear it myself that it's off or that my audio quality could use some work, but I'm not sure how I could improve my audio quality. I'd probably need to record lines, send them into somebody, and then have them break down what I'm doing with my filters.
Couldn't contend with all that he knew of himself. A cruel fate.
You sound great. I mean, I appreciate it, Tom. It's just... It's more because I listen to so many other streamers that I just feel when I listen to my own recordings later. I do listen to clips from my own channel just to get a feel for certain scenes. That's why I stopped doing the Homeworld one, because I could tell not only was I disinterested, I was having a hard time keeping up with both chat and the game, and it just wasn't going very well. It's just that when I listen to other streamers and I'm listening to how they sound, regardless of everything else, they just sound slightly clearer and slightly more, I don't know, just all around, like they have fewer, I don't know how to describe it. Clearer is the best word for it, but I know that's not the correct word because I know I'm coming through loud and clear. And I know there's not really any electrical or weird sounds or anything like that. It's just bugged me. It's just something, as I said, it's something that I would need to spend a lot of time playing around with the filters on OBS, or I'd have to send in like voice recordings to somebody who's an expert on like audio recording and have them explain to me what I would need to adjust. I do know some things need to be adjusted because if I drop my voice really low, I can see on the mic audio that it has trouble picking it up unless I go really slow and project my voice. Like that time I tried to sing when we were doing Rogue Trader and the mic didn't pick up any of it and I didn't realize until after the fact. So some things like do need to be adjusted. Where should you start with Lord of the Rings? The books? Should I rent them to start with? I mean, you should be able to find it in just about any library, I would imagine. So it shouldn't be too hard. As far as starting, I mean, the easiest place to start would be just the Fellowship of the Ring. That is the beginning. If you want something a bit simpler, you could go for The Hobbit. The Hobbit, it should be noted, wasn't originally meant to be part of Lord of the Rings, and was much more of a child story. It was written by Tolkien for his son and his other children. But otherwise, you can quite literally just start with Fellowship of the Ring and work your way from there. I would recommend, once you are through at least Fellowship of the Ring and through, it's hard to say if you want to be through the entire series before you read it, but the appendices that are usually attached to some of the collector's editions are a must to read towards the end. Tolkien wrote them to help explain various families, backstories, histories, and everything like that. Once you've read Lord of the Rings in its entirety, then you can try your luck with the Silmarillion, but I should warn you, The Lord of the Rings is a series of novels. It reads like a novel. It has characters, it has action, it has, it has all the things you'd expect from a fiction. The Silmarillion is written like the Silmarillion, quite honestly, Hearts, and you'll probably find this comparison fairly accurate since you're doing it right now, is very comparable to the Bible. It is written in a almost mythical sense. It is written in a very dry, religious tone. The Silmarillion is Tolkien's origin story for the entirety of the world, and it's written like you would expect an ancient society to write about their spiritual beliefs regarding the beginning of the world. It can be incredibly dry in places. It can also be incredibly and frustratingly vague in places. I can type it out in the chat. Hold on. Silmarillion. That might not even be the correct spelling, but it's certainly closer than the one you've got, Hearts. No offense. Tenwin. Oh, sorry. You sound kind of so. Well, thank you, Tenwin. Thank you. Your family owns a huge book that is all 3 Lord of the Rings books with the appendix. Yep, I owned a similar copy years ago. I have no idea where it is now. My copy came out right when the Fellowship of the Ring movie was coming out. And it had all 3 of the novels, Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, Return of the King, and it had a huge, I think close to 120-page appendice that was just world building. Just unending world building. Different countries, families, nations. Trying to explain everything. The line of kings from Isildur to Aragorn. Like, it literally was a family tree with just an explanation of who was descended from who. Not even what they did, just it was literally this person, son of this person, who would begat this person, who was then begat this person. Yeah, I like having our own little space, Hearts. And as I said, it means a lot that you were willing to check me out. Kirsch's server can be a bit much. I mean, to be fair, they keep most of that in NSFW4, so we don't have to worry about it too much. And I am thankful for that. I get why the mods kicked off some people, or kicked off some threads, because they like to keep it contained, and I understand. But it's nice to have our own little place. Larger servers just in general, that's part of my problem with Discord, is that larger servers in general just become too goddamn chaotic. Like, you hit a certain threshold where Discord goes from being a very good alternative to old school forums to having all of the same problems. And in my opinion, having worse problems, because instead of things at least being divided up into clear threads and clear topics, sometimes people just cross topics really easily and just start spouting off about things. I feel like Discord has that same issue that forums did, but has even harder time keeping things organized once you get to a certain scale. I don't even want to know what like really big VTubers like Fillion or any of the HoloLive people, I don't even want to know what their Discord servers or fan servers look like. They'd be insane. May I link my YouTube channel? You know what? Go ahead. You can do that in the you can try to do that in the chat. I don't know how I have the auto mod set up because I'm the only person with mod privileges, so I don't know how auto mod and auto stuff set up for links. I also know that if they have no problem for it just shows up as asterisks on the screen. Yeah, it's blocking it. To be fair, we get a lot of spammers shown up. Hold on, let me see if I can. No, I can't do anything. Yeah, just post it to the server, Hearts. I'm sorry. I'm being really paranoid because even since I first started, I've been getting a lot of spammers who show up with those same 3 asterisks, and now I know that means they've been trying to post links. And I have no idea what they've been posting links to, and I don't want to know because it's all been spam. Probably shit that would break my computer or just porn, knowing my luck. Yeah, worst Discord experience. Genuine attempted conversations are memes, crew jokes, insane chatter that nobody really cares about, trying to ask the same question. Yeah, that's my main problem is like once you hit a certain critical threshold, Tenwin, your messages just tend to get lost. Even if you're directly talking to somebody, if it's in one of the main threads, it's almost impossible to keep track of things. Yeah, I don't have an editor either. My YouTube channel, which is linked in the Twitch somewhere below, is literally just a VOD parking lot, which, oh, fuck me, I just forgot. I never uploaded the Friday VOD. Okay, I'm going to need to do that. I'm going to need to do that after this stream. Shit, I completely forgot about uploading my Friday VOD. Because when I got done with that, I had to do other things, and then I went straight to work, and I completely fucking forgot about it. Now, well. Okay, we've been leaving poor Kana sitting here. You'd be surprised by your voice? Well, I mean, you showed off a few pictures on the Discord, so I'll check it out. You sound like a young boy. Well, unfortunately, we can't really change what we sound like unless you are an incredibly talented voice actor, like some of the people in this game who voice multiple characters. Freaking Matt Mercer again. We've been leaving Kana hanging here for a while. He couldn't contend with what he knew of himself, a cruel fate. I like this one. I don't think knowledge was the problem. He said that if I can find out what caused this, it might help me. That is true, and there is no such thing in my experience as too much knowledge. Kana smiles. Come, let us find your answers, and mine, I hope. Oh, that was surprisingly quick from them. You see what I look like? I'm sure it was yeah, no, I'm sure once you lose a little bit more weight, you'll be golden. Trust me, I know the exact feeling having started at 308 pounds. Believe me. Yeah, that was where I was at my height. I would actually say as my lowest point. Yeah, that was when I left where I used to live. I was at 308 pounds when I left that state. This week's weigh-in, I am at 192.6. And that's not even my lowest. This year has been pretty bad for me. I've been fluctuating up and down in the 185 to 195 range. Alright, we can finally get the hell out of here. Actually, do we want to do... We're going to rest first. We've still got... Should we just go back to Gilded Vale? I don't think we're on any kind of time limit. We don't need that. We got that. Did we grab all of his spells? We did. Go ahead and just drop that off here. He's got a couple of those. We'll just... Boop. There we go. Yeah, if there's no time limit, then I don't see any reason not to. Yeah, we can head south to the Wooded Plains. Yeah, we'll just head back to Gilded Vale and we'll rest. Especially since they made their buffs from resting go off of the number of times you rest rather than actual time in game. So you're not even punished for traveling around everywhere, which is very nice. Let me take another sip of Gamer Steps here. I also prepared better. I've got 2 things of water over here because usually on the longer streams I run out probably about the 2.5, 3 hour mark, and then I'm usually dry unless I get a chance to get up and get some more.
Hail, traveler.
Do I have anything that I really need to sell right now? I don't remember. Oh yeah, we picked up a lot of shit. Hold on. Sort by type. Greatsword, grimoire, some shields. I guess we'll keep the Disappointer. I don't want to throw away a unique item. There we go. Did we have anybody else we wanted to put in Brigandine? I don't think so. Fine mail armor. Ooh. And the Sate's War armor. We'll keep 1 set of Brigandine just in case. Keep the clothing. That's worthless, 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 worthless. Keep the tools. Alright. There we go. That pays for our room and a little bit extra. Go ahead for the Deerwood Pride for 113. Getting Pathfinder King at the travel style limited inventory. It's a different world. It's also because Owlcat really want, well, especially with Kingmaker, they do clear up a few things with their travel system in Wrath of the Righteous, but in Kingmaker they really wanted to sell the whole rags to riches story of the character, which is quite literally you start as basic ass bitch adventurer, and by the end you are king of a nation state, which I can understand. And part of that is, like, you are literally you are blazing trails through unknown territory, which means a lot of traveling and a lot of having to prepare for it and a lot of all that kind of thing. I do agree with you that it wasn't the best implemented, to be fair. Kingmaker was their very first game. So I'm willing to I'm willing to cut them a little bit of slack on that.
Gods keep you.
Also, I do think that they fixed some issues in the... Yes, we're actually going to do that. These through level 5. This will cost 620. Yes, I want to adjust my character stats slightly because we've been having so many issues. Honestly, we're going to drop dexterity slightly. We're going to boost resolve. The action speed and reflex just hasn't, in my opinion, made that much of a difference. And I'd much rather have something higher. Someone who doesn't have experience with Pathfinder, it's nearly impossible for me to get into or through a playthrough. Surprisingly, one of the biggest hurdles is the limited portraits. Oh god, I can't remember the name of it. Well, first of all, if you check out the Nexus, which is one of the main PC modding hubs, the Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous Nexuses, whatever, have quite literally thousands of portraits through a variety of mod packs, or portrait packs, I guess you could call them. There's even one that's literally a program that scours the internet for basically somebody set up an archive for people to submit portraits for, and it has access to that, and it will allow you to cut images into new portraits. And also don't forget, like, they really only figured out the portrait system by the 3rd game, that is Rogue Trader, because Rogue Trader has a fairly easy and intuitive importation of portrait systems. It's a bit harder in Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, but there are ways to do it. For example, in the planned playthrough of Wrath of the Righteous that I'm hoping to do later on in this channel, I already have a couple of different portraits that I'll be using depending on which character I end up running. Still not sure. I don't know. I mean, I understand that. To be fair, with the portrait packs, it's really not necessarily modding. You're just dropping a shit ton of pre-designed and pre-sized portrait packs into the Owlcat folder in your app data. So that's literally all. You're literally just dragging and dropping. And it adds, I mean, you can add multiple portrait packs. I've seen people add literally tens of thousands of options to their game. I think my favorite was some of the various tiefling ones, because I remember one of the times I tried to run the game I did Tiefling Paladin, and that dichotomy is quite cool to have as a character concept and as a artwork. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Honestly, I know the guy suggested Antipathic Field the first time, but it's just too freaking dangerous to use when I'm a melee user. We'll keep Eye Strike. We'll keep Whisper of Treason. Also, why... That's weird. Hold the phone. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Why did I start with... That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Wait, what? Wait, what? Dexterity 11, +1 Godlike, +1 Dreadfire Archipelago equals 13. Then why is it saying 12 here? Whatever. 12. We're getting 12 Reflex, and we're getting... Wait. Okay, that's weird. Why is it saying that? Because I don't want to take the Dexterity below 12. I still want a little bit of attack speed. Due to the game's balance, the game arguably is a bit easier, so I don't really need a guide from this point forward. You're right. I wanted that mainly in the beginning just because, again, I wanted to make the combat less of a concern, because when it was a concern last time, it kind of killed my enjoyment, as you all saw. But now that we're at a solid place class, like, capability-wise, I think we might be a bit better. I still want the Might, because I'm still going to be swinging fairly rarely, so I want to hit as hard as possible. But I really want this Resolve, because you're right, Tenwin, we've been getting so many conversation options for Resolve that it's just been ridiculous. And I want to keep Intellect, because that's the other one. These two have been really common as far as dialogue options go. Okay, so assuming this doesn't screw up on me, and this is correct, we will still have 12 Dexterity, because it's just not adding one of these bonuses to it, which is weird. Okay. Then we're going to go for Mechanics. Then we get our first additional power, and we grabbed Soul Shock, right? Foe AoE, yes, because this is when the enemy has enough guys that they have their own, like, backline standing next to them, so we want that. Then we want Biting Whip for the additional melee damage whenever focus is below maximum. Yep. Then we get to level 3. We grab those. Then we grab Amplified Thrust and Psycho-Vampiric Shield. Then we get our Mechanics and Survival a bit higher. Then we get Mental Binding, paralyzed for 10.4 seconds, right? Yep, can't take any action. Dexterity set to 0. Reflex and Deflection reduced by 40. We don't need any of the others. Then we get... No, not Psychic Backlash. Draining Whip to increase our focus gain. Then we grab Mechanics level 7. Then we grab Soul Ignition and Puppet Master. There we go. And if I look at my character... Oh, right, yeah, because we have the gloves. So yeah, 12, and then 14 from the equipment. And then our Resolve is 14, and we get +2 for a 16 total there. Okay. I'm feeling much better about this. All right, let's keep moving. I will also argue one thing for Rogue Trader compared to both Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. The difference with Rogue Trader is the portrait you chose is literally a portrait. It isn't necessarily meant to be you, rather it is a representation of who you are. This is emphasized due to you getting it literally as you're painting in your chambers, which is essentially the image that the populace knows you as. Very true. That's actually a way I hadn't really considered it. Because personally, I wasn't able to find any good... I didn't like many of the portraits in-game, and I didn't find any good portraits to add into the game, in my opinion, for how I wanted my character. So I just kind of picked the closest one and just went with it. Also, why did I end up going back this way? I could have just left town over here, but oh well. Yeah, I can see that perspective as well. But as I said, I will have a couple of custom portraits already in mind. It just depends on what character I want to run. I'm debating largely between, because it depends on what mythic path you really want to play through in Wrath of the Righteous. That kind of determines your play style. I'm debating between an angel and a Zada or a legend, and I'm leaning towards legend just because I love the idea of being able to go up to level 40, even if you do lose out on some of the mythic powers. Plus, it's just kind of badass. You don't have any mythic powers. You are just a badass mortal. Okay, no, yeah, you can't go anywhere else. It can only go south because I didn't see any option to go like northeast. So more than likely, this is the only option. And I'm assuming the bridge is still out. Here, is this another one of the... Yeah, it's another memorial with more backers for the game. Very nice, very nice. What else have we got? Oh. Oh, no, I want to cancel the movement. Okay, what is that? Forest Lurker. Immune to charmed, confused, dominated, frightened, paralyzed, stunned, and terrified. Okay, okay.
Indeed.
Aloth, stick to the flanks. We know how this works.
As you say.
Hold on, which... Shit, I don't remember which ones I've got on here. Do we want... Reduces slashing and piercing. Damage of enemies in area effect. Generates a field of terror, so that's useless on him. So we'll stick with Chant A. Would recommend following the road south for now, just for a bit. You'll see why soon. Okay, okay. Well, let me deal with... Well, we don't have to. We haven't even aggroed him. Let's just... grab those mushrooms and we'll head back to the road. I'm assuming we'll get an event. We can check out the rest of this area once we've done that. Hello, is anybody here? Oh. Oh, is this another...
Hush, Itumok. We'll just wait a little longer.
Oh, are we actually going to get a Glanfathan companion? A dwarven woman, dressed in skins and hides, leans against the road marker. Her face is turned down, her eyes darkened by a thick stripe of face paint. She's sharpening a bone arrowhead with a scrimshaw-handled knife. Her attention, however, is focused on a bear figurine between her feet. A large white-furred fox standing at her heels looks up at your approach.
Easy, Itumok. It's not him.
Well, greetings. What are you waiting here for?
Short version? I'm looking for a very, very old friend. I'm not sure what skin he's wearing now, but I'll know him when I see him.
Nonetheless, I would think that standing around is probably not the most productive thing you could do. Perhaps not, but running all over the Deerwood has not done me much good so far. The fox next to her yawns. Is your friend supposed to meet you
That's
here?
what I heard. Of course, the man who told me so was carrying a staff he claimed was made from dragon bone, but I know Whitewood when I see it. That should have been my first clue, but I had to try something.
She rolls her eyes and shakes her head. Try something? What exactly are you talking about?
The long version. Here we go. I'm from an island to the far south called Nasitok. I came here looking for a village elder, a man we knew as Persock. I'm a hunter back home, so tracking someone wouldn't normally be a problem. But Persock's trail is cold, to say the least.
Oh, I didn't get a chance, Tenwin. Sorry. After Friday went by really fast, and then Saturday I was really just focused on not doing anything. I'll be very honest, I was very lazy yesterday. Okay, so she's not Glanfathan. She's from Nasitok. Okay. Well, why can't you find them? I can't imagine that there's many people from Nasitok here in the Deerwood. He died when I was still a young girl. Forgot to mention that part, did I? Looking for his latest reincarnation, which could be anyone. Oh, how long have you been looking for Persock? Her painted brow lowers and her compact muscular frame sags for just an instant. 5 years. You've been searching 5 years for a stranger you barely remember, who could be anyone because of the way reincarnation works.
That about sums it up.
Travis. I certainly hope that this is an important duty.
So I keep reminding myself. Still, it would be nice if important duties came with clearer instructions.
Does that statuette figure that you're working on figure into it? She dusts the figurine on her trousers and raises it in her small, flat palm. It's carved in the shape of a bear, smooth and round. The polished adra is worn to a dull mat along its arched back and ovoid haunches. A soft glow emanates from within.
Cute, isn't it? It belonged to Persok. Before he returned to the wheel, he left a splinter of his soul in it. Something to help us find him later.
Oh boy, here we go again. As she holds it up to you, you feel wisps of sensation. Not quite memories, but traces of someone.
When I left Nasitak, it was completely dark inside. But as I've gotten closer to Persok, it's glowed steadily brighter. Since I've reached the Deerwood, however, it's gotten hard to read. Some days it flickers and goes dark. Others it shines nice and bright, for a few hours. But most of the time, it looks just like this.
So then what will you do now?
I can tell you what I won't do again. Rely on miracle peddlers. It was some so-called watcher who sent me to this crossroads in the middle of nowhere in the first place.
Oh, God. Why do I have a feeling we're going to be the only competent person who actually claims to be called claims the title of Watcher? Because it really sounds like everybody else using that title is either a complete charlatan or has gone off the deep end.
I was on my way out of the Balmarsh when I heard talk of a traveling mystic who could supposedly see souls. I knew it was a long shot, but what did I have to lose? I went to see this fellow and gave him the Audra figurine. He made a big show of moaning and rolling his eyes, and after I'd given him 5 golden dukes to lift the shroud, he told me to seek the crossroads in the field between the Wolf's Lair and the twining trees.
Easy to pretend to be a Watcher, not many, if any, that can prove you wrong. Yeah, and that's the worst part, is the only ones who really could would be formal animancers. But from the looks of it, formal animancers don't like dealing with Watchers or Ciphers because those two groups are naturally occurring animancers, essentially. And it's kind of like the relationship that sorcerers and wizards have in a lot of fantasy settings. Their magics are incredibly similar, but because they draw from slightly different sources, they have vastly different ways of actually going about using their magic. And in most settings, sorcerers and wizards just tend not to get along. Wizards work for years to attain their powers, and sorcerers tend to come into them naturally, but have to grow them in a much more organic way. I have to imagine, from the looks of it, a similar dichotomy exists between animancers and watchers or ciphers. Just given that one side kind of just does it, and the other side has to spend years in academic study just trying to understand the basics of it. What is the Wolf's Lair? No, Defiance Bay. Locals call the current Duke Wolfgrin. That sounds like he'd be fun to drink with. And is the Twinning Trees even a real place? Twin Elms, and I haven't been there, but I've heard they have some especially memorable trees. To some degree, our Watchers can arguably do significantly less than Animancers, but Watchers are more powerful in what they can do. Okay, so more... Trying to look for the right comparison here. Actually, no, that still kind of works, because the whole point of Wizards is that Wizards are far more capable at a wide variety of things, whereas Sorcerers tend to be more specialized. So I do think the comparison somewhat still works. You're right, it's not a perfect setup, but I'm at least trying to draw some comparisons based on what I know.
He thought he was being vague, but I know the area well enough to recognize that he meant this place, right between Defiance Bay and Twin Elms. I had a bad taste in my mouth, but my coin was spent and I'd already left an arrow in his knapsack as a friendly warning. Told him I'd come back and leave him with another if it turned out he was giving me the runaround. I've been here a week now. Guess he had the last laugh after all.
Yeah. Well, the other thing also seems to be that Watchers seem to have a natural connection to past lives of those souls, making it much easier to contact memories and experiences from those past lives. May I see the figurine?
Why?
Well, supposedly I'm a real Watcher. Maybe I can help.
You expect me to believe that? After the story I just told you?
Look, I know you haven't had the best experience with it, but I'm being honest.
Fine. But if you try to run, just remember that my arrows are faster.
Don't worry, I'm not going to steal your figurine. She hands you the figurine, her chapped knuckles grazing your hand. She watches you examine it, wary, but curious. Yeah. Well, Cypher seemed to be more about damaging the soul or using the soul against itself as a weapon. There would probably fall under the, as I said, they kind of fit the Magic Knight kind of feel that a lot of other settings have, but much more focused on the magic of the soul and the magic of the mind. You raise the Audra Bear, turning it in the light, and as your eyes catch a tiny glinting scratch, the scenery melts away around you. Oh, of course, I raise my frickin' resolve, and the very next thing we get is nothing but perception checks. Of course. You're standing on a cliff overlooking the water, seeing through eyes that aren't your own. You catch the musk of beasts amidst the fresh scent of vegetation. Your heart beats a little faster. You have to watch your step up here. You look down, long enough to see the sharp, pale cliffs drop into the water, hundreds of feet below you. I see a vision of cliffs high over the water. Does that sound familiar? Your question is greeted with a shrug and silence. He's standing on a cliff.
About? What just happened?
She looks at the Audra Bear herself, turning it a few times, and looks back at you. As I said, I'm a watcher. She blinks at you a few times, calculating. Look, I know our friend sounds strange, but it is the truth.
You realize I've got no coin to give you, even if I did believe you.
Well, you could come with me. I have other business in the area. We could continue looking for Persak on the way.
And if this is your idea of a joke, you may be stuck with me for a while. Lead the way.
Sagni looks at you, her arms folded over her chest before tucking the figurine into her pouch as her fox stands shaking its pale coat. Okay, we finally have our full party. And she comes with a pet. Itumak. Oh, it's adorable. It's a white little fox. So she... Okay. Ah, and now we have our stealth character, don't we? Okay. I'm liking this. Interesting. Her survival was cheaper to upgrade than the stealth. Interesting. And yes, she is a ranger with a hunter background. Interesting. And vicious tactics deal more damage and penetrate damage reduction with each hit. Gains 15 damage and 3 DR bypass. Accurate wounding shot. Resilient companion. Base of +3 and +1 every 3 levels after 1. And the faithful companion. Defense against debuffs. And the merciless companion. Straight up 30% damage. Definitely doesn't need any of those. Yeah, I think that's probably... Definitely want that at some point. Grants the two-hand, I would assume... Oh, no, that's melee. Ah, okay. For right now... Yeah, it's another bot. Trying to post a link. But hey, they show up, and it still shows up in my analytics as a unique person chatting, so I mean, if they want to give me free shit, I don't really care. That's why I've got my thing set up for... Although I just noticed that one's actually listed as a first-time chat rather than a potential problem, so it actually showed up in my chat log. We'll need to keep an eye on that. Usually it blocks them out from even showing up in the chat log. I'm thinking Vicious Companion. 15% damage and 3 DR bypass sounds good. Accurate wounding shot twice per encounter. Gains a 10% accuracy bonus. Causes hobbled for 12 seconds. As well as a primary attack damage. Yeah, that doesn't sound that useful. We've got enough debuffs as it is. Debuffs that I don't even have to worry about running out of. Focus on bow damage and bow efficiency? Really? Not on her companion? Usually with these kind of characters, the animal companion tends to be the better one to actually deal damage. The ranger exists to provide utility. I'm also not really seeing much that I could give her that would actually boost that. Marksman maybe, but that's just an accuracy bonus. Small one at that. I don't even think... Oh, hunting bow, I guess. But that's +6 accuracy. Mostly due to a unique weapon later in the game that is absurdly strong. Okay. Well, to be fair, again, I'm willing to increase her. The thing is, there's just not... Like, utility doesn't have anything that directly benefits her damage, and in offense, the only thing that fits her is marksman, which is just +5 accuracy. So I would think that the class traits should still be decent here. I can focus the rest of her stuff on her bow, but... -5 seconds to any duration, that is pretty good. Accuracy is always good, but yeah, if you want... No, I guess I could see that. Okay, we'll take the accuracy then. I'll take your word for it, 10-1. We can always retrain later. Boost her survival, boost her stealth. Okay, here we go. This is more interesting. The Ranger goes into a speedy and fluid offensive rhythm, reducing accuracy but increasing fire rate and reload time with the range weapon and attack rate with all melee weapons. 20% attack speed, 50% reload, -7 accuracy. So the trait we took already compensates for most of that. That's good. Designates a single target as prey, giving the ranger and animal companion a damage bonus against that target. I don't like that it has a time length at all. I think something like that should last until the person is dead, but 20% damage against marked targets, not bad. Heightens the predatory instincts of the ranger's animal companion, giving them a damage bonus on any creature suffering a damage over time effect. Ooh. That's pretty good, given that the Cypher has a lot of damage over time effects that I can throw on people. By lowering attack and reload rate, the ranger is able to take more careful aim, giving them increased accuracy and damage. Unfortunately, this game is still, at the end of the day, a dice roll game, and as we know anything from dice roll games, you're better off just actually throwing more dice than you are throwing fewer numbers of dice with higher numbers on them. Because you never know when you're going to roll nothing but ones. So honestly, because we can already compensate for most of the accuracy loss through the other trait that we took, I'm going to go with Swift. Going to go ahead and grab another stealth rank. Okay, here we go. We've got even more. Modify Swift Aim with +5 accuracy, reducing the accuracy penalty of Swift Aim. Okay, here we go. Then we'll go ahead and grab Survival. Defensive Bond. The empathic bond between Ranger and Animal Companion yields a preternatural awareness of incoming danger. +15 defense against AoE attacks. Okay. There's Marked Prey again. Long experience fighting together enables the Ranger and Animal Companion to fight as a highly efficient team. They gain +10 accuracy when fighting the same target. That's pretty good. 50% damage over time. Yep, we've seen that. Arrow Sense. Deflection against other ranged attacks. I'm thinking Stalker's Link, because that way, even if the animal companion isn't doing much damage, it's providing a +10 accuracy to her, which I think is good. There we go. And now we can actually look at her equipment. Ooh, the Masuk hunting bow. She also has fine hide armor and carries a twin. He's got two fine weapons. Okay, a fine dagger and a fine hatchet. Let me pull this open. Do we have anything we can give her? We do have the fine war bow, which is quite a bit. But her standard one has accuracy 2 for an additional +8 accuracy. Oh, yeah. Accuracy is defined primarily. If attack is made, accuracy compared to the appropriate defense of a target determine how the attacker will be modified. If accuracy is above, it will be more likely to result in a hit or a crit, and less likely to result in a graze or a miss. Any ability or talent that does not use a weapon as part of an attack gains a small accuracy bonus based on the level of the character. Okay. So the question is, her accuracy with this is 57. If we give her the fine warbow, it goes down to 53, which is not too much of a loss, and does increase her damage from 12 to 16 up to 17 to 26. But the hunting bow is also fast. compared to the Warbow's average. Slightly lower range, though. You know what? I'll err on the side of caution. We'll keep her with the hunting bow for right now. We'll see how it looks in combat. And as for her second, she's got accurate and fine. Wow, she's already got 2 enchantments on there. Yeah, accuracy +4. Oh no, accuracy +5 and accuracy +4 from the fine enchantment. And damage 15. Damn. Okay, yeah, we're just going to leave those alone then, because that's probably better than anything we've got here. I guess we do have that dagger if we wanted to have her be the same across the board. I'd be... Oh, no, wait. Yeah? No, I like that better. I'm a bit of a sucker for symmetry. I don't like having 2 different weapons when dual wielding. Oh boy, another spammer. First time chatter. Yeah, another person trying to post a link. And that's why I keep that on. Oh well, if they want to contribute to my analytics, by all means. Give her the unique stiletto? Oh right, I've completely... Wait. Where is the stiletto? Oh god, it's in the, I forgot it was in Adir's inventory. Damaging, drain... I mean, I guess so. It's pretty much the same. Still works. And it does give her something in case somebody gets close. Also, do we have anything... No, that's too heavy for her. She wants some nice light armor. We don't got anything we can do for her. What about these? Oh, of course, stealthy boots. +2 to stealth, which she already has. And may as well give her that, so she's got some protection against cold. And I don't think she actually has any AoE, but we'll just throw that on her to get it out of our stash. Sounds good to me. Alright. Cape of deflection. Oh, would that actually work better? Actually, that probably would, because we haven't really encountered any specifically cold enemies, so giving her some additional deflection would be good. Itumak now has 76 endurance. Very nice. Can we see the pet's stats? It does not look like it. Nope. Alright. Oh. Main keep construction complete. Okay. We've still got some money. The main keep was finished, so we've got 6 in each. Let's go ahead and do... I don't want the really expensive stuff just yet. Oh, yeah, let's go with Bright Hollow so I can actually rest at my own place. Alright. Oh, I need to organize the... That was what I was... We'll put you as a second ranker, so that way you can flank as needed. Well, in fact, we'll move Durance up as well to that, and we'll put her in the back rank. There we go. Because until we can get some stat bonuses for the Fox, I'm not sure that he'll do very well if we throw him into the front line. So sorry, Adir, you're now protecting 6 people, so... Oh boy. Alright, now we can do some exploration around here. Speed everything up. Better to have run around and flank for wizards and the like. That would make sense. That would make sense. But also just because, as I said, you recommended doubling down on archery, which I agree, given now that we see what the rest of her abilities look like. I do agree. That is a bit of aggravating that you can't see what abilities they get access to until they actually hit that level. It makes trying to prepare for any kind of future level up and plan out your level ups to be pretty much impossible, which is aggravating. There we go. Okay. So, all right. So first send in Adir. Come on, lock him down. Now everybody go. And we're gonna go ahead and grab Eye Strike. Nope. He's not immune to that. So I forgot to put her back on a ranged weapon. Get out of there. Ranged weapon. There we go. Nope. He knocked Adir over. Everybody good? Okay, keep attacking. We got this. He's just a stronger troll. We've got this. Come on, everybody attack.
Dead on.
There we go. Durance's fire damage coming in handy there. Solved in the sequel. Yeah, you mentioned as such, but it is annoying right now. Oh. Okay, so not a troll, like a treant. Regular chunk of wood seems to hold a trace of life within it. Interesting.
Yeah.
That leads over that way. Oh, yeah, we did get experience for that. Okay. Oh. Forest troll. Oh. I'm not even going to try. What I'm assuming is this world's equivalent of a dryad, but I can't pronounce that fucking name. Yeah, I ended up backing off after you suggested to go to the crossroads. Okay, so how do we want to do this? We're going to send the wolf wide.
Ready, Watcher.
Have her engage there. Adair, move up as fast as you can. We're going to move over here.
Yes.
Have Aloth engage that one as well. Same thing with Kana. If the yeah, wolf will swing wise, and we will see if we can grab them real fast. There we go. Yep, we're forcing them to attack now. Alright, let's go in. All of you focus fire on the troll and send the wolf, or the fox in. Whoa, why are we are all taking damage from what? What the hell's going on here? What the fuck is forest troll hit? No, nothing is... What are we... Oh, lost over 20 sec... 10 damage by percentage of endurance. Lost over 20 seconds. And yet somehow we are taking... Fucking A. Okay, hold on. Move up. Continue firing. Kana, please move up when I tell you to move up.
What?
Durance, go ahead and give me an AoE heal. Fast, please. Okay, there we go. One of them's down. Where did this spell come from? Is it the forest trolls casting it? Because this is fucking aggravating. Go ahead and mind control this piece of shit again.
That's it.
There we go. What the fuck? Okay, what is this damage and where is it coming from? Because this is getting really annoying. I'm not seeing... Hits Itamok for 29 damage, grazes with an additional effect. Okay. But, okay, where did all of this come from? I took like 70 fucking damage over the course of 2 hits. Where? Where? Can you just throw a fucking healing spell on me, please? What? He cast it on a location, not on me? Are you... It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Everybody focus this piece of shit. Thank you. I shouldn't have to extend this out only to see nothing as far as what it was actually doing. So the only thing I can assume is that even though I mind controlled the damn thing, it was still casting an AoE that hit my guys, which is aggravating in the extreme. Was the one doing damage the reason it didn't show is because you would change the mind control? That is... Well, now I know. Now I know. Now we know. We will not be making that mistake. That's the only... No, I agree, Tenwin. That's the only thing I can think of what was causing it. I just... That's utterly stupid. Why is there a lion? That's fine. We can handle this. Yeah, after dealing with that. Lions were once a common sight on the plains east and south of Eirglanfath's Great Forest, but colonization in the eastern reaches pushed the Great Cats back into the relative safety territory between Glenfath and the Deerwood communities. In addition to their great power, lions are known for their roar, terrifying sound that could strike fear even to the hearts of the bravest kith. Okay. Darkstar, welcome. You haven't missed too much. We're just making our way towards the city of Defiance Bay. Having a good time. Trying not to get angry at the game deciding to fuck me over despite me mind controlling an enemy. Troll's biggest dangerous game is generally being walls, defending and protecting other dangerous creatures, like the Pug was. Yep. Oh. I really... Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Okay, we got at least 2. They weren't that strong. We should be able to handle this. There we go. Let him draw him in. There we go. Alright. Run him in. Okay, they're dealing a lot of damage. Can we please finish this guy off? Thank you. And we're gonna go ahead and mind control. Thank you. Go ahead and cast that. Thank you. Oh, that healed him too, but that's fine. Hater, just stay right next to him. He's about to... There we go. Everybody run in. Perfect. No problems. More lion. Oh. Why is that going into his inventory? It should be going into the stash. There we go. Infinitely better in this game than in D&D. Well, to be fair, you're probably thinking of 5th edition Rangers, which I know have been a meme for years. Oh, hello. Hatchet, one-handed, fast. Additional deflection, burn bypass, and 3DR bypass. Not bad. The hunting hatchet has a leather-wrapped wooden handle and a silvered blade covered in finely etched flames. When the blade is coated in the blood of prey, or an opponent, the etchings glow fiery gold and roar to life. Even at rest, the hatchet smells faintly of smoke and charred flesh. Okay.
Right.
Very interesting.
See what lies this way.
Waves are roughly chiseled in the stone. They grasp at Ondra's beloved moon like curling fingers. So is this guy coming out here to worship and then got ambushed by some lions? But to get back to your point about Rangers 10, trust me, 3.5 and Pathfinder Rangers have long been considered a superior option versus how they are portrayed in 5th edition. And to a lesser extent, 4th edition. I don't remember 4th edition being very kind to Rangers either. Oh, so we got... Okay. We'll just keep exploring now. See what we can pick up. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, mushrooms. Never leave anything behind. Oh. Hello? Is this just
I'll see what I can find.
This is a backer character. Yeah, no. Nice to see you. But not exactly anything I care about. Thank you, goodbye. We would have added easily an hour of fucking stream time if we had tried to listen to all of these bloody backer characters. Nothing on the road. Nothing here. Alright, swing back this way. Actually, it occurs to me. Was anything hidden here? Nope. Okay. Alright, let's keep moving. Oh, nothing there. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Come on. What else is around here? Oh. A house? Well, an abandoned house from the looks of it. What have we... Or maybe not? Hold on. Wait. Okay, we gotta go around the fence, apparently. Wait, where's the... Oh, there it is. Oh, we can't get in? Nope. A sparrow's nest is tucked between 2 angled slats. Okay, that doesn't help. I was wondering if there was a way in. Oh, I just meant for the ones that we'd already seen. I'm sure we'll find more. We're not even at the biggest settlement yet. Isn't that... I'm pretty sure that's Defiance Bay. Okay, so they used to have like a corral or something here. And then it was destroyed. Or abandoned, I suppose, is also a possibility.
I'll take a look.
Hello? Anybody up here? Still
Laying
not?
low.
My exploration is not being rewarded with much. Oh. Hello? What the? Wine dregs swirl around the bottom of the clay jar. Crossbow, some golden obols. A scroll of prayer against infirmity. Go ahead and give that to you.
I'm on the trail.
Nope, nothing there. Just somebody set up camp on this little plateau and then, well, then they never came back. Although the fact that their goods are there means maybe wild animal attack? Oh, it might have been the guy that we saw over here. Oh, wait, how did we somehow... I don't like leaving unexplored sections of the map if I can avoid it. Even if there's probably nothing here. Oh. Yep, just an empty field. Oh, and some springberries? Springberries. Alright. Thought I heard something. There was a slight sound. Something walking? Oh. That another... Yes, another forest lurker. Okay. Let's go right in. Start us off immediately with an eye strike. Blind that sucker. And there's a second one.
Aye?
Aloth, pull this way so you don't accidentally aggro the other one. There we go. Come on, strike him down. There we go. That wasn't bad at all. And that. Okay, so we know there's one to the south of us. Let's finish working our way up here first. Deer cap. Thank you. More mushrooms. No idea when we're actually going to get a chance to use them, but... Oh, body. Landfathen from... Oh, no, it's just hide armor. So that doesn't really mean anything. There's no equipment, really, but plenty of money. Alright, let's go south and deal with that one. Yeah, springberry's good for the tummy. I mean, we learned that from the tutorial before everything went to shit.
Wait,
Go.
Yeah.
Gonna do that through Adair. Nice. Oh, Durance, no. No, no. Let Adair tank. God damn it. There we go. Aw, he managed to paralyze the fox. That's not good. Don't paralyze the poor fox. Alright, we're almost done exploring this area. Oh, god damn it. Okay, why
let's go.
we're going to... Yeah, Psycho Vampiric Shield is better. Just sap their ability to defend. There we go.
Kinda stuck over here.
You're fine, Adair. Being stuck where the enemy is where the only thing the enemy can do is still hit you is fine. The problem we have is if you get stuck and he decides to go after somebody else. Then we have an issue. Oh, I see you. Barrett spell, very nice. Anything else? Doesn't look like it. So that leads to Stormwall Gorge, which means if we head to the opposite side of the map, we'll have our road to Defiance Bay. I forgot to have this. There we go. How we doing on experience? Oh yeah, I'm checking again. Like it's gonna be a while before we hit level 6. I can already feel that. Yep, Aidwallen Bridge. Okay. So that one going that way counts as that road, whereas this counts as the path here. But nowhere to the south. Really? Oh wait, hold on. Hold the phone, get down here. The bigger these maps get, the more fast mode is needed. Aha, there is okay, so good. Good. I guess that's something I should get used to, is just hitting each of the 4 corners of a map before I decide where I want to go. But for right now, let's make our way to Aidwallen Bridge. let's unlock the rest of Defiance Bay. Or at least the start of it. Oh, give me that. Oh, hello. More backer characters. Man, I don't know. It really feels like... You mentioned that there's a unique weapon that gets stronger the more these backer characters you kill. There's a lot of them. Like, how powerful does that weapon get? Because I'll be honest, I'm kind of tempted. Though I'm assuming that's only if you want to do an evil playthrough, because I'm assuming committing random murder is not a good thing for your character. Oh, welcome to Defiance Bay, but watch yourself in the city, understood? I'm looking for the Temple of Wodaka. Ah, if you say so. It's in the First Fires, west of Crucible Keep. Okay. Really, that's it. Something must happen here later. There's no way they'd have this whole map, like, just for an entryway into the Copper Lane. Like, something is going to happen here. There's going to be an attack or something. We're going to be fighting on the bridge, or something is going to happen on this bridge. I guarantee it. Just levels up, and one of the requirements includes a option, not a must, to kill backer characters. Okay, interesting. Not a constant stacking, it just levels up. Well, that's what I mean though. It's like if it's getting stronger the more backer characters you kill, like it sounds like by the end of the game it should be quite powerful. Given the sheer number of the guys we've run into, and we're only in Act 2. Okay, so yeah, the copper... Oh, interesting. So hold on. Yes, 15 minutes to go to the Copper Lane.
Defiance Bay.
Ooh.
The city at the heart of the Deerwoods Revolution.
Hold on, we
now
got narration.
On the brink of another. Refugees line the streets, homeless and hungry, displaced by Whiteone's legacy, hoping for relief within the city walls, and finding none. Dissidents congregate to protest and to heckle, calling for an end to animancy and the ouster of their duke. The city's militiamen cast fearful looks as they patrol the streets, their hands trembling at the hilts of their weapons. The capital of a country that had not long ago incinerated a god now appears to be a spark away from sharing the deity's fate.
I think it's do X amount of damage or kill 20 backer characters or something like that. Okay. I'm sure we'll find it at some point.
Right.
We'll figure out if that's...
I'll see what I can find.
Nobody cares about that. We're just gonna grab that real fast.
Defiance Bay. If ever there was a dry field in need of a cleansing flame, you have found it.
Yeah, I'm getting a very Mediterranean feel from some of these buildings, which I guess fits given that it started as a colony of the Adir Empire, which has a very kind of Mediterranean, Italian kind of feel to it. Can I just walk through? Oh no, that's all a dead end. Yeah, if we try to go that way, it just takes us there. Uh-oh. What have we got over here? Rowan. Or Rowan. Oh dear.
How do you do?
Rowan's arms are crossed. His mouth is set in a grim frown as he watches the gathered protesters, and he looks ready to start a fight. He sizes you up as you walk by. New in town, eh? You picked an interesting time to visit Defiance Bay, friend. All these refugees fleeing the frontier, finding the legacies no better here. It's the Animancers. Magron scorched them, and they nest in this city like rats. You mark my words, though. Dozens are gonna put a stop to it. Oh man, the bots are out in force today. You think the people who designed the bots could at least do everybody a favor and have them also follow you, so that way, you know, people could get some kind of benefit from the bots showing up, but no, they just spam shit in chat and then leave. Assholes. What are you doing out here? He gestures at the crowd, which buzzes with angry chatter. Trying to get folks to see reason. We're in the midst of a crisis. Instead of purging the forces from our city, the Duke is granting Animancers dangerous liberties. No, because when I do that, then I've actually noticed people don't stick around to chat. Like, I tried that during my Elden Ring streams when I first started, and I literally had 0 people. Like, some people would show up, and then they wouldn't chat, and then I would never see that person in my statistics again. So I asked around on some other small channels for advice, and they said, yeah, no, it's as long as you've got the basic stuff to keep track of, like bots and things like that, you're better off having it so that even non-followers can chat. And I'm trying to still grow, so I figured that was as good advice as any. I mean, I'm assuming if I actually get a decent following, a follower-only chat's probably a good idea, because you also, once you get bigger, you also attract more bots, and you want to be careful not having too many of those. Or a bot raid, God forbid. And what do you know about animancy? It's the study and manipulation of essence, which any sane person will tell you is the purview of the gods alone. The Adirans at least had the sense to outlaw it, which is the only good thing you can say about the bastards. It's not like magic, or chanting, or even the soul readings that ciphers do. It's been around since ancient Iguithan times, which is why you'll see animancers tinkering with the old Iguithan artifacts. Kana raises a fifth to cough discreetly into it. Half-truths all, but he's an enthusiastic performer, I'll give him that. He shakes his head. Trouble is, the Animancer's got no idea what half those artifacts actually do. Not that they'll admit it. Our empathic friend is correct about one thing, at least. What are the dozens? He taps his chest. We're an organization of interested citizens who want to free Defiance Bay from the dangerous influence of Animancers and the tyranny of the aristocrats who continue to support them. We also consider ourselves a militia of sorts, seeing as the Crucible Knights are little more than a flock of preening nobles in training these days. You have a very anti-vax vibe, for lack of it. I mean, they give... we'll have to see more. Right now, they're just giving generic... there is a problem. We are going to be very loud about the problem right now. Kind of feel. I'll need to see more specifics on how they're acting. Oh, just like a militia, the dozens, except for the training and the discipline and the code of honor. His eyes gleam. We're always looking to expand. The more people see things our way, the better for the state of this country. You have any interest in hearing more, you stop by Admeth's Den sometime. It's the expedition hall. Oh, a lot of free thinkers in there. They can set straight all the nonsense the nobles and the Animancers want you to believe. Might even be some paid work there for the more motivated types. Well, how about you tell me more about Defiance Bay, friend? It's the capital of the Free Palatinate of the Dyrwood. We started out as the capital of a Nadiran colony, but we booted the flaccid scepter from these lands 150 years ago. These days, we're the major port in the region, receiving trade and visitors from all over the world. But we, some of us anyways, strive to hold on to the pioneering spirit that earned us our freedom a century and a half ago. You got 5 districts: Copper Lane, First Fires, Ondra's Gift, Brackenbury, and Heritage Hill. He ticks them off on a calloused finger. Why don't you tell me about the Copper Lane? Well, this here is the Copper Lane. He taps a scuffed boot on the cobblestones beneath his feet. Primarily a market district, but you've also got the Expedition Hall north of here. You can find treks into the wild. That's where my fellow dozen martyrs and I tend to meet up with other concerned citizens. He points to a long, domed building west and north of your position. And that's the Hall of Revealed Mysteries. That's an eerie place if you ask me, but if you're looking for it, they've got the biggest library in the Dyrwood. Eerie indeed, Kana laughs. Might be less so if more kith stepped inside. Perhaps we ought to visit Sovani and see just what mysteries may be revealed. Tell me about the Brackenbury. A noise of disgust rattles through the man's throat. The nobility that didn't sail back to Adir stayed there. Most of the families there can trace their lineage back to old imperial times and the Revolution. Other than a lot of has-beens, you do have Hadrat House, where Lady Webb and her spies operate, and Brackenbury Sanitarium, main cesspit of animancy in the city. He spits on the cobblestones. Oh, great, and much like early psychology, animancy is dealing with mental illnesses and issues there, which in this universe probably has a lot to do with soul illnesses and the like. Which inevitably means they've probably turned that sanitarium into an absolute horror show that we're going to have to sort out at some point. I know these kind of tropes. Don't try to pull this one over on me, Obsidian. You don't put a sanitarium in your game unless you intend to have a quasi-horror segment in which everything goes fucking wrong. Alright, how about First Fires? Well, that's where the revolution started, hence the name. These days it's overrun with the politicians and the panderers. We'll take it back from them one day. That's where you'll find the Ducal Palace, the Valian Embassy, and the Crucible Keep. He shakes his head. Crucible Knights were the original freedom fighters in Defiance Bay, but now they're just strutting peacocks with their eyes on fancy titles and their heads up their asses. I suppose there's an old temple of Wodaka there too. We keep it real nice for her. He winks. Alright, how about Ondra's Gift? Got the name because it was a wetland that was drained back in the Imperial days. Now it's a seedy district populated mainly by sailors and the common folk. More than a few thugs, but honestly it's a fun place too if you know where to look. He winks and elbows you in the side. Look for a place called the Salty Mast when you're there. Other than that, it's mostly warehouses and abandoned homes. My good sir, did you just try to direct me to a whorehouse? I mean, it's an RPG. I'm still gonna go there at some point, but still. Be a little more discreet, goddammit. Why don't you tell me about Heritage Hill, then? He shivers. It used to be one of the more prestigious districts of the city. Heroes of the Revolution claim plots up there, next to an ancient Ingwithan tower and a city cemetery. Had the best view in Defiance Bay. It attracts the richer types these days. Lots of animancy patrons. He spits on the ground, glances at the crowd and lowers his voice. You wouldn't have heard it from me, but something happened there just a couple of months ago. The authorities sealed most of it off and they're keeping their mouths shut. Mark my words, the Animancers are to blame. Let's talk about something else. In fact, actually, I must be going. Goodbye. Okay, that gave us a nice little rundown. Let me see here. Goose and Frog, Marketplace, Expedition Hall. Okay. Let's just keep going then. Nobody named here. The Goose and Fox. Let's take a look. I'm assuming this is an inn, judging from the name. Oh my god, there's so many backer characters.
Hail and well met.
The man behind the bar is nearly the size of an Almao. I am never going to pronounce that right. Almao? Amao. We're just going to go with Amao. A handle protrudes from his back and his face is set in a stoic frown. He gives you a small nod. You here for a drink? There's a tiny pewter cup in front of him. He turns it in one broad hand, but doesn't drink from it. Tell me about this place. I'm assuming it's an inn? Amawan. Okay. I'll try, Tenwin. I can't promise anything. Between the Polynesian sounding names from the coastal regions and the Gaelic sounding names from the Ingwithans and other regions, some of this shit is just not gonna go well. Name's Bishop. Used to be a scholar of Bereth. Now I run the Goose and Fox and keep the regulars in line. He shifts and you see a warhammer strapped to his back. What more is there to tell? How did you go from a follower of Bereth to managing a tavern? Journey's not as long as you think. I started with Hollowborn. And with this. He takes a small black bottle from under the bar, fills the pewter cup. It was my sister's son. He takes a drink. The beginning of Widewind's legacy, he was one of the first. I never expected that there would be so many after him. Tragedy is part of the cycle, but it's followed by rebirth, yet every year more parents grieve for Hollowborn children, and the gods stay silent. And what answer were you expecting? He leans forward, crossing his arms on the bar. The god Bereth promises rebirth and cycles, but the only cycle I found was this one. He taps the bar. Have a drink, have another, and another, until I couldn't remember how I got home. Wake up, come back. I finally woke up one day to see my whole family had packed up and left. For all I know, they'd left days before, and I just hadn't noticed. But they were gone, and I was still here. I've cleaned up since then, but I still haven't found my answers. He tosses the cup back. I've just stopped asking questions. Well, at least the tavern seems a lively place. It was founded in the early days of the Deerwood Independence by a traveling scholar named Errol of Levy. He wanted a place where kith of all backgrounds could gather and hash out the issues facing their new country. He rests his elbows on the polished wood of the bar. Didn't take long for the place to fill up. Brackenbury aristocrats argued with dock workers for the gift, while soldiers wrangled with the politicians. Deerwoodans have never been known to turn down an argument. He takes a sip from his cup. And what happened next? Well, soon kith started coming from the farms and the settlements, too. He waves at the door as if expecting a crowd to suddenly appear. This place got even more popular when the Valian sailors than the Salty Mast, and that was the problem. He drains the rest of his cup.
No matter what people say about fair-mindedness and civil debate, there's only so much people will tolerate. Errol found himself on the wrong side of an argument with the wrong Thane, and then, a few days later, he disappeared. And some said it was the work of that Thane. He shrugs, spreads his hands over the bar as he surveys the room, but Errol knew which way the wind was blowing, if you ask me. I think he skipped town, hid out somewhere, hoping for rational minds to prevail here one day. If only he could see it now. Let me see your refreshments. I don't think we really have anything to sell right now. Keep a couple things of armor. We don't need the regular stuff there. No, nope, that's good. He's got some various foodstuffs. Oh my god, we can buy another dog. We're buying another dog. I want the dog. Go ahead and take that. And then we have +1 perception, +1 resolve, 2 dexterity, 1 survival, 10 defense while disengaging. Pretty good. 1 athletics, 1 mechanics, 5 ranged accuracy, and 1 intellect and 2 lore. Okay. I don't think we need that just yet. Oh, Adir's got something.
Pretty sure you won't find one among them who stood within 100 miles of that bridge when the Godhammer went off. Too bad, too. Said there'd be less of them.
Why the hell do they call themselves the Dozens, then? Was 12 Deer Woodens. Stood outside Halgott's Citadel waiting for Widewind to cross the bridge there. They had to hold him there long enough for the Godhammer to go off, so that's what they did. The Godhammer, that was the bomb you used to blow him up. Yep, that's the bomb. That's what they called the bomb that blew Widewind up with. Don't know much about it other than that. Anything kills a living god, I guess you gotta name it that. And what have you have against the Dozens? Have you had a run-in with them before? Oh, it's nothing serious. Nothing I don't have against a lot of folks, anyway. The Dozens, they like to take things into their own hands, and it gets ugly sometimes. We don't have them up in Gilded Vale, but honestly, they'd be right at home there. They picked the name so they could do what they wanted and feel like it was righteous. Got nothing to do with honor or sacrifice. They like to invoke Magrin a lot when they talk too, especially when they want to feel right. Somehow I don't think she'd be too impressed with that lot. I'm sure she'd like to set him on fire anytime they use her name, but the gods probably got rules against that kind of thing, I imagine. People all too often hide behind symbols so that they can't be questioned. Duke's a reasonable man. Maybe while we're in Defiance Bay, we can get him to force people to call themselves what they are. Don't imagine they have as many members if they called themselves the loudmouth sheepfuckers. I like it when Adir's more plain-spokenness filters through like that. Shows you that he is actually paying attention to what's going on around here. Miserable. What is this? Why is it not showing her name? Kenra. A woman sits by herself, spinning something on the table in front of her and watching it with a furious intensity. It's about the size of a coin, and it wobbles over a crack in the wood with a metallic rattle. She snatches it up with one good hand and slams a half-empty cup down on the table with the other. This is not a good time. You look like you could use another drink. I'll get there. She takes a long drink from her own glass. I'm just trying to calm down and trying to talk myself out of doing something foolish. Something foolish? Care to elaborate? She says nothing for a few moments, as if hoping you'll leave, but at last, the woman Kenra looks up at you and lamplight falls across her face. A purpling bruise is blossoming along her cheekbone. There is something I need to give to my fiancé, Pernice. Only he doesn't seem to go anywhere without his new friends, and they're not exactly pleasant company. Why don't you tell me about these new friends? They come into our house with their dead eyes and their black teeth, and I'm no fool. I know what it means. Pernisk makes me leave when they show up, but it's obvious what they come to do. Last time they came, I told them to get out. Have their fun somewhere else in the gift, not under my roof. She scowls, then winces, her fingertips gently probing the bruise on her body. Svef changes you. The Pernisk I knew would not have squashed a spider, and I never thought that he... She trails off, still feeling the swollen, discolored flesh. Yeah, no. That's strange. Svef just makes it so people lie around. Makes them calm, listless. It shouldn't be making them violent. Yeah, I actually like the Survival 2 one, 2 better. I don't really know, Kenra shrugs. It seemed better than believing he's always been this way. Perhaps I can speak to him. Her hands rest on the table, and she clenches it in a white-knuckled fist. There's nothing more to say. We're finished. I just want to give this back to him and have a clean break. She opens her hand, and a ring clatters onto the table. It was his grandmother's. Even after this, I don't have the heart to just sell it. But if I go back there, I know what will happen. I will lose my temper. And then I'll end up with another one of these. She points to her bruise. I wouldn't hand this off to a stranger, but I have heard of you, adventurer, and they say you have a good heart. If you give this back to him, then I'll know we're done. I'll do what I can. Hand me the ring, I'll take it to Pernisk. She looks at you and then nods. My house is just north of here. Just don't hurt him. As furious as I am, I will not have that on my conscience.
Yeah.
Alright, side quest time. Always good to have more side quests. On the other side of the curtain. Okay. Actor. Oh. The painting depicts Glonfothan ruins, and the canvas bears the rough brushstrokes of a talented amateur, Ibrils Well 2665. Another character. What do we got back here? Anybody? That's stealing. That's...
Finished.
Well, we can at least unlock it and get experience. I ain't gonna say no to that. Ooh. Dragon is outlined in charcoal pencil. The thick, jagged lines of the faint smell of sulfur suggest the artist completed the sketch in a hurry. Cliff Dragon, White March, 2685. Damn, they've got works of art from 150 years ago. Bartender's Ring, Spirit Bane, Vessel Bane, of Will. Ooh. That has acquired after a period of exile. Stories differ in the pictures. 20% damage against Spirit, 20% damage against Vessel. Okay, hold on.
Slow and silent.
Nobody saw anything. Thank you kindly. Don't mind me. Okay, so there is a way upstairs. Let's go ahead and check that out then. You saw nothing. Nobody saw anything, chat. Nobody saw anything. Collection +5, overseeing. We're gonna go ahead. Wait a second, what? Here it is. Spirit Vein, Vessel Bane, and of Will. Very nice. Thinking given that to my character, I am one of the higher damage dealers on the front line. Or I suppose, if that's all damage, it might be best to give it to Durance then, because his AoE ability just allows him to smack all of the spirits and vessels all at once. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. We're going to give it to him for right now.
Yeah.
What else have we got? Anybody? Ooh, scattered amongst such titles as Floor of the Living, Lands in Unity, Disunity, History of the Dreadfire Archipelago, and Treatises on the Kulkan Peoples are half a dozen travel journals held together with twine. So many backer characters. Jesus. Oh, hello. Go ahead and stealth. Pop that open for me. Hey, lockpicks. Never gonna say no to lockpicks.
I've got it. Finished.
Nope, that would be stealing. We're not gonna do that. Old Valia, Southern Coast, 2670 AI. That's not even got anything, any value in it anyways. We've got plenty of money anyways. What is that, a godkin? Yeah, that's a god. It's one of the moon godkin or water godkin or whatever the fuck it is.
I'll get it open.
What do we got in here? Money? Nothing else?
I'll take a look.
Nope, nothing else. So many backer characters, Jesus Christ. I am so glad we decided to ignore them. Pages of these old books are crisp and fragrant with the salt of a sea breeze. Most Unfortunate Tale of Favia and Bernat, a Valian Tragedy. Scene. Lila watches Bernat approaching Favia's tree, looking for her human form. Behold, now comes the fun, that for which I have waited. His love is forfeit, her life is forfeit. And his love is forfeit, her life is forfeit, and all I have worked towards shall be fulfilled. He says he knows his love. He says no force in the world can keep him from her. But what chance is force against guile? Never will he find his love, for she is no longer his love. The spell cannot be undone except by her death. and by then it will be too late. But wait, he has seen her. Lila steps back to observe. Pray, mortal, what have you come here to find? Those woods are not for your kind. The affairs of men have no place at this tree. Leave ere your welcome lapses. Foul creature, where is my love? What have you done with her? Always this has been the station for our encounters. Never before have I seen you. Where is my love? Answer, answer, ere my patience lapses. Fool, this is my land and this is my tree. Your presence never before has been felt. Again I say to you to leave. My generosity will not be extended a third time. Lila steps forward again. Talk, discussion. I know the way to hurry the conclusion to this tale. Lila takes a breath and extends her throat as if she's yelling. A scream comes from the copse of the tree where the Pegra stands. My love! Bernat steps forward, brandishing his sword. Prepare yourself, wretch, for not even death can stand between me and my love. I will have her from you, you will meet your end. Bernat moves towards Favia, who chooses to fight. They fight. During the fight, Bernat is grievously injured as he delivers the killing blow. She falls to the ground, and as she dies, the spell in her breaks, transforming her back into her Delimgan form. Okay, so Pegra and Delimgan are dryads, and obviously Pegra are evil dryads and Delimgan are good dryads, I'm assuming. Bernat, my love, what have you done? What was it I said? What was it I did? Has our love soured in your heart? Favia, my love, my life, what foul sorcery has befallen you? How have you come to be laid low by my hand? Fie to the gods for such treachery, fie to all who stood in our way. Fear not, my beloved, for now we are together, and together we will always be. Nothing can keep us apart, but lo, why is it so dark? Where has the sun gone? Where are you? I cannot see you. I will find you. I will. Favia dies. A curse upon the fiend who has betrayed me, to hold love in your hand and have it wrenched away. Bernat winces and puts his hands in his shirt, coming away with blood. What luck, what chance, tragedy may yet turn to fortune. Favia, my love, soon I will rest in your arms, and we shall lie together as one, and forever shall we be side by side. I go now to meet my love. Berath, I accept your cold embrace. I welcome your company and beg your mercy. Bernat lies down next to Favia's body. I am ready. Bernat dies. Lila steps out from her hiding spot and runs to Bernat's body. Bernat, you fool, you wretch, how can you leave me? Now I am alone, and I am forgotten, and I am cast out. Without your love, how can I continue? Life holds no thrall without your visage upon which I may gaze. But here, my salvation, my answer. Lila picks up Bernat's sword. His blade, his weapon, I shall be impaled upon him, and he shall cut through me. I will not be denied. I will not be denied, my love. You will be mine, if not in this life, then in the next. Lila impales herself on the sword. I come for you, my love, my Bernat. Wait for me, and I shall find you, and we shall love forever. Lila dies. Oh, great. It's Romeo and Juliet, but with a third person to get fucked over by being a crazy person. Isn't that great? What else have we got in here? Oh, right. We've already looked in there. All right. That's all down there. Well, I do suppose if we come back to kill all the backer characters, that it'll be a lot easier to take shit from here. What else have we got? Nothing there. All right, let's keep... Oh, wait, there's a description. The Stalegair's pelt is thick with dust and moss. The plaque below the beast reads, Maiden Falls 2682. All right. Nothing else in here, then.
Sagani, does your fox bite?
Yes.
Can I pet him anyway?
It's your hand.
I'm gonna pet him.
Okay, that's adorable. Okay, that was adorable. I'd like to believe Ader managed to pet the fox without any problems. Ader's a good dude. Ader's a good dude. That was adorable. Yes, pet the fox. Wait, what? Do you have an... I don't know. Just a car... Oh, are these merchants?
Well met, friend.
Ah, here we go. A young woman stands by a cart watching the car with large, bright eyes that focus on user approach. Take your time, traveler. If you're looking for enchanted scrolls or garb, you come to the right place. Okay. Seal of Faith. An additional first spell use, second level spell use, and third use spell use for priests. That's pretty good. That's also expensive as shit. 2 second level spell uses and 1 fourth level spell use. Ring of Deflection. Ring of Protection. Damn. And then a whole bunch of scrolls and potions and ingredients. Okay. Hello again. Oh, Peregrine. The old woman says with a familiar tone. Thanks for visiting my store. Still trying to recover from losing that cargo, she says with a huff. My inventory isn't what it used to be, but hopefully I've got something you'll like. Oh, sure. Oh, you sell traps. Well, I mean, I don't like any of those. We already have a rope and grappling hook, so sorry. Yeah, there's not gonna be much I'm gonna want there.
Well met, friend.
Are you interested in purchasing any rations for your journey? Dragon meat? Jesus Christ. +3 resolve, +3 might for 150 seconds. Considered a rare and exotic treat for the fairly obvious reason that it is not very easy to obtain. No shit. Many tales and rites of passage are formed up around the idea of consuming the raw flesh of dragons. Puegras and Delingons are opposite of the family of nature spirits. Healthy spirits, whose home tree Adrestone is healthy and fine, are corrupted versions who's been destroyed. Yeah, okay, so yeah, dryads, but corrupted versus uncorrupted. That is not dragon meat. I mean, I don't know, he's certainly charging like it's dragon meat. While full-grown dragons can grow to titanic proportions, their eggs start out just larger than a human torso. That is still gigantic, Jesus Christ. They make for very filling meals if one is willing to brave the risk of raiding the nest. And if you're able to eat the damn thing, an egg the size of a human torso? Are you fucking kidding me? You could feed an entire adventuring party off of that. What do you mean that this is a single thing that gives one person plus resolve for 300 seconds? It should say give the entire party plus 3 resolve for 300 seconds. But my point still stands. Why is this only giving one person the resolve? This thing is the size of a torso. This should make enough scrambled eggs to feed the entire party. That's ridiculous.
Hail, traveler.
Igrin stands behind a stall polishing a broadsword. The patterned flesh around his eyes is wrinkled with age, and the muscles in his arms are knotty and lean, but he holds the weapon with ease. Come to take a look? You won't find a finer collection of armor and weaponry in Defiance Bay. Outside Sonild's, of course. Flashes a crooked green. What's so special about Sonild? She operates in the expedition hall. He jerks a thumb up over his shoulders. Sells the best equipment in the city, but Wenan keeps her on a tight leash. Keeps her fine inventory reserved for the chartered expeditionists, members of the dozens, and others he's taken a liking to. Well, I mean, you'd crack it open, obviously. You'd cook the yolk. You wouldn't just hard-boil the egg. Where would you even get a pot big enough to fit a human torso in? Oh, no, we're not trying to buy it. I just wanted to look at it. Warbow, two-handed, average speed, 20% of damage restored to his endurance. Attacks can stun or crit. Attacks can stun on crit. Okay. Lady's Hand, scepter, two-handed. Accuracy when below 50%. 20% damage while endurance is below 50%. I hate abilities like that. Why would I want to be below 50% most of the time? Where would you find a frying pan big enough? Well, you'd dole it out. You would like shave off the top of the egg, and then you would ladle, you would shove the ladle or the spoon down into the egg, and you'd mix the whole thing up, and then you would start pooling out like individual cupfuls of the yolk, and then pouring that into the pan. Now, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You'd have to use it all in one go. It's not like you could refrigerate the damn thing. That's why I'm saying, like, it makes no sense that it only feeds one person. That kind of thing should give a bonus to the entire party, because the entire party would be needed to eat this thing in anything resembling a reasonable amount of time. Selling the meat for that price and the random... Oh yeah, extremely unlikely. But again, I'm still... Tenwin, I am still obsessed with the egg. The egg is what has me concerned. I don't care about the relatively... The high chance that is bullshit that he's actually selling dragon meat. I'm concerned with the egg, because you can't fake the egg being the size of a human torso. This is... Ooh, a pike. I've been looking for a pike. Inflicts -5 accuracy for 5 seconds on hit, +4 accuracy and +50% damage, has the additional weapon reach. Oh, not bad. And then Shatterstar. +0.5 to crit damage multiplier, +1 to enemies engaged. Okay. Arquebus, yeah. Match-like firearms of high power and fair accuracy. Arquebus are prized for the ability to penetrate wizards' arcane veils. Yeah. Okay. So that's where you can actually get your hands on a full-blown two-handed rifle. Watching Sagati take the egg, crack the top, and gulping down the contents from the container. That would be pretty funny. She is a dwarf, though. Like, I know this setting doesn't focus as much on traditional fantasy stereotypes, but it wouldn't surprise me if anyone could eat a human torso's worth of egg protein. It would be a dwarf.
Yep, and then he's got all the regular weapons, pretty much everything. Oh, and he's got armor. I suppose I should look at that too. Pike's Pride. BR7, minus 50%, 30% recovery speed, plus Titan Will. Interesting. Regular plate armor, DR of 12. 15 against slash, 15 against pierce, but only 6 against shock. Okay. And then the regular stuff from there. Interesting that scale armor is valued the same as a robe. Not sure if this was changed, but dual wielding pistols, base level, the best DPS in the game, not including extra abilities. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Decent firing rate plus just having high armor penetration or damage resistance negation, I would imagine makes it pretty effective. Ooh, the Dundred Demon, plus 2 to intellect. Full hell. Oh, and none of these do anything. These are all just visual changes, which is stupid in my opinion, but okay. Oh, we should probably keep a pry bar on our person. We'll go ahead and buy that right away. Thank you. Go ahead. No, I just want to... Okay, we'll just drop it off in our inventory. Give me a second. There you go, because we did use the pry bar. But now we've got that. We've got a grappling hook with some rope. I guess I should have sold the lion hide at some point. And we've got our hammers and chisels and torches. Not yet. I don't think we even have enough money for it. I think the pike was like 5,000 or 6,000, and that would be either everything we have. Yeah, that we don't even have enough money for that. We're 1,000 copper short on that. All right, let's keep moving. What have we got in here? Spirits. And you? A chicken. Just a whole chicken sitting in a barrel. That's weird. This one's not marked. What have we got in here? You all are named. Who the fuck are you? Right, everybody know the plan? Up the wall and in the window. Grab the jewel from that pretty little lord. We got it. Listen, dwarf, if I have to... Langdon, we have company. Greetings. The dwarf eyes you suspiciously and hides this pistol behind his back. You looking for someone? Cause, this isn't the best. Langdon rounds on the dwarf. Idiot! They're with the Crucible Knights! You've made a grave mistake coming here. He raises his blade. Really? The door was unlocked and I'm an adventurer. Of course I'm gonna wander in. The fuck's wrong with all of you? Okay, this is bad. We need to position Adair here to try and draw both of them off.
Yeah.
I'm going to immediately try to mind control their archer. We will have the wolf head back over this way. I want all of you to focus on Dirty Rigbert. Oh yeah, that's not good. Oh god, I'm gonna get stuck in this. And now I'm stuck in the middle. Oh, he mind controlled our fox. That's not fun. Or they confused the fox, one or the other. Okay, go ahead and give me a heal. Come on, guys, focus that dude down. My health is fucking just disappearing. Holy crap. No, hold on. Puppet Master? Oh no, they're dead. They literally just died. Okay, go for him. God damn it. She's a spellcaster and an archer? Fuck you. Okay, yeah, we got our asses fucking kicked. I did at least, because for some reason he decided to focus on me. Take the coin. The Warsh is gonna eat the entire larder. A few bedrolls and spare tunics are bundled in the corner. Long, jagged tears slice across the garden seat in space. Why would you ruin a perfectly good painting? You could always just sell it. I mean, come on. Oh, our contact inside Raymalt Manor will leave a second-story window ajar. He's confirmed the location of the heart of the White March in a hidden chamber. Get your crew together and head to Brackenbury before Lord Raymalt moves the jewel. AD.
Interesting. Copper pans, silver loose, fennings, some lockpicks, potion, egg. Ramhorn helm. That's sellable. Mail coif is sellable. The hood is sellable. Same thing with the armor. Mail armor, leather armor, hide armor, battle axes, hunting bow, pistol, and a fine rapier. Tell somebody about the plot. Obviously, we could either do it ourselves, or we could let the guards know, I'm assuming.
Keeping quiet.
Oh. Hey. What are the moonstones? They're just basic, yeah, they're just basic gems. Okay.
I'll see what I can
Anything
find.
in here? Nope, nothing in here. What's back here? Hello? Anybody up there? Silver Fennings and Bloodstone. Okay.
Let's see what lies this way.
House Domino. Oh, we've been over this. Yeah, this was the family that stayed loyal to Adir and then got utterly wrecked when the revolution happened. Muddy boot prints and splotches of ale stain the bed sheets. All right, go ahead and unlock that for me. Thank you. Ooh, some more gold and bloodstones. And Dunrid Row. The origins and practices of Dunrid Row are difficult to nail down. When asked, everyone seems to know how Dunrid Row started and how long it's been in operation, yet every person asked gives a slightly different account of its creation and a different date. The only thing anyone can agree on is that it seems to have been around as long as anyone can remember. Without fail, everyone recalls hearing about the exploits of Dunrid Row when they were children. Aside from the organization having been comprised of special investigators, most of whom seem to be ciphers, and the fact they seem to have their hands in everything, yet never admit to it, anything reported about Dunrid Row walks the line between truth and outright hearsay. Information abounds, but no one can say which fragments are truth and which are fiction. I will provide what I have uncovered and leave it to the readers to decide for themselves, as all of it feels both plausible and unbelievable at turns. The group is supposedly named after the street where its headquarters was located, in a building called Hadrit's House. It is said in some circles that it's just the name they want people to think they're known by. Their real headquarters, people whisper, is elsewhere. Why would they do this? Simple. Far easier for them to infiltrate, to hide, to carry on behind the scenes if everyone is concentrated on Dunrid Row. Divert attention where you want people to look, and you can act behind their backs with impunity. I'm gonna need to take a drink. 1 sec. People who have interacted with agents from Dunrid Row invariably describe them as unmemorable. No details to their appearance, their behavior, anything beyond the fact that they were there seems to stick with anyone. Are they truly nondescript, or do their ciphers use their power to remain anonymous? As with so many questions regarding Dunrid Row, no one seems to know. While no specific details about the agents are ever reported, one fact that all people agree with is that they seem primarily to be Orlans and Glenfathan elves, although theories as to why this may be are many and conflicting. Their presumed headquarters is supposedly run by Lady Edis Webb, although no one seems able to pinpoint the time of her arrival. The author was unable to locate a single person familiar with Dunrid Row who could remember a time when she wasn't around. Many things are hinted at behind closed doors about Lady Webb, but few are willing to elaborate, for it is rumored that although she has not left Hadrit House since anyone can remember, she is a cipher of tremendous power and that she can read the thoughts of the entire city at will. Theories abound regarding her age, her reasons for what would seem to be a lifetime of seclusion, and even of her secret control over all of Defiance Bay, if not Deerwood itself. But as with all other matters regarding the organization, no one seems to be able to know anything for sure. Interesting. Strange that there's such a powerful organization that everybody seems to know about their existence. That's usually not how organizations like that work, by any stretch of the imagination. Oh god, more backer characters. Nope, there's something over here. What's that? These shields have been battered and scarred in long ago battles. Okay. Thank you. I love world building. Tell me more. Advent's Den. So this is the expedition hall from what they said earlier. Let's go ahead and crack that open.
Mercenaries. All fancy weapons and no skill.
That is usually how they go. Excerpts from A Sermon of Struggle, The Dozens. Scarcely a decade ago on Evandware Bridge, 7 men and 5 women fought valiantly to protect their homeland. They volunteered for the mission knowing it was up to them and them alone to prevent Said Weidman from crossing the bridge. They succeeded, even though they lost all but 4 of their number in the battle, and Weidman was on the bridge when the Godhammer detonated. Milk is always a good choice, Tenwin. Always a good choice. I'm still working my way through my gamer subs from earlier this morning. Good thing, too. I needed the caffeine. When the Godhammer detonated, the final 4 were lost in the blast as well, their sacrifice a testament to their dedication. The Dozens, a group essentially formed for the protection of the Deerwood, was founded in the honor of these men and women. Indeed, those 12 men and women were posthumously regarded by the Dozens as their true founders. Initially, the group dedicated itself to protecting Deerwood from external invasion, patrolling the borders tirelessly in search for its Saren forces regrouping for another attack. When that attack never materialized, many of the Dozens thought the next threat might come from the Athosian loyalists living in the Deerwood, began to turn their attention on them. Especially when you have chocolate. Oh yeah, milk and chocolate, always a good combo. All new members of the Dozens are required to swear an oath to remember the sacrifice of their founders and remain vigilant against Ridceris and any followers of Aothus. I really feel like this game has an entirely different feel if you choose to play a priest of Aothus coming into this. I feel like that has to change so many dialogue options. To this end, worshippers of Aothus are routinely harassed by the Dozens. The mindset of this group may be hard for some to understand, as any fanatical devotion to sometimes overshadow ideals, but the original Dozen knowingly sacrificed their lives for the Deerwood. From the Dozens' perspective, how can new members of the Dozens be any less committed to their country's welfare? What better way could there be to honor their founders? The Dozens are not a large group, but what they lack in size they make up for in fervent devotion to their cause and a gift for gaining the ear of the commoners. This makes them a force to be reckoned with, and there is no more influential group in shaping the discourse surrounding Weidman's legacy. A small but very vocal minority of extremists in the group are calling for a new war with Ridceris, talk of purging the Direwood of all followers of Aothus, and are also being touted. More recently, they've begun to see the practice of animacy as a possible cause to the legacy, and have taken to the streets of Defiance Bay and the dirt roads of many distant settlements to make their case to the public. Some point to this as one source of a recent surge in vigilantism and violence within the country. Okay. Excerpts from the Sermon of Struggle. Choice is a luxury we earn through peace. Struggle is a fundamental nature. Even when our war banners sit idle, mankind ferments strife. Friends argue with words and fists. Lovers kindle jealousies. Merchants compete with lies. Wherever mankind goes, struggle follows. Magrin is a goddess of fire and war, not bloodshed and conquest. Though many in Ridceris would tell it differently, how bitter they must be that Magrin's priests were able to destroy a god made manifest, bitter indeed. We who worship Magrin are not addled barbarians or cloistered mystics. We are soldiers, armorers, watchmen, and bodyguards, artisans of conflict and protectors of our families and flags. We do not salivate for battle, we view war as unwelcome, but struggle is fundamental nature. We do not pray for strife, we pray for the wisdom to resolve it quickly. We do not wish for war, but when it is inevitable, it must be fought. We find divine ecstasy in discipline, efficiency, and excellence. Magrin, guide us to the battle that is just and fair. Let us be your fire that burns away the profane, leaving only the righteous. If struggle is our fundamental nature, let victory be in our inevitable state of grace. Okay, so that explains a lot about the Magrin, about the followers of Magrin. It's not that they're necessarily a religion of violence, but they are a religion of overwhelming force. They're basically saying, we will not be the ones to throw the first punch, but we absolutely will be the ones to throw the last punch. And if we can, we will do it in a single punch. Swedish chocolate. Oh yeah, Swedish chocolate's good. Most of the foreign chocolates are pretty good. American chocolate has a bad rap. You can usually find better stuff if you have like a local confectioner shop. I used to live in a town that actually had like a local candy shop. The person there actually made their own like fudge and chocolates. Those are still good, but yeah, most of the store-bought stuff is pretty mid at best. Oh, I was unaware of that, Tenwin. I was unaware. Yeah, not foreign for you. The last time I had high quality chocolate, I was visiting. I visited Northern Europe, Northern Germany specifically, and we were on the border with the Netherlands, and we got some chocolate from a town in the Netherlands. Quite good, very good, in fact. But no, that makes a lot of sense. Magrin is not a god of war; she is a god of conflict. Yeah, of fire and war. Well, fire and war, not bloodshed and conquest. War and struggle is what they're talking about as a difference. Yeah, a goddess of overwhelming force might be a way to put it. So it's interesting that Durance is dealing with everything he is with us. One of the reasons why Magrin's followers like firearm weapons. Yeah, I could see how that works. They essentially see it because it sounds like from the Magrin's followers' perspective, they would agree with Sun Tzu.
The best battle is one in which you've won before you even draw your sword. And a gun or a rifle allows one to end a conflict in a single blow. When my students ask to be taught the ways of Galawain, I tell them they have already failed. Does one ask a deer to present itself as dinner? Of course not. One must outwit, outmaneuver, and overpower the deer if one dreams of venison. So it is with the Seeker God. To ask a question is weakness and idle indecision. To seek answers is to understand and become one with Galawain. Survival begins with strength from within. But I only strike my students when they ask the second stupid question, or all of us begin young and weak. It is a point of fact and not one of shame, and a central tenet to Galawain's teachings. Perseverance and cleverness are prized by Galawain above brute force, a fact many young pups often forget. It is right and proper that the strong lead the weak, and it is equally proper that the strong be continuously tested until balance changes. Galawain celebrates the strength of the victor and the prowess of the well-fed predator, but above all, the clever hound celebrates the transformative nature of strength. Galawain's greatest desire for us is that prey becomes predator. Mewling babes grow into strong hunters. The lost find their own enlightenment. Their philosophy is best exemplified by the rites of the Anamfath of Ir Glanfath. When one of the Glanfathan spiritual leaders is old and nearing death, it is customary to enter the woods and confront Galawain's herald. If the Seeker God finds the Amfath's life, deeds, and soul worthy, the reward is a quick death and their soul joining Galawain's pack. If deemed unworthy, then the Amfath is killed, his soul forced to find its own way to the next life, and his memory erased from the records of his tribe. Survival begins with strength from within, and weak leaders endanger the entire pack. This is his Galawain at his purest. Even at the end of life, one must struggle for worthiness, for greatness, just as one must struggle every day to feed your pack. The Seeker God is easy to understand if one actively engages in this quest for knowledge, but his secrets are self-occluding to those who merely ask, desiring knowledge without the requisite hunt. My own flesh and blood once asked me, will learning to hunt please Galawain? I told him yes, but added, Galawain would prefer that you hunt to learn. Interesting. It almost sounds like Galawain is it's a survival of the fittest god, but it's also a god that says you can be fit in any way you choose. It's actually looking at evolution and survival of the fittest the way Darwin actually intended, which is fittest does not just mean strongest. Fittest means what is most capable of living and surviving. And in this case, it's quite literally Galawain saying, no, self-improvement is the ultimate way of ensuring your survival. You should constantly be self-improving. And your self-improvement should improve the capability of your pack. Interesting. Seems a bit... I can see why his followers in Eothas probably had a bit of a tiff every now and then. Oh shit, what are these guys? A well-groomed man steps through the hall with a confident swagger, a smug grin etched upon his face. He is flanked by 5 other hard-looking individuals. One of his companions eyes you for a moment before spitting chew at your feet. Another pup come wandering in. Just know that Bain's giant slayers run things around here and you'll be fine. Never heard of him. His eyes narrow. Well, you have now. Stick around Defiance Bay and you will again. Plenty of bounties to go around, but there's a reason the giant slayers get the lion's share. You remember that. A voice bellows across the hall. Enough jabber, Bain. You got a job or you gonna talk about it? His jaw tightens. Wennan's right. That coin ain't gonna collect itself. He looks at his comrades and jerks his chin towards the door. See you around, pup. Ooh, is this our rival group? Are we gonna compete with them for jobs and then eventually have to have a big old fight with them? Where I read, I think of either swag as well as the whole Dr. Livesley walk. Yeah, the funk, whatever, the Dr. Livesley walk funk meme.
Don't stand on ceremony. State your business.
The rough-looking man glances at you briefly as he scans the mercenaries milling around the room. I'm looking for work.
Osric. He's usually got something. You do well for him, maybe I can find you more.
He looks you up and down and points you to a man leading drills. I was also told you could tell me about the dozens. Wennan's expression becomes serious, the timbre of his voice deepening. Good men and women trying to walk in the footsteps of greater men and women who came before us. We're a loose association of warriors and expeditionaries in the Dyrwood. Not as fancy as the Crucible Knights, mind you, but we remember our roots. Well, at least they remember somebody else's roots and pretend to be like them, he means. Your roots? I'm assuming you're referring to the sacrifice of the 12 during the Godhammer. The Crucible Knights take pride in having won the Dyrwood's freedom 150 years ago.
But we're the ones who are descended from those who protected it. Everyone knows that the Saints' War ended when the Godhammer blew Widewind up at the Evandware Bridge. A lot of folks don't know how Widewind wound up at that bridge. 7 men, 5 women. They carried out of Halgoth's citadel and they faced down a god and held him there until the bomb went off. That is the legacy we defend. A lot of folks call us mercenaries, but we don't need matching armor and silky cloaks to remember our roles. We're the same now as we were then. We stand up for the people. We're the first line of defense, no matter what. We've got new enemies now. If it's not Widewind, it's his damned legacy. Or the soul butchers in Brackenbury making worse things for all of us. Probably causing this whole thing one way or the other. Well, we haven't gone anywhere, and there's a lot more than 12 of us now. We defend the Dyrwood once, we'll do it again. What else do you need? Well, I guess that's all I need to talk to you about. Dagger marks the locations of various Egwithan ruins. Notes posted around the map lists bets on current expedition. Oh, hold on. So this... I'm trying to read this at least a little bit. The thing is, though, that I'm pretty sure says the Valian Republics. So that can't even be where we are. So this has to be something else. This one down here kind of looks closer to our map with that red mark where my mouse is right there being Defiance Bay, which would mean that most of the region to our north is the rest of the country, I would imagine. Interesting. But yeah, that's the only one I can really make out, because I'm pretty sure that's... You can see the V-A-I-L-I-A-N, and then that's an R, so that has to be Valian Republic right there, which is stretching across this region. So this has to be across the sea back in the old world. I can't imagine we get much else from that.
Finished.
What's in here? Some money and other shit. Arrows are for practice in the Expedition Hall only. Purchase weapons for personal use from Sonild, no exceptions. The edges of these swords have been blunted for practice. Outer bands of the target are poked with countless holes. Someone scrawled Commander Cliver across the W in chalk. Let me find their quartermaster first, because they said the person who's in charge of their equipment is also here. Sonild, there we go.
I've got it. Finished.
Yay, more experience. What's in here? Rite of the Untamed Wild. +3 survival for 120 seconds. I don't know why that would be in a massive locked chest.
Greetings.
A woman looks up from polishing a dagger. Oh, haven't seen you before. You headed out with an expedition company. She raises an eyebrow. Or you betting on one. How long have you worked here, Admets? She leans on the countertop, drums her fingers for a second. Oh, a few years. I got in the minute the last merchant cleared out. She nods towards the main area of the hall. They got new expeditions venturing out every week, so this is as good a place as any to do business. And the dozens make loyal friends and good customers, as long as you stick by them. She taps the counter. The vendor who was here before me ran him out when they sold his best helms to a pair of Crucible Knights. I've been careful not to make the same mistake. What can you tell me about the expeditions? Groups of adventurers venturing off into the wilderness. More than a few of them try their luck scouring the ruins. Most of them come back empty-handed, if they come back at all. Betting on them is almost as risky as actually going, but that's how the expeditions get funded, and every once in a while one of the adventuring companies strikes it big and makes a fortune on the backers. What do you have for sale? Oh, I'm afraid not. The dozens only do business with me so long as I only do business with them, and they're my best customers. She jerks her thumb at the door. But you get on Ostric's good side, he could make an exception. He's probably trading some of the new recruits right now. I have to wonder if it's going to be a case of us having to choose between the dozens and another faction, probably the nobles in who are helping the Animancers, I would imagine.
Finished.
Or if it's going to be a case of us joining the dozens, not having a choice in the matter because they're commoners, and us being able to hopefully push the organization in a slightly better direction. Oh, map marks areas of geological activity in the Dyrwood and Erglanfoth. Of note the description of a cavern where molten rock flows within a deep chasm. Interesting. Hold the phone. Let's pop this open too.
Finished.
So much free experience. And that is just a full-blown gun. If I go ahead and sneak, nobody is here. We're going to go ahead and grab this. Thank you. Never going to say no to something that will allow me to potentially find something on the map. You want me to answer? Do you want? I don't even remember. Oh, you mean about the faction question? I'll find out on my own, Tenwin. In this case, I just want to find out on my own. Consider that speculation. Or sick, my man.
Oh. Keep your fucking blade up. If that dummy was armed, it'd have your head off.
The man watching the training adventures with a disinterested contempt of someone whose skills are wasted in this setting, as he continues to bark at one of them. I'm looking for work.
An expedition, talk to Wenin. I just handle these mercenary shit shovelers. Adventurers, I mean.
Wenin clears his throat in the background. Although, he sizes you up, I do have something I need done. Something that requires competence. He glances sidelong at an adventurer flailing away helplessly at a dummy. Well, what do you need done?
I was formerly one of the Knights of the Crucible. When I left, they kept my arms and armor. The arms they can have, but the armor belonged to my family. I'd like it back.
Why not just go ask for it?
No. Oh, they'd like that, I'm sure. But I won't be going. Sooner be torn apart by dogs than give them the satisfaction.
Ostrich looks away from you, his jaw protruding. It doesn't sound like leaving the Crucible Knights was a choice.
You don't choose to leave knighthood. The Crucible Knights, they may not be a real knighthood, but the oaths you swear are just as true.
He stares off into the distance for a moment.
Still, turns out that even unofficial knighthoods have politics. You cross the wrong man, suddenly all kinds of accusations are thrown your way, and nobody believes you.
Nothing more destructive than a crowd with the wrong idea. What is so special about this
It's a
armor?
breastplate. Not much to look at, and it's seen far too much use, but it's been in my family since the liberation.
Let me adjust my seat real fast here. I'll see what I can do.
And it's Penhelm you're looking for. A low snake of a man. If he was to die choking on his own black tongue, it'd be too kind of fate. He kept it when he had me kicked out.
He nods with a trace of gratitude at your words. He leans in closer. I got word from a reliable source that Penhelm visited a forger in Andra's Gift right after having his soul lineage read by a cipher in Dunwood Row. Should you have it in your heart to find out a way to ruin his life while you're there, the drinks will be on me. His soul lineage?
It's a requirement to join the Knights. They have to ensure a novitiate doesn't have a subversive lineage. If Penhelm's superiors found out his affidavit was a fake, his career would be over. Every novitiate gets an affidavit from Dunreed Row, and those are stored at Crucible Keep. If you find Penhelm's, one of those ciphers could tell you if it's real.
Interesting. Subversive lineage. What would they imply by a subversive lineage? People maybe whose souls reincarnated from among Adir's nobility or something like that, I would imagine. Sagani scratches the back of her neck. If generations of Masuk's traditions are any indication, this Penhelm probably doesn't even remember it. Still, a past like that has to count for something around here. What can you tell me about the expedition hall? It's treasure hunting, plain and simple. Sponsors put up the money, they hire adventurers to explore the wilds, looking for ruins. If they come back alive, they split the spoils. If not, it's because they handle their weapons like this lot in front of me, who might as well be digging their own graves right now. Okay. Find the heirloom breastplate. Alright, alright. Yeah, no, there's people watching. We don't want to risk any of that. Does he have anything else to say? Nope. And we obviously have not gotten any reputation yet, so can't talk to the merchant. Anything over here? Shield, yep, same description as the other one. I'm assuming the merchants disappear at night? Yeah, the merchants. Oh, no. No, they're still here. Never mind. Okay. So there doesn't appear to be any difference between day and night cycle here. Eodhan the Ingenious. Okay, I'll give props to that guy for actually coming up with a cool name for his character. Oh, meat. Max endurance and 1 might for 150 seconds. Was there anything else over here? Nope. Pernisk's home. We can go ahead and deal with that. There's a barrel. What's in the barrel? Oh, another grappling hook. I'll take that. Alright, quick save. Into the building we go. Mercenaries. Interesting. Hello, everybody. What's going on here? Feel free to make yourself comfortable down here. Top floor is off limits. Addict. Svef. Yeah, attack speed, movement speed. Commonly treated and hailed, is famous for its near catatonic state in which it places its adherents. So yeah, it's weird. If her husband is doing Svef, her complaining should not have led to him attacking. If anything, it would have led to him probably passing out. A couple of crude beds have been improvised from an assortment of tattered blankets and pillows. Dribbles of some dark liquid stain the fabric. Why are there mercenary? Holy shit, there's an entire crew here.
I've got it. Finished.
Let me take a look at that. Okay, that's just money. Someone has peeled the labels from these bottles. They're stuffed with a dark, gunky pulp that gives off a pungent odor. Oh, guards told you can turn right back around. The lower floor's all yours, but nobody goes upstairs. Why not? He scowls. Because you'll be breathing through new holes in your neck if you head up there. That's why. Mind your own damn business. Once you're on the Svef, you're not going to be carrying much where you are anyway. Fine. I'll be going. We need to figure out what's going on here. Also, I love how you can tell that these mercenaries are better than these ones just by their equipment. These guys all have padded armor, small arms. Then you got these guys who've got full-blown breastplates, mail coifs, and from the looks of it, fancier equipment. Doesn't look like there's anything. The Book of Vailian Love Sonnets has a dedication to the first page to my beloved Kainra. See, this is... something is strange. Is he being blackmailed and forced to do this stuff so he hit her in order to get her out of there? That's one possibility if I want to be, you know, optimistic about all of this.
All right, then.
Something seems up.
Greetings.
The man before you flashes a toothy and rather unpleasant grin. Well now, a new face. Welcome, friend, welcome. Name's Persnick, and this, he gestures to the room around you, is my humble abode and place of business. I do hope you're in here to do some business. He glances at the nearby guard. What is your business exactly? Well, if you have to ask, Persnick smirks. Let's be clear. You go running to the guards, you're gonna regret stepping foot in this place. In fact, I'd put even odds on you regretting every decision you made in life to you leaving you standing in front of me right now. His face shivers with a quick and unreadable emotion. But you stay smart, and I figure that we can end up as very good friends. You can ask my previous customers. They'll vouch for my supply. He grins. I'll keep it simple. If you have the coin, I have the Svef. You're free to make use of the premises. Just don't do anything stupid. You don't get tangling with the other customers. Now, Persnick claps his hands together. What can I get you? You'll have to forgive me. What is Svef? Are you serious? Persnick eyes you with suspicion and the disbelief. Svef's worth every pound, my friend. It's incredible. Let you see your own soul, and you're looking at Defiaspace first and foremost Svef merchant. Oh, let me take a look at your stock. Yeah, it's just regular Svef. What do I know? Interesting, though. Again, it doesn't... Yeah, uncover what happened in Persnick's house. Something is up here. Something is up here. It occurs to me I really should probably rest before we do anything stupid. If we have to fight all these guys, I'd really rather not die. We're gonna go outside real fast. We're gonna make a quick run over to the inn, rest, and then we're gonna come back. Something is definitely up in that place. Could it be a... Could Persnick also be under the effects of some kind of drug that's keeping him under control or something? Resolve, perception, intellect, lore. We'll go with resolve and perception. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, shit. What are we seeing? Alright, everybody's up and rail. Let's keep moving.
Adair, you have said you fought in the Saints' War, but for which side?
Oh,
The
dear.
one that blew up my god.
I didn't mean anything by it. I imagine a man with a head made of fire and light could be very convincing.
Funny thing about Dear Woodens. With all that fire and light, they just treated him like another authority figure.
All right, some of the American comparisons are starting to become very, very clear with the way that they're portraying that. That was a very American line. Oh, what's that? It's an authority figure? Oh god, what does that mean? Is that a fully automatic assault weapon? I don't know. Are those level 4 anti-bullet plates? Is the ATF gonna shoot my dog? Yeah, that sounds like a very American response to shit. Not even gonna lie. Okay, we need to... I hope it'll let me talk to this guard again. It's not just gonna initiate combat. Okay. What's up there? What do you think? The bedroom and all that private thing I'm saying. Don't go creeping into... I highly doubt, given that he has 1, 2, 3, there's the patrolling guy 4, 5, 6, and at least, I think, 1 more, that a threat like this is not going to help, but maybe a bribe? Head of light and fire, my friend over there got 1-foot-tall horns and a hair made of fire. What's your point? Yeah, I suppose when you're walking around with the occasional godlike, ain't nobody going to be paying attention. It also just sounds like the Dear Woodin's general response was, I'm sorry, we already fought for our independence once, and now you're making us fight for it again? We're just going to drop a bomb on you, thank you very much. I don't suppose you'd be willing to look the other way. The guard narrows his eyes, then takes the money. You know, I do like the view over this way, and he turns around. Don't mind me, let's just keep moving. What's on the table? Mead? Alright. Gonna quick save again. Let's walk up the stairs. What have we got? What's going on here? Let me...
Ready, Watcher.
Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. We got a mercenary there. Another one there. Nothing over here. Ooh. That's some good money. Annie Iroki. And Irokio, the new year. While only 150 years old and of Valian origin as well, the Irokian calendar is currently used throughout most of the Deerwood and the surrounding areas. While the Deerwood was using the Adiran calendar until recently, they gave it up in favor of the Irokian calendar. The transition was easy to get people to make because the Adiran calendar was hopelessly inaccurate. Okay, so this explains the AI wording that's used for the dating system. Irokio calculated that it takes the planet approximately 334 days to orbit the sun, so he took the 9 months from the Adiran calendar and broke them into 16 months of 20 days each, with each season consisting of 4 months. The length of each month corresponds to how long it takes Belafa, one of our moons, to circle the planet. At the end of each season, 3 days, not part of either season, are set aside for people to celebrate the transitions. Lastly, the final 2 days of the year, New Year and Mid-Year... Wait, what? Final 2 days of the year, New Year and Mid-Year, are used to observe the beginning and midpoint of the year. Okay. To prevent any confusion for the transition from the old calendar to the new, Irokio kept this year the same, so although the calendar has only been in existence for 150 years, it is currently 2823 AI, Ani Irokio. If you were using the Latin pronunciation, I think I've got that right. Irokio gave the months Valian names, but in the Deerwood and surrounding areas, they called them by their translated names. The year is broken down the following way. New Year, day to celebrate the arrival of the new year. Of all the holidays, this one is celebrated the most by people around the Deerwood and the Valian republics. Each new year is greeted with the fervent zeal to begin things anew and start with a fresh slate. I suppose since it does mention that the Valian republics also broke off from old Valia and Adir, that they would also have good ties with the people of Deerwood since they're a fellow revolutionary state. Though I imagine that the Valian Republic's embracement of animancy has probably soured that relationship over the years. Winter months, 2 at the beginning of the year and 2 at the end. Deep winter, Foniverno. Late winter, Tariverno. Yeah, but it is Valian, so it probably... Irokio? Not that it matters. Yeah, Irokio. Yeah, that would make sense. Spring Dawn, 3 days. The Imprima, used to celebrate the transition of the world rebirth in spring. Aothasian festivals are especially prevalent at this time, or were prior to the Saints' War. The spring months, Pre Prima, Maj Prima, Fon Prima, and Tar Prima, early, middle, deep, and late spring. The summer rising, 3 days, in Estu, period of transition from birth to growth. Many ceremonies designed to usher childrenhood into adulthood take place during the summer rising. Then comes early and midsummer, Preestu and Majestu. Then mid-year, day of reflection and introspection. The year is half over. People who made promises in the new year use mid-year to assess their progress and renew their oaths. Fonestu and Tarestu, deep summer and late summer. Then the autumn falling of Inauten. Harvest celebrations happen during the autumn falling, as if the crops are especially bountiful. If the harvest was small, supplication is given to the gods asking for a better harvest the following year. Then comes the autumn months, Praotan, Mahotan, Faunotan, and Tarotan, which is early, mid, deep, and late autumn. Then winter dusk, 3 days. In Inverno. So now you provide a pronunciation guide, game. Now you provide a pronunciation guide for the first time in the entire flippin' story. So far, hundreds of words that I've had problems pronouncing. Now you give me a pronunciation guide. In Inverno. The winter dusk is filled with celebrations of life and vigils for the dead. The world is returning to sleep, plants die, and those still alive raise a toast to another year. Yeah, but only to this one. He's already introduced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And I'm going to count that guy's name as well. So 18. 18 different words that would require a pronunciation guide because they're not standard English. And he decides to do it for the last 3. Someone find me this author. I want to slap him. In Inverno, winter dusk is filled with celebrations of life and vigils for the dead. The world is returning to sleep, plants die, and those still alive raise a toast to another year. And then the winter months, Pre-Inverno and Mas-Inverno. Ugh, early and midwinter. There, fine. I'm actually kind of annoyed. I'm kind of annoyed that is the time they decide to give me a pronunciation guide. Didn't they actually do that in a book of Skyrim with intentional spelling errors because correcting ink on paper is a pain to do, so they didn't correct it? I don't know if it was spelling errors. I know there's a few books in Skyrim that are written from like the vernacular of the common man, so they read really weird. Oh, we already did the dozens. They like the person writing it is meant to be someone from like a low class, so that it like reflects their usage of words. All right, so we've got a mercenary there and a mercenary there. If I take the fox, let me see. Can I sneak Durance around? There we can get everybody set up in the room and then send Edir in to draw people in.
Following your lead.
Please do, Kana. If you would just sneak around the corner here. I want you set up on this side.
Aye?
Aloth, this way.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Set you two up here.
What?
Send the fox this way. There we go.
All right, then.
How close can I get? Oh, there we go. All right, so we can see 1, 2, 3.
Aye.
Aloth, bring your butt back over here. I want you to... Okay, how do we want to do this?
As you
Kana,
say.
here. Okay, I think I know what we're doing.
Aye?
Aloth, give me that right there. Edir, I want you to hold a second. Turn off the AI on both of them because I don't want them rushing in. Wait for it. There we go. Okay, they're all coming in. Edir, stand there. Have the fox stand there. They're rushing in. I want a control spell on the big dude. And he teleported. Okay, Durance, you guys run in there. Aloth, attack him. Kana, attack him.
Ready, Watcher.
There we go. Oh, it looks like our control spell failed. That's fine. Go ahead and attack him. Oh no, it worked. Sweet. Durance, go ahead and give us a heal real fast. Turn the fox's AI back on. Turn his AI back on. Durance, fall back. Wait for it. There we go. Everybody target him. Perfect. Sure. That worked perfectly. Oh, look at all that. Oh, so much glorious equipment. Yeah, their armor's pretty light, but they've got access to some decent equipment. Give me all the money. Rusty bronze key that was found in Persnick's house. Interesting. Small shield, 8 deflection, fine with +4. No accuracy penalty on that. That's nice. And we've got spears, flails, stilettos, great swords. Very nice, very nice. Tenwin. Okay, no. Does it actually keep track of the duration? So, like, if I keep boosting duration on some of these guys, am I just gonna have to get used to waiting for some of these attacks to just the AoEs to just dissipate before I can start moving through them? Golden ovals, padded armor. Appears as though someone rummaged through these uneven rows of books in a hurry. The jars are chipped and cracked as if knocked to the ground and set back in place. Yeah, I just remember because I think in Owlcat's Wrath of the Righteous game, they eventually added a feature to turn off. Like, if you cast a spell that fills an area with an AoE effect and then you finish combat, they actually included a way to turn it off so that you didn't have to sit there waiting for it to dissipate. I just wanted to know if there was a case. Ooh, Adiran dialects. The sun does not set on the Adiran language. Okay. As if we needed more comparisons that Adir is basically an unholy amalgamation of the British and Roman empires. Those of us who commune with this proud language, or some derivation of it, populate every corner of Eora. Most of us who speak this wonderful tongue known as Adiran, but scholars and those obsessed with the correctness often qualify it as modern or contemporary Adiran, there is to contrast the language you and I speak with Eld Adiran, the old elven language that was spoken in the Adiran Empire back before the pioneer settlers of the Dyrwood built their longships. If Eld Adiran could be considered the mother of the living Adiran tongue, the language of Hillspeak could be seen as Adiran's cousin. Hillspeak is fading from the common use, but many of the elves, especially the older one? I'm assuming it means older ones in the Adiran heartland still use this dialect. Therefore, you know it. Whether you know it or not, you can read these words and you can understand Hillspeak. It is almost identical to Adiran, but includes a large vocabulary of archaic words that have fallen out of use in today's Adiran. When you hear bards sing old Adiran poems, they are often lines of chorus that sound like melodic nonsense inserted to complete rhymes. These are usually instances of words that were lost from our common language but still used in Hillspeak. While Hillspeak is familiar to speakers of modern Adiran, the same cannot be said of the language's predecessor. Eld Adiran is a dead language spoken by academics but not used in any major community. Eld Adiran words are often familiar to Adiran readers, but the words use orthography that has since been abandoned. Unfamiliar accent marks abound. For example, Eld Adiran contains some diphthongs that have no place in the modern Adiran, as well as a few tricky consonant clusters. Ia creates an ea sound that sounds like the colloquial salutation heya. Yo, like heyo or ao, sounds a little like the modern word eora. A is pronounced ae, such as in wraith. Ray-aith? So ae? Okay. We and oo create long oo sounds as in loop. Y sounds like an e as in bee. Gish sounds like y as in you. So you. Okay. Sounds like sh, so you pronounce like shop. And dig sounds like the word hedge. So dej. It's not uncommon for names of Adirans, Dyrwoods, and Ritserans to come from Eld Adiran. Some examples. Aldwin, because of the long vowel sound on the Y. Durnish. Oh, nish. Okay, I'm gonna, thank God for this. I was just complaining about pronunciation guides. This will be on the test. God, I hope not. The final clownster sounds like a sh sound. Yester. Oh, so that is a play on jester, but it's yester. Yester. Sledge. Okay. Thursh is pronounced thursh. Ushgrim, not uskgrim. Okay, ushgrim. So that CG sound is a sh. Wait, but I thought the CG is supposed to be a d sound. So wouldn't it be dij? So it'd be. Wait, how does that become ush then? You're breaking your own rules, gay. You're breaking your own rules. Right? Oh God. There's a reason that I stopped trying to learn foreign languages in school because I don't have an ear for it. I just don't. I've never been able to do well with trying to learn foreign languages of any kind. This is not helpful to me. Ingmar leading with the vowel sound. Okay, we might have to keep this book on our person because I'm not going to remember how this shit is supposed to go. Was there anything else in the room? Does not appear to be. Okay. Go ahead and pop that open. Whoa. Oh. A man lies bound and bloodied on the floor before you. His face is a tapestry of bruises. Blood is splattered across several corners of the room. The man cringes and sobs as you approach. Please. God, please, no. No more. I can't take any more. I'm not here to hurt you. The man pauses and finally gazes up at you. You're not. Praise Bareth, you're not one of his men, are you? Glances nervously behind you. Please, I don't know who you are. My name is Pernisk. This is my home. Please, you have to help me. If you're Pernisk, then who the hell is downstairs? An imposter. He's a wizard by the name of Nyrid. He came into my house, tied me up in here, he tortured me, and now he and his men are eating my food, breaking my things, and selling Svef inside my own home. He blinks. Huh. You're really expecting me to believe that a wizard just came out of nowhere and did this to you? Pernisk, I understand you're in pain, but it would be a lot easier if you weren't trying to hide something from me. Pernisk looks away, unable to meet your gaze. I may have hung onto a tiny portion of my supplier's share, but I needed that money. What happened? Give me the truth. He sent over a wizard, Nyrid, the man downstairs, Pernisk shudders, to make up the lost copper, I guess, and to hurt me while he was at it. Gods, it feels like I've been up here for days. What do you need me to do? I can't go out there. Not while he's downstairs. I've been tied up for God knows how long. Please, you have to kill him. Perhaps I can convince him to leave. Pernisk shakes his head. I don't doubt your skills of persuasion, but you don't know him. What he's capable of. You'll see. Can we get more information? Okay, no, we can't. Someone has gathered sheets and towels into a makeshift bed. The rumpled fabric is stiff with blood and unwashed sweat. One side of the overturned vase is splotched with crimson. Okay, so they beat the shit out of him. And then kept him under lock and key. I'm honestly surprised they kept him alive then. Would have made sense to have just killed him. Like, seriously, I'm honestly surprised. Okay, so we've got the guard in here. Who does have slightly better equipment. He's got a shield, he's got a sword, he's actually got a breastplate. We've got the 3 dudes out here in padded armor. We've got the lady, I think, up here in padded armor as well. Then a bunch of addicts. I don't know if we can talk to them. Persnick, best supply. Can't believe Persnick let us use his place. He's never let us do that before. See it again. Okay, so nothing from them. Yep, nothing from them. Wizard maybe require person around to keep the guys up. That would kind of make sense. They might have to keep maybe hair samples or something, or maybe a blood sample from him. And if he dies because of the nature of magic in this world being tied to the soul, it might make it so that you can't impersonate him. Although from the looks of it, he's not doing a very good impersonation now that I'm back down here looking at the guy. Hell, the wizard looks more fit than the frickin' dude that's up there. Alright. Another quick save. Let's see what we can do here. You're back. Anything I can do for you? So, funny story. I found a man that you tied upstairs, also claiming to be Persnick. The toothy smile falters for a moment. Was that so? He shakes his head. Shame you had to go taking a round, friend. I can't let you leave now, can I? Ah, okay, so full-blown illusion. I was really getting tired of pretending to be that sad sack anyhow. His mouth curves into a snarl. Guards! Hold on. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement. He grins. However, the negotiator. What do you propose? Oh, so we don't have a choice. Okay. Okay, game. Whatever. I'm really regretting not having another frontliner right now, though. Shit. Okay, well, she's gonna need to switch to melee real fast, because she's probably gonna have to hold these guys off for a moment. Aloth, if you would be so kind as to actually cast a chill fog behind us, because that's where the majority of the targets are. Adir, run in there and deal with and draw his attention, please.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and mind control. Actually, mind controlling the wizard doesn't seem like a bad idea. Don't forget Fireball. I do keep forgetting that that exists, but we're also in a very small room, and as much as I do love the meme of I didn't ask how big the room is, I cast Fireball, we are quite literally in the room, and I would really rather not have Aloth blow all of us up at the same time. True, not the guards outside. Maybe try that then. Let's go ahead and try to grab them. Durance, I want you to cast Inflicting crush damage and knockdown on enemies in the area of effect. Is that a foe-only AoE? It is. Okay, so yes, cast that directly on him and try to knock him down. Kana, go ahead with your... Actually, go with Champ B. Go with Champ B this time. Or why is it not letting me? Why is it not letting... Okay, whatever. You haven't used Durance for buffs once so far?
What?
I mean, to be fair, most of his buffs... I don't know. Commands a symbol enemy to halt, causing them to temporary cease all movement. Concentration of will bonus. I mean, most of his stuff is okay. But I'd also rather... Like, knockdown is good. It's going to keep him from casting spells, and he's already trying to do a spell on me right now. So... Okay, what was I doing? Adair, go after him.
What?
Durance is casting the spell. Aloth is casting a spell. I'm casting a
Following
spell.
your lead.
He's starting his chant. And I'm really sorry, Sagani. I'm just going to need you to hold out for a moment. The fox also is not really able to do much. I'm going to see if I can zip him around to the side and go for that. Oh, there we go. Thank you. See, we cast the spell on him, and it immediately knocked him out. Thank you, Durance. Just drop the fucking hammer on this guy's head. Smite. Stop! Stop! Nyrid staggers back, holding a bloody hand in front. I mean, I'd imagine he's holding a bloody head right now, considering Durance just dropped a holy pillar of light on his ass. I give up. Just leave. I'll go peacefully, alright? Far too late. Oh god, Sagani is not doing okay. Did you even get the spell off, Aloth? No, you did not. That's not good. Okay, fuck it. Can he even angle? No, he can't even angle to get there. That's the problem. Fuck. Yeah, Sagani's already down. God damn it. Okay, well, we caught them slightly. Is that AI still on? Yes, it is. Okay. Adair, turn around and help us out here. Oh my god, why are we having so many issues? I can't... No, because him trying to... Okay, switch to the melee weapon and engage. Where am I? I am over here. Engage him.
What?
Durance, go ahead and give me a heal. Have the wolf attack here.
Yes?
Aloth, go ahead and give me magic missiles on that guy and try to kill him. Thank you. Then go ahead and give me an AoE on them.
Yeah.
We'll also do mental binding on that mercenary to hit all of them. There we go. Speaking of the restless, speaks directly to the soul of the enemy, filling with dread. That doesn't really help me. Can't do anything else there. Alright, there we go. I'm really sorry, Sagani. I really am. You did your best. There really wasn't much she could do there. Someone exploded. Yeah, somebody exploded. I'm not sure who. Dagger, dagger, mace, some other things. This is all standard equipment. This is all shit we can sell. Thanks for the money, guys. Holy shit. Yeah. Also some fine robes, which is the same as what I have. Oh, why is it in my... What the... Why is it putting that in my inventory? There we go. Drop that off, and we'll give the Grimoire to Aloth, so we got that covered. What does he got? He's got Eldritch Aim. Gives accuracy for 14 seconds. I mean, we may as well. Spells are spells, after all. And Crackling Bolt. Is that a chain lightning spell kind of thing? For a powerful bolt of electricity that streaks out in a straight line and bounces off walls. Ah, okay. Personal inventory is full? It shouldn't? What? I thought the whole point was that the stash didn't have a limit. Yeah, why is it trying to put all this shit in? I kept telling it to put it in the stash. I don't know why it kept putting it in here. Yeah, the stash doesn't have a limit. And I kept telling it to put it in the stash. I don't know. Was there anything else in the Grimoire? No, there was nothing else in the Grimoire. Okay, we'll sell the Grimoire at the next opportunity then. Guess we'll just drop that stuff off. Go ahead and give that to him. Keep my pets here. Wait, where's my dog? Where's my dog? Where's my black dog? Where is it? There we go. I was about to say, game, don't you dare pull that shit on me. Okay, let's go see if we can talk to... I guess there's no reason not to take that. Question, should I kill the addicts? Because they are just gonna keep coming back for more, aren't they? Well, let's go talk to Pernisk first, see what he has to say. Oh, Pernisk, we've solved your issue. Well, I mean, we haven't solved your issue. We still got the problem. Thought you were a good boy. I'm getting sick and... I will be diplomatic as I can. I'm also getting sick and tired of people taking advantage of that. I will be a nice dude. Mostly. He's taken care of. Pernisk stares at you for a moment. I can't believe this nightmare's finally over. He grins weakly, then seems to remember something. You've no idea what you've done for me, but... He looks up at you and away again. I need to find her. My love, Kenra. Only after whatever Nyrad put her through, I'm afraid she won't even give me a chance to explain. But she might listen to you, please. She must be somewhere in the Copper Lane. It's the only home she's known. And please, please don't tell her about the Svef. About what I do. I could make it worth your while. A discount, maybe. Perhaps you should trust her, your wife, to make her own decisions rather than lie to her. I know I can't force you to keep this a secret. I just don't want to lose her. After what happened here, I'm not sure that she'll want anything. I'm sure she won't want to have anything to do with Svef or me if she finds out. You do realize that your wife was the one who sent me here in the first place. She did? Pernisk smiles brightly. The woman helped save my life without even realizing it. Please, please just bring her home and tell her that everything is back to normal. I'll go talk to her. Can't thank you enough, truly. I've missed her dearly. Plus, if we get rid of the addicts, then it's less likely that he'll have to be selling Svef anyways. In the end, I'm still helping him. Oh, they're already gone. Well, that decision's been made. Never mind.
How's the hand?
Turning purple. I'd have to cut it off.
I warned you not to pet him.
If I'm not supposed to pet him, why is he so soft?
I'm liking the banter so far. Honestly, the banter so far, even what little we've gotten, has been better than the stuff we got from the Rogue Trader companions most of the time. Some of their stuff was just kind of stiff and awkward, but I mean, that's kind of to be expected with the people we were operating with sometimes. But so far already, Adir has already gone up in my estimation. Dude sees a fox traveling with one of his companions just like, I want to pet it. Kenra looks up as you approach. What happened with Persnick? Did you give him the ring? Nah, we're gonna go for the reputation, and we'll tell her the truth. Your husband Persnick was being impersonated by a powerful wizard. However, the real Persnick, your husband, does deal in Svef. The fox looks like a white Shiba Inu. A little bit. It's got a bit of a shaggier kind of look to it, and the ears are a bit wider than on a Shiba Inu, but otherwise, yeah. She covers her mouth with her hand, shocked. Persnick, he actually is a Svef dealer. I didn't know you for an honest man. She brings her fist down on the table, sloshing her drink. Damn it! How could I trust him after something like this? He's lied to me for years and... She runs her hands through her hair, takes a deep breath. I should just be glad I found out about this before the wedding. Oh, you're only engaged. I thought you were already married. Right now, he's on the second floor of your home, bleeding, nearly dead, because he was beaten to a pulp before the wizard decided to take his identity. Frankly, I think he needs help and a bit of forgiveness. You think I could help him turn around? I'll be honest, I hadn't even thought of it that way. She sighs. You really do see the best in everyone. Yay. I appreciate what you've done for us, and I'm certain Persnick feels the same way. You're always welcome to see us if you need anything. Yay! Party quest gained. Ooh, item, unwavering resolve. Oh, and take this. She unclasped something from her neck. I picked it up from one of the merchants to help me stand firm in my decision. I think I'll be okay without it now. Sweet. That is a... Ooh. Intellect +2, resolve +1. Not bad. Yeah, that's the... Yeah. But that is better than what I have right now. 5 reflex and 25% healing is not nearly as good as +2 intellect +1 resolve. Young Talino Keel and her father were ambushed by Vithrak whilst on their way to the Twin Elms. Before the child even registered the strange arachnids, his father thrust something into his hand and told him to run. As he turned to flee, the creatures blasted him with psionic energy. Talino's mind reeled, nearly overcome by the insidious power. Suddenly he was pulled back to his immediate surroundings, half sprinting, half stumbling away from the Vithrak and his stricken father. Talino made it to the edge of town before he collapsed. The town guard were baffled at how a child had withstood the attack. The item his father had given him was an old silver medallion, badly worn and missing its chain, and the words "Do not yield to fear" barely visible upon its surface. As soon as he came of age, Talino joined the professional guard of a local thane. When he did, he strung it on a silver chain and commissioned a priest to enchant the medallion with additional protective wards. Talino went missing years later whilst on an expedition in the White Marsh. Okay, so then how the hell did someone get their hands on this thing? Drop the meat off. What is that? Reflex +5, healing bonus. Durance doesn't have anything on, which I suppose isn't the worst for him. Reflex is also, yeah, his worst save, so we can at least increase that somewhat. Wait, what? Huh, that's weird. That flickers for some reason. Yeah, it is kind of annoying that we have so many equipment slots still empty, and yet it just keeps giving us more and more of these neck slot items. So many cloaks, so many amulets, or so many rings of overseeing, just over and over again. Like, I get it, game. You want to give us some basic equipment. Could you change it up a little? Just a little? Oh, while we're here, we're going to do the same thing we did in Gilded Vale. We will sell all of our stuff to the barkeep, so that way it doesn't clog up all the other merchants' inventories. Don't have anything in their inventory. Good. Sort by item type. We'll drop off a bunch of these. Drop off some breastplates. Medium armor. Breath, and keep one of those. No, why does it do that? Thank you. That's good for now. Wraithrak are essentially the closest setting has to mind flayers. Oh, they are arachnid men instead of squid men. They are generally isolationists, but they are in no way evil inherently. Oh, okay. They aren't inherently necessarily interested in eating your brain. Yes, but they have psionic abilities, so that probably throws a lot of people off, I would imagine, even in setting. We'll find out more when we encounter them. But yes, that's an interesting way of doing that character concept. Though I suppose making them not inherently evil probably frees up a lot of room for doing more interesting things with them. Drop off all that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need the medium shield. We don't need the hunting bow. Don't need any of these. Go ahead and sell all of that. Go ahead and sell the books. Yep, go ahead and sell that. Go ahead and sell the lion's hide. And keep the rest. Yep. At general best, people find them freaky and kind of scary, but you can freely negotiate with. Yep. So basically, because they're intelligent, that means it wasn't a case of monsters attacking them. It was probably basically the Wraithrak equivalent of bandits. Like, they were just up on the surface, saw some surface dwellers, and were like, well, we're assholes because we're bandits, not because we're Wraithrak. Anything else we want to... Oh, the trap. We don't need that. We'll keep the rest of the consumables for now. Keep a couple of pieces of armor. Oh, I guess we don't need 2 pistols because they're two-handed. Like, seriously, if the pistols themselves are two-handed, what's even the point? They have, like, the same attack speed as the arquebuses. You can have one as a crew member. Ooh, cool. Can't wait to see that. There we go. Trade that in for 1,000 copper pieces. You know what? We're gonna do a quick inventory check on everybody. I want to see if there's any reason to keep this. So we've got Justice as that. We've got a pike here. We don't have a better pike anywhere. We've just got the one-handed weapons. 19 to 27 versus 17 to 24. Higher accuracy too. I really should be using this more. Okay. Next we have Aloth, who just has... I think we can give him the fine rapier instead. Hold on, let me switch him over here. 10 to 14 with 52. We swap that in. Yeah, higher accuracy and higher damage, so we can sell that off. Don't really have a replacement for his wand just yet. Okay, next is going to be Adir, who has exactly what we want. He's got the sword with the large shield, and he's also got the Gown's Share for his healing ability. Nothing else we need to do there. Durance has his staff, which I think is still his best choice, and then he has the rod. Nothing else there. Kana has his fine Estoc, giving him the pierce damage plus the arquebus. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, hold on. They are both two-handed. The pistol is very slow as opposed to extremely slow and has a shorter range and deals slightly lower damage. But given the fact that Kana's already built for heavy armor, so he has fairly low agility in the first place, or dexterity, there's really no point in trying to make a pistol build for him, because the pistol still requires two hands. Honestly, I can see why pistols don't really have a purpose in this game, because you get pretty much the same result but with better damage by just giving them a rifle. Who even thought that making pistols a two-handed weapon would make any goddamn sense? Problematic concept of Wilder. In the world of Eora, there are the Kith races, generally seen as civilized. Some people are doubtful about the Orlans, but you get the idea. And then there are Wilders, races of people that in general seen as unfitting. Yeah, it's the Beastman stereotype that you get in a lot of fantasy settings. Final Fantasy XIV, I think, does a great job of it, where the Beastmen are those who worship different gods and keep to the wilds and basically are not seen as civilized, which seems to be a similar concept for this one. Yeah, primitive or disproportionately or just not fitting in. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, so nothing we can do with Kana there. She's got her dual wields here. Do we want to give her a... She seems to work best with small weapons. I guess we could give her the unique hatchet we found. That's actually lower damage. Really? Yeah, it is. 10 to 15 versus 12 to 17. Bithrak are classified as wilders. Zareps, imps, and ogres are also classified as such. It's a bit racist since they're clearly sapient, but handles... Yeah, I mean, it's given the time period that this game seems to be referencing, which is the age of exploration and colonization, it's not really that surprising, especially in a fantasy setting where they are indeed different species. It's not like Earth where, you know, people are people and we took a bit too long to figure that out. This is a legitimate fantasy universe where it can be hard to tell if, like, the Zarep in particular, would you really be able to tell if they didn't have, like, tools and things around them that this was an intelligent creature versus something that's just trying to shank you and kill you to eat you? At least for first explorers. I mean, it's kind of harder to excuse now because these people have been on this continent for over 150 years, but I could imagine the first people arriving and seeing them would have probably been very fucking confused. Doesn't really do anybody any good, though. Alright, we'll keep the unique, then. Spears, average speed. I don't think we want... Oh, right. Why am I doing this? Sort by item type so I can actually see this. Fine dagger. I think that's the best as far as... That's weird. Why does the unique one do even less damage? It does have 3 DR bypass, so it's essentially got higher damage anyways because it's going to bypass the damage. So yeah, I think we'll do that. We'll do the stiletto and the hatchet for her. She doesn't need the shield. She doesn't need the Morning Star. Ogres are fully capable of hold societies, and like the issue is mostly their giant size and potential lower intelligence. That's usually the thing with ogres as well. They also... It's also a matter of logistics when it comes to ogres. I think a few fantasy settings have shown that pretty well, where it's one thing when you have a bunch of different races, but they all kind of have the same dietary needs. The second you have a race that either requires massive amounts of food, like something that's giant like an ogre's, or is very specific dietary needs, it becomes a lot harder to integrate them into the larger society. That's something I think more fantasy worlds could use as a basis for why different groups can't integrate as well. It would also explain why ogres can't keep smaller people around, because again, it doesn't fit into their sort of logistical structure that they build for themselves. Okay, so I think that's everybody. She's got her good hunting bow, which is fine. Okay, I think we're safe with...
Good day to you.
Let's make some serious money here and sell off a bunch of these. We'll keep the armor for right now, but we don't need the... Well, we'll keep one of the crossbows, because Durance might use that later, but we'll sell off those. We don't need the extra S-stock. We don't need the flail. We don't need the rapier. We don't need the shield. We don't need the Morning Star. Well, 26 crush. We'll keep the Morning Star because having a backup crush weapon might be useful. Right now, a lot of our two-handed wielders are using pierce weapons, so having something that can switch over to crush weapon or crush damage is probably a good idea. Don't need the fine greatsword. We don't need the fine... Well, actually, 1628 flexion, fine. Interrupt 0.71. Well, yeah, we'll keep those two. Saber, sell off the spears, stilettos, sword, and the warbow. There we go. That's some nice money. There we go. That's some nice money.
Mm-hmm.
Did we need to go over and talk to Persnick again? Travel to the cliffs. Talk to somebody about the plot. Find the ambush. No, it doesn't look like it. I could buy that unique pike, yes. Oh, right. I should probably... Sagani draws up beside you, her fox following at her heels, and takes a seat next to you.
Even if you are putting one over on me, it's nice to have a hunting party again.
The second you begin to regularly loot and sell fine weapons and armor, money stops being a problem completely. It gets more absurd when you get to excellent and superb. I also imagine if you're not going for unique items, the grabbing a hold of an excellent or superb as early as you can also alleviates a lot of your like accuracy problems early on in the game. And later on in the game is just going to make it very easy to build your own customized weapon off of it pretty easily. So, you've really been searching for this person for 5 years.
5 years for me. Must be 30-something for Ichimak.
Wow. Hearing its name, the fox looks up. Wait, is she just talking about how it feels longer because the fox has a shorter lifespan, or is she being serious that the fox has been looking for this guy for 30 years? Because if so, no, there's no way it could be that. I don't think that makes any sense. And how do you think the search is going?
It's been a long hunt. A long time away from my family. Before, I'd crossed the tundra of Nasitok following caribou herds. I didn't want to leave Kalu and our children, but I was eager to visit lands my people rarely do. But 5 years without finding him. It's like 2 hours of necking. I'm ready to be done with it.
So she's married, she has kids, like, well, yeah, this must be, what, why the hell would they send a married woman off to do this then? No, we will not be a homewrecker, Tenwin. We will not. We will not. Tradition, yeah, I guess that can override a lot of things, but still, you'd think there would be someone else who would be a better choice than someone who's got 2 kids, a husband, and obviously is a contributor to their community. Unless there really was nobody else to do it. You never really answered when I asked before, why do you have to find Persak?
Soul recovery is an old village tradition. We call it the Tarnek Elitsak. Once in a generation, we seek the soul of a much respected and long dead village elder. We tell him what's changed in the village, how people remember him. The only other Tarnek Elitsak during my lifetime happened when I was a girl, not long after Persak died. We feasted on blubber and fermented milk for a week, and we honored the chosen huntress as a hero. Then she left, and we returned to our duties. We still sang her name to the skies during festival season, but we otherwise didn't speak of her.
Well, not necessarily for the lulls of it. If you have a society of ancestor worship, which kind of seems to be the implication here, being able to seek out and find someone whose soul has reincarnated into a new form and hope to basically inform them of what's happened to the village, especially it seems that, again, reincarnation is a fact of this universe, and that is an important thing to keep in mind. This isn't just some tradition for the sake of it. This could have actual effects. If awakening someone brings them back to the village, or if awakening someone causes some memory to trigger that is then able to help the village in some way, it could still be useful. The real thing that I think is the problem is that it seems like this tradition formed at a time most likely before these people, before Sagani's people, knew about the wider world. And they probably didn't have any clue just how large the world could be or where a soul could end up. Which means now, with the full knowledge of that, this seems like a tradition that is interesting, but it causes almost as much problems for the person sent out to hunt for it, and thus the society as a whole, as it does for the person they might accidentally awaken. Awakening people intentionally is a massive dignity. To be fair, them having a conversation doesn't necessarily awaken the person. She didn't say that it purposely awakens them, just that they inform the remnants of that person's soul of what's happened. I do think you're right in that it has a chance to awaken people, but as we saw with Malwyn, the guy in the basement, that can happen for literally anything. Like, how many times did he just sit in a chair and look at a fire? And then after years of doing that, one time he does it happens to be the time that awakens all of his memories. Like, in a way, everyone in this world is going through that kind of thing. There could be any number of tiny little things that at any moment, if they're looked at in the right way at the right time of day for the right reason, could cause an awakening. Everyone in this universe is having to live with that potential of that time bomb going off while they're alive. I suppose not everyone, because as someone else pointed out, new souls do have to enter at some point, which means some people, probably very young people, don't have this problem, but there's no way of knowing for sure either. I am sure your village still remembers you, Sagani. You're kind to say so, but I am not so fragile that I need my name chanted in the meeting halls.
It's not being forgotten by my village that troubles me. But sometimes I wonder how my husband and children remember me, if they think of me often.
It's a random roll of the dice, not so much a reason to intentionally stop the dice on a 6. Well, yeah, but again, there's no guarantee of any of it happening. She might find this, like, to use her people's example, they might find the person, talk to them, and then nothing happens. And then they go their separate ways, and the person, their village member goes back home, and nothing has changed whatsoever, aside from the hunter having to spend God knows how long tracking this person down. It's just one of those things where it's like, in a universe of this kind of guarantee, it's both something that could be dangerous, but also something that could be completely pointless. I mean, it'd be as weird as, I don't know, evangelicals showing up at your door and asking you, have you heard about our Lord and Savior Jesus? Like, I mean, it's annoying sometimes, but does it really change your world? Not really. I mean, for some people it does, but I'm not one of those people, certainly. So, I don't know. It's definitely something that I can see in universe, and I am seeing your point, Tenwin, as to its problems. I'm just also understanding why her people still do it. Because I imagine 99.9% of the time, nothing happens. And from the sound of it, they do it maybe once or maybe twice in a generation. So you're looking at it maybe happening once every 20 to 25 years or so. And that's best case scenario. I mean, sure, maybe if they're under like a plague or a famine or something horrible has happened, they might try to speed that up and try to seek out some answer from their ancestors or something. But again, there's no guarantee that this will result in anything anyways. Also, so far I like Sagani. I'm going to be a bit more passionate with her on this one. I'm like, of course they do. They must. I would like to believe it, and yet sometimes days go by and I realize that they have not crossed my thoughts at all. Such days are rare, but they happen. And she looks away, tugging at the strap of her quiver. It shames me to think of it, but more than that, it scares me.
Still, there's no point in dwelling on it. More often I find myself wondering whether Persoc will remember us. You claim to see souls. What do you think? Do you remember your past lives?
Some, a bit, in fragments, and what I've seen has frankly not been very good. The passion tags, I just get the mental image of you resting your wrist over your forehead and exasperating. Oh, that's a bit dramatic. Oh, they must. Yeah, no, we're not quite going. I'm thinking more of putting a hand on her shoulder and being just like a little exuberant, like, yes, they must. Which still is a very weird mental image given the way my character looks. It's still kind of hilarious. She leans a hair's breadth closer. Honestly, it's frustrating. I just wish I knew more. She sits back. I don't envy you. Guess I'm lucky I'm only having to worry about someone else's past life.
Makes me wonder what Persak remembers about our village. Or if a turn at the wheel has yanked the details out of his mind like it does for most of us.
You'd have to lean down a bit to play. I mean, no, not really. You can kind of see it in game. She's not like a foot tall. Like, I think it would just be a bit weird that my hands wouldn't have to be raised up. Like, I would literally be able to stand next to her, and the natural height difference would put my hand almost at her shoulder level. Like, that could be a bit awkward, but it's not like I'm having to dip down to touch something that's like a foot tall. What do we really remembered? Well, what would you tell him about your village?
Masuk is probably much the same as it was 100 years ago. We live between tundra and frozen forests, and the land takes as much as it gives. But our hardships bring us together. And the elders truly unite us. They keep the stories of past generations, and they guide us from season to season, through good years and lean.
People are into the GT thing? I'm not sure what, I don't know what G/T means, Darkstar. Oh, size difference. Yeah, I mean, some people are into that. I've never been a fan of it, like, especially in a fantasy setting. I can kind of see dwarves. They're not so short, but I've always been kind of weirded out by halflings when people get into, like, fantasy races intermixing in such a way. Like, other races is fine, but then you get to certain universes versions of halflings, and it starts to look a little, it just looks a little weird. No, yeah, like, I like, the thing is that they've done the races well, where I don't think the proportions are too far off, so they still, like, if you didn't know that was a dwarf, it would just kind of look like she's a slightly shorter human from just the portrait, at least the small portrait that they give here. So yeah, she looks cute, but yeah, she's married. We're not gonna hit on her. God, I'm glad that hasn't been an option in here. And if it did, I would hope that her response would basically be to tell you to fuck off. Itumak brushes against her hip and she scratches his head. Recently, we've had some good years. My aunts say we've had fewer clashes with the neighboring tribes thanks to the hunting territories that Persak helped establish. And in bad years, we rely on the trade with the merchants to pass our shores. We exchange walrus tusk and seal pelts for grains that last us through the winters. Persak brokered a lot of those agreements too. She holds up the bear figurine. He got this from one of the Amawa ships that choose to trade with us. Honestly, it sounds like Persak did a lot for your village.
That's what I'm supposed to remind him.
She shoves the Adra bear back into her caribou skin pack. Yeah, you can't hit on anyone in the first game, no romance. Wow, none at all? That's honestly kind of surprising. Romance was added in the sequel as a stretch goal? Well, to be fair, yeah, if I forget that this was one of the big Kickstarter projects that Obsidian did. So it makes sense that they wanted to really dial in on what they were writing-wise, which, from what I've seen of all of this, they really focused on the world building, which for a first game, for a larger scale world that they were writing for themselves, makes a lot of sense. Yes, priorities. Like, I get it. I do. I'm just honestly surprised because even games like this, in olden days, still threw in a romance option just for shits and giggles. Not necessarily the best written romance options, mind you, but they existed. But no, if the game doesn't have that at all, and they did that so they could focus on other things, that's fine. It does sound like you're on a hunt of your own, though. You feeling the thrill of the chase, or are you ready for this to be over? Honestly, I've been enjoying it. Every day brings something new, and I want to know more about what's going on. Explorer, she laughs and thumps her knee. Honestly, that's just what I'd expect from an outdoorsman. It's refreshing to travel with someone who can appreciate the scent of a trail, that's for sure. Love, classical thing to add to boost sales through word of mouth. And it's just so many CRPGs do take the whole hero's journey thing to its inevitable conclusion, and 99% of the time that includes getting the girl or getting the guy. Oh, we might as well keep moving while we got some daylight. Yeah, we'll do more if we're talking later. That was enough right there. Let's keep moving.
Good day, stranger.
Let me see what you have for sale. Yep, Lost Thane's Reach. Before I buy this, does reputation lead to a change in prices? Tenwin, do you know by any chance? Or is it like specifically only specific quests that actively say like, oh, this person will give you a discount, or oh, this person will buy things from you better, will affect that? Nope, as far as you know? Okay. Let's face it, a lot of kids got Mass Effect because someone in their class mentioned you can romance sexy women. I got it just because someone actually said that it was a good role-playing game. I literally wasn't even thinking about it until one of my classmates who was sitting behind me was just like, oh, I heard you like video games. Have you tried Mass Effect? And I was like, no, I didn't even realize that it was out yet. And he's just like, oh, you should definitely play it. It's really cool and it's sci-fi. And like, he just went on and on about how cool it was. I think maybe he mentioned like, yeah, I don't even think he mentioned romance options. I think he just mentioned that there were some really good characters. It doesn't matter because the girl I liked in Mass Effect was Tali. So I had to wait until Mass Effect 2 before I could do anything about that. Like, don't get me wrong, Liara's nice, and Ashley has some serious issues she has to work through before she starts to grow as a person, but Tali was the one that I liked, so I ended up not romancing anyone. Yeah, don't even. Bethesda doesn't. I'm gonna be brutally honest. Bethesda doesn't know how to write companions very well at all. Like, they sometimes get a flash in the pan, which they did with Serana in the DLC for Skyrim. But by and large, they usually don't. The companions in Fallout 4 are okay. I mean, I think it's really sad when Preston is probably one of the better companions. Preston and, what's his name? Hancock. I would probably rate Preston, Hancock, and Kate probably are the more interesting companions, with Valentine being on the outside. But I almost... it's weird. Valentine's definitely the most story-driven and the best companion from, like, a pure, like, perspective. I just find his story less interesting. Like, not the whole, like, his relationship with the Institute is not interesting. His relationship with his past memories is interesting. But his quest also takes like 10 times longer than anybody else's because you have to track down all those holotapes scattered throughout the world. And it's always aggravating to do on a new playthrough. Hey, that line is meme worthy. I'm not debating that, Tenwin. But Preston as an actual character is honestly interesting. And I wish they'd done more with him. The guy who signs up as a militiaman, who actually believes in their cause, who goes through the rise and fall of the organization that he's been a part of, and who has a massive mental issue towards the end of like basically having a suicide complex. He even mentions it to you where he's just like, once I got these people to where they were going to go, I was just going to wander off into the wastes and just fight until I die. Like he has an actual like issue to be resolved, and one that you can help him work through. It's just not presented very well. Giving an example of romance in Skyrim was added just because. Oh, absolutely. It was added just because. And if I remember specifically, they wanted to make Serana a romantic option. The voice actress was uncomfortable with it at the time. And honestly, given Serana's backstory, like, romancing her might have made sense, but actually marrying her and the implications of, like, having sexual relations with her, I get why that was not allowed, because Serana's backstory, I can absolutely understand why the character would not be in favor of that. If you know anything about the Daedra in Elder Scrolls, all of the Daedra have something good about them, except Molag Bal. The man has one of Molag Bal's titles is literally the God of Rape. Like, there is no good side to Molag Bal. You can find good sides to even people like Boethia and Namira and Mehrunes Dagon. They have good sides. You don't have a good side to Molag Bal. He's, as far as I know, he's the only 100% evil Daedra. Respect that. Honestly, 2011, they could have absolutely gone with the time. Nobody would have cared. Or twisted time. I wouldn't say it was a twisted time in gaming, but it was a weird time. I think a lot of gaming companies were really trying to figure things out. That we had just come out of what I would call the last big heyday of AAA titles. The period from about 2007 to 2010 was sort of pretty much every modern franchise that we play now got its start between about 2007 and 2010 with some of their big breakthrough titles. Assassin's Creed, BioShock, Modern Warfare, the Battlefield series got its reintroduction then. Pretty much every single major AAA franchise got its start between about 2007 and 2010 and achieved massive financial success. And everything that we've had since then, it was built on those foundations. Foundations that are only just now starting to crack because they have overloaded them to an insane degree. God, that's also kind of weird because then you realize the last Elder Scrolls game was back then and we haven't seen jack shit since then. And honestly, Starfield and all of the stuff around that and Fallout 76 does not have me very confident for what we're going to get with the next Elder Scrolls game. At all. But yes, we're going to go with Lost Thane's Reach. That gives us the pierce damage, accuracy deflection, weapon reach. It inflicts an accuracy debuff on them. Exactly what we want. I don't think there's anything else we want right now. Arbalest versus crossbow, very slow. Why would you, hold on, why would you take an Arbalest over the Arquebus then? If they're both very extremely slow. Oh, okay. Ah, the Blunderbuss would be the better equivalent with the short range. Capable of okay. Still. I'm just saying the time female characters and their backstories really had no proper structure or safety, allowing bad male writers. Dragon Age Origins game, the game is sexist. It's been a long time since I played Dragon Age Origins. I never got that much of that feel, but yeah, maybe I would have to replay it because I'm not remembering much of that, especially since the society in Thedos is a bit more egalitarian, mainly because the church in Dragon Age Origins is run by women for the most part, which does give them a certain a much greater societal impact than you usually get in most traditional fantasy societies that are more heavily based on European mythos and medieval societies. No structure. I mean, yeah, you do get a lot of backstories that use sexual assault as a pretty common trope, unfortunately. That does show up quite a bit when you go further back. Was there anything else? I don't think there was anything else. He didn't have any other armor that I was really interested in. That's kind of good, but this is already going to take up most of my money. Yeah, that'll be it then. We'll just take that.
Hail, traveler.
There's a fair few mentioned. Yeah, I'm a girl, and I can do it by myself. The right that way to feel it. Icky might not be the word. It just kind of feels disingenuous. Like, it's one thing when a setting goes out of its way to point out, like, oh no, we've found technological ways to overcome the biological differences between men and women, and that's not just humans. That's also other alien species. You get that a lot in sci-fi settings, where it's like the sexual dimorphism is played down because technology has advanced to a point where it doesn't matter nearly as much. But it's weird because you say all that, but then we had people like Ashley Williams where it's like, oh no, here's a character who has every reason to feel the way she does about other people and other species. And people memed on her for years as, oh, she's the token racist of the team. And it's like, first of all, she never goes that far. She never directly insults any of your companions. And she has far more of a concern with authority figures on both sides of the issue. She doesn't trust Alliance Command any more than she trusts most of the Aliens leadership. And also, and this is always the funny part, in the end, Ashley was right. What did she say in the first game? If it ever comes down to it, the Council will sell out humanity in favor of their own species. And what does the Council do throughout Mass Effect 2 and the first half of Mass Effect 3? Exactly that. Now, she's smart enough by then to realize that Shepard is the best chance of getting around that problem and realizing he's got the best hope of doing that. And she believes that he can do it, which is a massive improvement. But in the end, Ashley was right. Hell, I think even Garrus points out that she was completely correct in that regard. Rex also is the exact same one. Might rest of the tavern. Oh, you're right. I completely forgot about that because we got distracted. Oh, I was going to check out the house again first. That was what we were going to do. Sorry, we got sidetracked by commenting on that. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it was icky, but there was definitely some disingenuous writing early on in that period of time because they weren't quite sure what they were doing. There we go. Hello again. I can't thank you enough. I have Kendra back and with her beside me. I'll be on the mend in no time. Is there anything I can get you? With the discount, like I promised. Yeah, he just has Svef. That doesn't matter to me. I just wanted to check in and make sure everybody's doing all right. Oh, how did I miss this? Oh, that's money. Probably should have grabbed that while, while everyone was, wait, is his wife not in here? Did I miss her? Not over here. Is she upstairs? I just wanted to check in and make sure everybody's doing okay. Hello? She just... Probably not moved from the... Oh, you're right. That's probably true. That's probably true. I suppose I should have thought of that. We'll come back and check some other time then.
Well, whatever happens, at least we're out of that mud hole, Gilded Vale. I grew up in Gilded Vale. Quaint. That's what I meant to call it. No, you had it right. Okay,
every single line Adir has said in these little conversations while traveling around has been golden. I'm already enjoying every single thing he's saying. Adir is quickly becoming, I'm never taking him out of the party if I can avoid it. Not that I can even afford to right now, because if we take him out of the party, we're going to suddenly have a lot of fucking problems. Yeah, we'll go with the perception and whatnot next. I'm so glad today is my long stream day because I don't want to stop. He is such a ride or die character. He is. I feel like that's very important for having a first companion in a lot of CRPGs. You have to have somebody who you know you can just have in your party at all times. Rogue Trader has Abelard. Kingmaker has... Honestly, Kingmaker probably has the weakest one because it's probably Lindsay, but I find Lindsay to be aggravating most of the time. And she's also a bard character, which makes it a bit awkward for her usage in a lot of things. And Wrath of the Righteous has Seela. I like Seela. I actually do like Seela, and we'll see more of her when we finally get around to playing Wrath of the Righteous. A lot of people complained about her. Lindsay Myers, yeah, her voice actor... The thing is, her voice actress does an amazing job playing a halfling in the Pathfinder world. It's just that halflings in the Pathfinder world are so annoying. They're almost as bad as the gnomes. I suppose we should. To be fair, we've only really explored this half of the map. We still need to cover all of this around here. Ooh, crumbled loaves and shredded flyers float in the waters. Oh. Ooh. Hello. Oaken Scarab figurine summons 3 wooden beetles. Once per rest. Ooh. A gnome or a Mercutio was a gnome. He was also kind of annoying, but he's also meant to be a villain, so, you know. Yeah, it's a summon item, and it's once per rest. It's not a consumable. The wooden beetle has a lifelike detail carefully burned into the carved shell. Tiny barbs are etched onto the legs, and its folded wings bear mazy patterns. Cool. I'm actually going to give that to Adir. Having a frontliner who can just summon up a couple of additional cannon fodder every now and then is probably going to be very useful. That sounds exactly like something Adir could use on the front line to help him out.
Sure.
I'll take a look.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of... He was annoying. The issue with him was more that I couldn't believe for like a single second of the day I would have believed him. Yeah. To be fair, if you actually, if I recall correctly, I actually downloaded the Kingmaker... Because Kingmaker was an actual book that was done for Pathfinder that you could play tabletop-wise. He is a sorcerer. He does have high charisma stat. Like, he actually is good at manipulating people. Well, to be fair, it's not so much that they trust him so much as they distrust you because they're not sure they can trust anybody. And you do have to actively work on trying to get them to trust you, whereas I think it's just more that they treat him the same way they treat you, which is they treat both of you equally pretty badly. What are all you doing? Somewhere in Andra's get. What is all this doing? A statuesque woman has a gaze that could cut stone. She turns her chiseled cheekbones to the sky and favors you with a look of acknowledgement. Her eyes shimmer under silvered eyeshadow and a razor-precise line of kohl. Before you can speak, she throws her hand up in a dramatic fashion.
Hello.
Autographs after the performance, please. Great art requires great concentration, and greatness is expected from the Revel of Stars. But he wasn't good at manipulation. That was the problem. For someone to have high charisma, you have him written with high charisma. I can kind of see that. I think he does a good job at first. Like if he tries to pin you for taking the money, where he immediately is just, and taking the money, giving you the ring, are both good steps as to obfuscating your intentions. He just sounds like an asshole when he talks about it, though. I will give you that. Though, to be fair, one could argue, if one wanted to be really meta, that he's a meta commentary on so many different player characters who make their, who tabletop players who go, my character has 18 charisma. I roll to lie. And then they don't actually do anything in character. They just expect the DM to take their role at face value. Which, given how Mercutio acts, I can kind of see it. What is the Revel of Stars? We are the finest theater troupe in the city. We believe that the best art is immersive and true to life. She looks at the amphitheater with a rapturous expression. We stage our performances here in the Copper Lane for the edification of all. Though I suppose I can spare a moment for a fan. And what is it you do? That depends entirely on the demands of the role. She lays a slender hand upon her chest. I have been the Pallid Knight, the Widow of the Wood, and the Warrior Queen Mokka in all different times. To live a different life each day is but a glorious thing indeed, my friend. You know, it occurs to me, most medieval societies, and even societies before that, had very low opinions of actors, but I have to imagine that in a world of reincarnation, in which aspects of the soul latch on to their next incarnation, actors and actresses might actually be seen with a great deal of respect even early on, since they could be seen as portraying the aspects of their previous souls in different lives. They had a homebrew roll of the bard when using Vicious Mockery. They didn't have a dice set and damage. The bard player came up with an insult / burn on the spot, and the GM judged with the dice rolled. That's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. Obviously, you can't do that with everything because not everybody is going to be capable of that kind of thing. I would even go so far as to say if I was doing that at a rule, it would be a case of you can roll, or you can try to come up with something on the spot. And if it's really good, it can do more than what the stated actual, description of the spell is. I think that would be a fair compromise. Because I've seen DMs do that, where they actually okay, you rolled to deception, actually give me a lie. And if the player gives a really good lie, the DM can be like, okay, that was really good. Give me your roll and you get a bonus on top of that. Or you can't fully crit fail. Even if you roll a 1, it isn't going to be a total failure because you actually still made a really good point. And I think that's a good way to do it. It really helps encourage role-playing from your players. I don't suppose the Revel of Stars takes in new members. Oh, but of course. Good drama is the balm to the soul. We wish to offer a true theatrical experience to as many as possible. What kind of members do you take? We will take in the new and the old, the tall, the small, the experienced and the inexperienced, whoever's best suited to suit a role to the utmost. Okay, so we're probably going to be finding new recruits for this group. Have heard that with bards and charming and seducing, which helps because there's no way a human bard could feasibly do a good enough flirt or one-liner to get a dragon to sleep with him. You'd be well, if they're facing down the dragon to fight, yes, I am in agreement with that. The bard rolling for seduction should not be a way to end a boss fight. That is horrible. That is bad. That should not work. But I have seen some good examples, especially if the dragon is traveling incognito in a human or mortal form, where the bard will inadvertently flirt with them. And it usually depends on the dragon. The big ones are, if I remember my D&D lore and my Pathfinder lore, it's bronze, brass, and silver are the really big 3 of the metallic dragons, who if you can catch their interest with a fun conversation, they will genuinely just start following you around to see what you do. Now, they might get bored really fast and disappear, but if you can keep their attention, they'll stick around and they'll just keep following you. And they'll just want to, then it's the GM's fault. Of course, that's absolutely true. The only one of the chromatics who will do something like that, if I recall correctly, is the green. If they see someone who's particularly savage and cunning, green dragons will do the same thing, where they'll start following someone around just to see if they'll be interesting enough to pay attention to. Of course, having the attention of a chromatic dragon is a completely different story than having the attention of a metallic dragon.
Though, to be fair, I actually kind of prefer Eberron's take on it, where in Eberron, the dragon's colors give an indication of how they think, but there's no hard and fast metallic are good, chromatic are evil. Eberron has a lot more nuance, where knowing a dragon's color will give you an insight to how they think, but it won't tell you what they think. And I do appreciate that sometimes, because as cool as the dichotomy of good and evil can be, sometimes it is nice to throw the occasional curveball, and dragons are a good way to do that. The one time I actually was in a long-running Eberron campaign, the main villain was actually a formerly good, I can't remember if he was bronze or brass. I think he was bronze. I think it was a bronze dragon who had started to lose his mind and went from good to evil because he was worried about one of his descendants like dying in a prophecy, and he started trying to mess with reality to stop that prophecy from happening, and it led to him doing more and more extreme stuff. Until eventually, one of our main allies for taking him down was a lawful evil blue dragon who was like, oh yeah, he's making all of us look bad. Like, all dragons are being made to look bad by this one crazy asshole who is basically trying to cause the apocalypse. So no one's going to mind if a evil blue dragon helps you guys out, because this guy is causing problems for everybody. And how long do you keep new members? Well, as long as they are able to satisfy the demands of their roles. She smooths a wayward strand of hair from her face. True acting can be a grueling process. Some last longer than others. I'd like to ask something else. Goodbye. I don't think there's... Oh, sorry, can't talk right now. I'm guessing we can't... Oh, no, we can... Can we... We can just walk in the middle of all this? Okay. Oh, we can go up here. Anything up here? Nope, nothing. The benches are strewn with chicken bones, broken bottles, and greasy scraps of paper. Okay. We're just reminding everybody that, yeah, people come here for entertainment, which means they're going to be bringing food. Head down to the gate. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. But thank you for the reminder. Yeah, we got that one because that leads to Brackenbury, and there's some other things down there. Oh, more bridges. Crumbled loaves and shredded flyers. Yep. Oh, God. So they're not treating this water very well. What are you talking about, dude? The elderly man paces back and forth, taking short, hobbled steps. His gaze is distant, and beneath it are the dark rings of many restless nights. He appears to be having a conversation with someone who isn't there. Okay, so he's either delusional, mentally ill, or he's seeing his past lives. And the way you fought, cutting down two at a time. Oh, we shared quite a victory, you and I. Who are you talking to, old man? The man looks up at you, startled. Oh, my flame. Just a moment, I thought I heard her. Puts a hand on his chest, catching his breath. What troubles you? Just the memories of my youth in the Northwatch Rangers. Trials and adventures from a lifetime ago. He shakes his head. Of late, the memory of several lost battles and of fallen friends has been especially vivid. Why don't you tell me about these memories? Oh, it's been nearly 60 years. We were known all throughout the Direwood then. Oh, we thought we'd adventure together forever. Oh, collecting our coppers and inspiring songs. The wrinkles around his eyes deepened. Until we faced Helig of Thane. He was a wizard whose experiments in necromancy had left a trail of bodies across the Deerwood, some reanimated, from Solace Vale to the Midwood. Aye, we tracked him as he fled towards the Valian Republics, and we got him just west of the Lake of the Drowned Tombs. Oh, we were fools. Seasoned as we were not prepared for the full might of his magic. Our numbers were nothing against his power. A wiser man would have ordered a retreat, but not me. By some curse of the gods, I was knocked out, and when I awoke, my rangers, my Rowena, they were dead. They were all dead. This Rowena, you loved her? She was my friend, my comrade, and yes, my love. We planned to adventure together until we grew old enough to settle down and enjoy our fortunes. Young as we were, we couldn't imagine anything that could tear us apart. I know this sounds like an old man's madness, but I still hear her, I swear it. A voice just over my shoulder, calling to me in my dreams. And at night, I see her. I see her wandering the catacombs beneath the city, trying to escape.
I know it sounds foolish, but I cannot shake the idea that she's somehow down there, waiting for me. I've even gone down there, though it damn near cost me my life. He hesitates. Were I half the warrior of my youth, I would search every grave and every rat hole in this city. As it is, I'm stuck with a feeble body, and the agonizing notion that the woman I love is somewhere down there, beyond my help. If you wish, I'll search the catacombs for a sign of your Rowena. Tears begin to spring to the man's eyes. There is an entrance just to the southwest of here, just on the other side of the canal. He sniffs and wipes his eyes. If you are true, then you are a gift from the gods. And if there's anything you can do to find her. Okay. Yeah, voice from the past. All right. So that explains the, catacombs entrance down here. It's a good thing we've got Durance, because from the sound of it, we'll be fighting undead down there from the looks of it.
Light, flame, and sound.
Nothing down here. Oh, who's that? A young boy watches the passerby and counts a grimy handful of coins. His face and arms are smudged with dirt, but except for the grass stains, his clothes are in good condition. As you approach, he blinks and makes a quick, furtive effort to pocket his coins. The boy stares at you, his mouth beginning to hang open. After several seconds frozen in silence, he waves a hand. Can you see me? Do you even have eyes? He snaps out of the trance but continues to watch you with fascination. You want to know a secret? He wipes his nose with his sleeve. I know a real good secret. Ah, looks like we got a little hustler here. Somebody raised this kid right. Kids have no filter. Of course they don't. They never do. Never do. Right. I'm sure a squeaky-voiced kid knows an amazing secret about this city. No, I promise. It's a real good secret, mister. He scampers in front of you and starts talking. I know this place, and I know where people hide things, and really special things. And if you help me, I'll show you. Help you with what? Gordy's voice suddenly rises in pitch and tempo. The Crucible Knights. They have these daggers that are made out of March steel. It's the best steel around, except for Durgan steel, which doesn't count because nobody makes it no more. He stops long enough to catch his breath. Anyway, there's this merchant over by the exhibition hall. He has a dagger made of real March steel. His eyes grow large and round. He said he won't sell it to me because I'm a kid, and kids don't know anything about daggers. But that's not true. I know a lot about daggers. I know about the different kinds of steel, and I know how the Crucible Knights make them in a forge, and I know that the tip can pierce low-gauge scale armor, and that one's good and sharp and could cut through bone. See, I know plenty about daggers, and I really want this one. And if you could get it for me, I promise I'll never, ever ask for anything ever again. I used to have a knife when I was his age, and I didn't know any better to learn what you should and shouldn't stab. And I don't know a better way to learn what you should and shouldn't stab. I say we give him a chance. I was wondering if there'd be a reference to the Christmas Story. You can't have a dagger. You'll poke your eye out. No. No, we're not going to be deceptive. I see what you mean. Tell me your secret now. I'll get you the dagger. No. We're not going to do that. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, we're not going to threaten the child. God damn it. Where's Cato? Cato and Ptolemy would be begging me to frickin' choose the option to frickin' threaten the child. I don't think we really... No, we don't need to dissuade him. We'll do it. We'll do it. None of these sound really good. We're just going to go with it. All right, sounds reasonable. I'll get it for you. Gordy jumps up and down, whooping and hollering. I knew a real adventurer would understand. He points to a large building. There's a big merchant over by Adminston who sells the weapons. He's the one with the dagger. I'll wait right here for you. All right, find the March steel dagger. Yeah, it's back up here. Come on. Toss his child into canal. I mean, to be fair, well, I was about to say to be fair, he can probably swim, and then I remembered the time period this is set in, and I realized actually no, he probably can't swim. That would be a very bad idea. So it's probably Igran because he sells the weapons. I'm looking for a particular dagger. I was told you had one made of March steel. Yeah, just like the Crucible Knights use. Let me guess. You talked to that dumb kid, right? He laughs and shakes his head. I'd be tempted to sell it to you anyways and let the little rascal learn his lesson, but a pack of adventurers already took it off my hands. Tell me, if March steel daggers are only given to Crucible Knights, how did you get your hands on one? Igran pauses mid-polish, his cloth slowing over the blade. Hey, look, a lot of steel passes through my hands, friend, and I don't make it a business to talk about where it all comes from. Diplomatic or benevolent? Clever could get me a discount too. Shit, that means I could have gotten a discount on the pike. Fuck. Oh well, nothing I can do about that. That also means the discount isn't really of much use anymore. Look, I'm not trying to get you into trouble, friend, but you should be careful about what you trade and whom you trade with. Trafficking in stolen goods could be risky. Of course, I'm not accusing you of anything. He grunts. I appreciate the concern, but there's no need to worry. I keep my nose clean enough. Those adventurers you sold the dagger to, where are they now? Folk like that only visit the Copper Lane to crew up at the Admeth's Expedition Hall or down a pint at the Goose and Fox. And since they didn't head to the den, you got my best guess. What else do you know about this dagger? He oils the cloth in his hand. It's made out of a high-purity iron ore that comes out of the White March Mountains. Traditionally, the smiths at the Crucible Keep have it smelted down into daggers and swords that are only given to the Knights of the Crucible. Of course, I'd be surprised if the kid didn't already tell you all of this. He grins. Alright, let's go check out the inn then. Everybody come on, let's go. Why does Durance always end up in front when we form a line? That doesn't help us. Adair should be at the front when we form a line. Those are backer characters, actress. That's another backer character. Maybe we can talk to the bartender and he'll know. Do you know anything about a March steel dagger? He raises his eyebrows. Haven't seen anything like that come across the bar, that's for sure. He thumps the smooth wood countertop. But I wouldn't wager against someone here having a blade like that. Check upstairs. Saw a group heading that way not too long ago. They were carrying plenty of steel. Okay. Also, is what's her name still over here? Adrian? Nope, she's gone. Okay. Durance is a speedy priest. Indeed he is. It just seems like every time we form a line, Adair somehow ends up not at the front. And it's kind of bugging me. Oh, is this the... Oh, okay. There's at least 5 of them. Birdie looks like a berserker, warrior, tank, rogue. Probably a mage or another rogue. He's got fire in his eye. I mean, he might. You never know. Who do we talk to? Wait, is this not the adventuring party?
How do you do?
Oh, there we go. An Orland man relaxes with his feet propped up on the table. Patches of dark brown skin peek out from under a full mane of blue-green hair. He and the Orland woman with him exchange laughs and comment with the trio at a nearby table. He spins a dagger in his hand. His hazel eyes watch you as you approach. You look like you've seen a night or two in the wilds. You joining for a drink? I don't suppose you happen to have a March sealed dagger purchased from Igrun. He displays the blade on the flat palm. I did, and a fine piece it is. I don't know of any more circulating in the city, outside the steel in the keep, of course. How much you want for it? Turns the blade in the air, admiring it. Well, seeing as there's a sudden demand, 100 pans seems fair. Ooh, interesting. Do we want to do one of those? I'm thinking we do. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. I mean, by weapon standards, it's a little bit more expensive. I think the standard weapons are all 75, so that's still 33% higher than your average weapon, so it's still pretty solid. Really? You mean that Igrun sold you a March steel for less than 100? Boy, I almost wonder why he'd want to get rid of it so badly. One would imagine then that the blade was either stolen from the knights, or it's a fake. He looks from the dagger to you and then back again. Fine, but I won't take less than I paid for it. 50 pans. And that's good enough to be... And 50 pans sounded too good to be true. Deal. He hands you the dagger hilt first. Pleasure doing business with you. Now, was there something else you wanted? Who are all of you? I'm Two-Tone Wexel. The lady next to me is Key. We've had our fun with the expeditions, but we're hoping to enjoy a little bit of peace and quiet. For a few weeks, anyway. A man at the next table nods. Deadshot Daden, and this is Hurdy and Ilfa. We were part of a separate expedition teams, but we both suffered losses and started banding together. He takes several items off of his fingers. Beasts, barbarians, Beowicks. It's a damn dangerous time to be an adventurer, but it's a prosperous one too. At the next table, Dayton raises his glass. And here's to many more prosperous journeys. Now, is there anything else you wanted? Nope, that's all I needed. Thank you kindly. I'd say 50 pans for a quest. The experience is going to be worth more than anything Gertie can tell me unless he's got a particularly valuable secret. Which, you know, maybe he does. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Where were we? Right, back over here. Gordy bounces on the pavement. Did you get it? Did you get it? Do you have the dagger? Can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it? Dagger's right here. I don't like the... Damn, we don't have survival. Gordy stops bounding and stares at it, gaping. It's so sharp. Jesus, don't toss the sharp object at the child, for God's sake. My character has 14 intelligence. Don't fucking toss it at him. A deal's a deal, kid. Here you go. He snatches it out of the air. Heedless of anything else, he yanks it out of its sheath and holds the blade up to the light. I'm gonna be just like the Crucible Knights. He saws and chops at the air. Party gains experience, marches the dagger. He flips the weapon in the air and grabs at the hilt, almost slicing his palm open in the process. His eyes dart away from yours as he sheaths the dagger. Yeah, kid, be careful, dipshit. Leads that ladder. He won't accidentally hurt himself later. Oh, well, I mean... I don't... The kid, I don't know. It's not our fault. Oh, but you gave him the dagger. Yeah, if the kid's dumb enough not to realize not to slice yourself open with a dagger, then I don't got any words for him. Especially not in a setting like this. This is the kind of setting where most people would have a weapon on them, or at least a survival knife most of the time. Hell, even the ancient Romans didn't mind people carrying short knives because you needed them for everyday work. They only got upset if you carried a long enough blade that it could be considered a weapon. Even though anyone with a halfway decent knife knows you can do a lot of shit and a lot of damage with that. Alright, so about that secret. Gordy puts his hand up to his mouth and whispers loudly. I saw one of the actors hide something under a loose stone near the theater. Probably nothing as good as Marchsteel dagger, though. Oh. We already found that. Ah. That's a great secret. I already knew that. Do you have anything else? He scratches his head, wrinkles his brow. Sometimes my dad goes to Andra's Gift without telling Mom. Someplace called the Salty Mast. Ha! Now there's a secret worth some investigation. Durance, I can't tell if you want to go so that you can punish the sinners, or if you want to go to a whorehouse because it's a whorehouse. I'm honestly a little confused. Because the way you're phrasing that really doesn't clarify what's going on. Oh my god. Jesus, no, we are not choosing option 2. Jesus Christ. Obsidian, someone on your staff was having a very interesting time writing these cruelty options. I think that's the first time we've had a cruelty option that is genuinely cruel. Like, not just needlessly, like, mustache twirling evil, but just genuinely cruel. Holy shit. No, we will not be telling the young child that his father doesn't love him or his mother. Jesus Christ. You know what? Thank you for the information, Gordy. Now get going. Bye. Jesus Christ. No, we are not telling the small child that. Jesus. Obsidian, come on. What are you doing, man? Another unique character. Father's an unfaithful bastard. I mean, yes, but a young child doesn't need to know that. There's also the possibility the dad might change his ways. I mean, not much, knowing how these kind of things work, but there's a chance. I'm not going to ruin an entire family based on hearsay and what a kid thinks he knows. Because to be fair, the kid doesn't necessarily know specifically that that's where his dad goes. He just has heard that that's where his dad goes. Last thing I need to do is suddenly blow apart a family with a nuclear bomb of a fucking revelation. Oh. Oh shit.
Light, flame, and sound.
Alright, what's going on down here? As you approach the dead man, you feel the faint traces of his soul lingering, a stunned uncertainty holding the soul fragments in place. When you near without warning, the soul rushes towards you as though you were a solitary light in the dank gloom of this place, come to usher it away. Its essence invades your consciousness. Father, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I already read that. God. You're in a different body now. You're walking deeper into the catacombs, cloaked in a dark robe with a mask pulled over your face. You're following a familiar path along the canal, heading to a room built around a statue of a figure wearing a robe much like yours. Others await, clothed in hoods and shadows. Ahead is another figure dressed as you, traveling in the same direction. You don't know his name, but that's how it's supposed to be. Out of the darkness, something monstrous grabs the other figure. You turn to flee, but find yourself face to face with a troll. The panic pounding through your brain is interrupted by razor-edged teeth and claws. You snap yourself out of the dead man's memory. The corpse lies on the damp and grimy ground. His hood and mask are missing. His clothes are shredded. Sagani draws up next to you. You all right? It looked almost like you'd lost your footing for a moment. It feels that way when I look into the ether. She watches you quietly. You really are a watcher, aren't you? Once in a great many generations, one of my people is born with the ability to speak to souls. Usually such individuals become among the elders, or a lone set of tracks in the snow one winter's morning. She cocks her head. I would have thought my journey would be easier if I could see what you see, but looking at you, I'm not so sure. Trust me, neither am I. Believe it or not, I once would have rejoiced to know I'd be picked to travel far in search of something so great. But even these gifts come with a cost, don't they? Forgive me, I was a little skeptical of your abilities before. I honestly can't say that I've ever met a real watcher. Oh, don't worry about him. He just likes doing things like that from time to time. Seems to cheer him up, so I just let him be. Once you've seen it a few times, I got to be honest, the shock kind of wears off. Every time he goes a little strange in the face, I try and see if I can hear anything. Connor grins. It hasn't worked so far. See if you can get him to tell you what the spirit said. Okay. I can already see why everyone likes Kana, Eder, and Aloth. The fact that we've been traveling together for like a week in-game and they're already just like, he's the main character. Shit like this just happens. You learn to deal with it. I actually really like that angle. Once again, how does Kana know how your face looks? I mean, to be fair, there's a lot that can be said about non-verbal communication. It could be the head tilt. It could be the slight slackness. Plus, there is the... Let me see here. There is just enough that you can kind of see the nose and the bottom of the face there. You just can't really see anything of the top half of the face. There is a little bit of an opening to see somewhat down there. Also, it could just be that Kana... Didn't you say, I think you said that Godkin or Godlike are a lot more common in the Dreadfire Archipelago where he's from, and they're a lot more like openly seen by people? So it could just be that he's gotten used to reading how a Godkin or God... Why do I keep wanting to call them Godkin? Godlikes faces are. The character writing so oh yeah, I've endured it so far. Kind of funny that Durance was the only one who didn't talk in that conversation. We need to talk to him more too. We need to find out more about him. He's from Dreadfire, he's from Rauatai. Oh, that's the other Amauan, like, main area, isn't it? Oh, okay, okay. What have we got here? Ooh. Oh, not black oozes again! Fucking A! Wait, hold on, why is... Shit. Pull back. I forgot fucking she's on melee. Switch it back. Eder, get in there. There we go. And then we're going to... There we go. Get up here. Yeah, there we go. Good damage. Good damage. Alright, everybody join in. No, don't let it do that again. There we go. Very nice. Very nice.
What?
God, I hate those black oozes. Oh, they even had money in them. Anything in here? Ooh, Perdo. Cool. And yet more backers of the game. Sweet. And some money.
Margren's fire casts light in dark room.
No, nothing in this room. Let's keep moving. Oh, God. Why is it black oozes?
Wait.
Okay, so regular black ooze on that side. Okay, hold on. Actually, Edir, go for him. And we... Blind, Daze, Frightened, Prototype. Okay, yeah, mind control that one. There we go. Force him to attack. Oh, Jesus. Move away. Don't aggro the troll. Don't aggro the troll. Come on, run this way. Shit. No, don't aggro the troll. Both of you, attack from range. There we go. Okay.
Let's go.
Yep, switch back to attacking him. There we go. We get killed at... It's just way less likely to be killed at birth. Ah, okay. Still, if he has more interaction with them, I could kind of believe that he'd be able to understand, like, nonverbal cues from them more. Well, you'd be born in the Dreadfire, they're more likely to survive. Ah, okay. Still leads to a higher number of them, I mean. Come on, give me the shit. Thank you. Oh god, I hope that sound isn't coming through my window. Somebody's revving their engine outside. I'm also pretty sure we're not getting any experience for this because we've already maxed out our Black Ooze experience, I'm pretty sure. There's more of the backer stuff. I always keep clicking on it. Wait, what? Told you so, you damn fool. Okay. We don't have time to read all of those, but I like that first one was there. That was pretty funny.
I'll see what I can find.
Anything in here? Ah, trap detected. Open that up for me. Ooh, fine mail armor. I'll take that. I'll take that indeed. I feel like, much like a lot of games, medium armor kind of has no point in existing in this, because you either want as much defense as possible, or you want to be as fast as possible, and medium armor just isn't very effective. Or efficient, I should say. Might be a better way of putting it. Some golden dukes. We're just grave robbing the shit out of this place. Sorry. Well, sorry, not sorry, I should say. Nope, just more of those. I always check them, because you never know when one of these is going to not be something for the backers, and I'm going to kick myself if I somehow missed it. Ah, go ahead and disarm that. Ooh. Oh, it's another neck item. God damn it. Medium armor's fine for ranged characters if they want to resist long-range attacks but still shoot fast. I can kind of see that. But again, it seems like... I don't know, it seems like, again, you'd either want maximum speed or maximum protection would still be more efficient. I don't know. My inner min-maxer might just be kind of railing against it, I guess. That is entirely possible. Oh, why is it another goddamn neck item? The only person who would be useful is on her. I don't know if she even has... Right, we gave her the deflection. Gives Stalker's Link, but I don't think she has that yet, so it's kind of useless still. Ranger exclusive, not bad stat. Really? Because it only gives... The only thing it does is modify the Stalker's Link damage. But I don't think we gave her that ability, so... Unless I'm missing something? Oh, okay. Oh, that's the... Oh, we do have that one. Oh, we do have that one. Never mind. So, hold on. 20% Stalker's Link damage. Wait, but the Stalker's Link doesn't... So it's... Oh, so it just modifies it to give them a damage buff. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine then. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah. That's not bad. I thought it was something that we didn't have, and that made it pretty much useless. Just some more backer stuff. Nothing in this room. Okay. We checked that out. We checked that out. All right, back this way. Let's go. Hey. There we go. So that she completed the Bright Hollow construction. We've got some more money too. What else do we want? Let's equal... Oh, sorry. That was a burp and a hiccup. God. Let me drink some water real fast. There we go. Let's go ahead and get the Western Barbican up. That'll equalize our defense, and it's not too expensive.
Sure.
Oh, barracks for high... Well, we'll get that next. We'll get that next. because I have a feeling we're going to be here for a while. Alright, go after the black ooze. Why does he always target turrets? Jesus. Oh, God. Yeah, nah, and that one's gonna... Oh, good lord. Ow.
Yeah.
Okay, Adair, block... Oh, it came off. Can the rest of you attack this thing? Surely the 6 of us together can kill this thing before I take too much damage. There we go. There we go. Nice and taken care of. I don't think we'd want fruit that was inside of a black ooze. That sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, it no longer two-shots us. Plus, they seem to not... They don't seem to be coordinating the way they used to. It was kind of weird, those first couple of battles we had against Black Ooze, it seemed like all of them would always target the same person, and they would all fire at him in like a freaking volley.
I'm on the trail.
No, nothing here. Anything? Oh. Okay, skeletal fighters. So we've got vessels. Okay. Okay, hold on. Turn the AI off. Edar, block the door. Durance, get behind him. You've got the AoE that we can use. Is it just the 2? I think it's just the 2. Okay, go ahead and pop that first. Everybody attack. There we go. Nice and simple.
Yeah.
Hold the door, Adair. Hold the door with your door. Because you've got a door for a shield. Oh, none of that's going to be of any value to me, really? Oh, this is disturbing. Okay, is it just the one? No, it's not just the one. Shit. Give me a fireball. Durance, keep to the left. There we go. Oh, that's a wizard. Oh, shit. Fuck. Crap. How do we want to do this? Okay, that's an archer. We can't do anything about that. Focus fire the skeleton with all of our ranged people. There we go. Knock him down. Ah! Oh my god. What in that? That was that bouncing shit, wasn't it? Yeah, the bounding. Fuck it. What the fuck? Holy crap. What in the... That was from one cast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 hits. What in the fuck? Oh, and of course, now he dies. Fuck you. Oh, there were 2 of them. There were... That's... Okay, so it was 9 hits from each. I was about to say, there should not be any level 3 spell that's capable of hitting 18 people that isn't a full-blown AoE. What in the goddamn?
It makes you rest easier.
Yes, you like bounding it. The main issue was that there were 2 of them. I didn't even see the second one over here. And they both cast it simultaneously, which is... Fuck me. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna need to rest. We're gonna need to rest after this, because holy shit, we just took a pounding. -4 constitution. So yeah, if he gets hit again, he's gonna take so much fucking damage. Ugh. Yeah, I just gathered that up. Ow, that fucking hurt. Oh, leather armor, what the fucking do?
I shall be discreet.
Nothing here.
Steady does
Nothing here. Just check the corners of the room. Okay. There's more shit up there. Hold on. Pistol. Oh, it's not good. Ooh.
Finished. Worth a look.
I got it. I got it. Oh. Helig of... Oh, shit. That's the... Okay, we definitely need to rest before we go in there. We definitely... Okay, hold the phone. That's the guy that we were looking for. We're resting. Everybody take damage reduction. Ooh, +2 damage reduction. Oh, so that's what happens when you get the survival high enough. Again, it kind of seems like damage reduction's always going to be the best choice then for them. Alright, we took care of your ribs. Yeah, damage reduction +1. Alright, let's get ready then. But yes, well, that was definitely a great showcase in why the bounding missiles thing that you mentioned was so good, Tenwin. I will definitely have to keep that in mind. Part of me is thinking that I don't even want to listen to what this guy's story is, because the other guy's, like, account seemed pretty straightforward, but then again... Oh, maybe he can release her soul or something, so I guess we should talk to him. Yep. A lone figure in tattered robes shuffles across the chamber, muttering under his breath. As you approach the chamber, the figure halts and swivels his head towards you. Its haggard visage is a labyrinth of wrinkles and sores overgrown by a moss-like beard. What's this? Who disturbs Helig's work? His voice rattles and gurgles like that of a drowning man. Oh, I need to add more phlegm to it then. You're Helig? The old man Dalton sent me to look for Rowena. He leans back and bursts into a raucous laughter. His threadbare robes drift apart, revealing an amulet and a ragged wound running from chest to throat. It splatters a black viscous fluid on the floor with every cackle.
That old fool is still alive. I do hope he still hasn't bearing a grudge for that incident. It was so very long ago.
Dalton believes that you have Rowena in the catacombs. Is that true? He seems to restrain another bout of chuckling.
You could say that. If you were to retrieve my grimoire from Modred, I might even let you in on the secret.
Fine. What do you need me to do?
When animancy started gaining popularity, I came to Defiance Bay in hopes of finding a place where my research would meet with more acceptance. Worked at the Breckenberry Sanitarium for a few months when I met Modred.
He spits a glob of black blood onto the floor.
Let's just say that Modred and I didn't see eye to eye. He got so bad we were threatening to kill each other on a daily basis. And that bastard made good on his threat.
He runs a jagged fingernail across his oozing wound.
Sank a dagger into my chest while I was sleeping and dumped me in the catacombs.
You're really going to agree to a necromancer for his I want to find out more about this sanitarium. We can always kill Helig later. Like, we did that to the fucking animancer we ran into in Redrick's castle. If Modred killed you, how are we having this conversation?
I preserved my mind and bodies with Ingwithan magic and a few timely preparations.
He looks at his rotting hands.
Yet now my soul is anchored to this decaying husk.
His claw-like hands clench into fist.
Modred stole a life from me and left me with a wretched corpse. And this craving.
He clutches at his stomach and glances at you hungrily, but only for a second.
Modred keeps all of the precious to him in a trunk in his laboratory, and he stole my grimoire.
He offers you a key with a claw-like hand.
On your way to the sanitarium, then. Bring me my grimoire and my revenge, and you can have your Rowena.
He chokes on a burbling chuckle.
There's nothing else. Be on your way.
What are those creatures behind you?
A few personal projects. Sorry souls stuck in their mortal shells. Their flesh is as dead as mine, though their minds are not as well maintained. They flock to me like worms to a drake. They're not half as intelligent, but...
He watches as one stumbles into his desk.
They serve for amusement.
And what are you doing down here?
Research. A hodgepodge of animancy and proper necromancy. Peace and quiet. And an abundant supply of subjects.
I mean, yeah, we could blow him up right now. Rizard, who killed Rowena all those years, he claims to know where she is, but he's demanded a favor. Helig wants me to retrieve his grimoire cell of debt. He's confident that it's been locked away by Modred and Animancer. See, I'd like to at least talk to Modred, and this might give me an in to speak to him, who will probably then send me back here to kill Helig. So, you know. Might be able to squeeze some additional quest XP from all of this. Fuck! Ow, ow, ow.
I shall be discreet.
I should have known. Alright, what else have we got? Anything? Thank you. Please clear that. Does this just lead up? Please don't set off the fucking trap. What do you mean failed to disarm the trap? What do you mean failed to disarm the trap? I have a 7 in mechanics right now. Too high to skip. God fucking damn. That's bullshit. How am we've been encountering things that mainly required mechanics 3 and 4. How are we suddenly encountering something that requires 8 and above? Alright, fine. Fall back. Fall back. Let's get the hell out of here.
Hello? Hello?
Nope, nothing there. Oh, more gold. I'll take it. That leads down. We're not going to do that yet. I'm going to assume the necromancer has the damn her soul stuck to his amulet or whatever, considering he showed that off. Also, let's... Where's that troll? No. Oh, right. Not another... Which means there's another troll around here, too. In addition to the ooze. Okay, quickly, before the troll comes back, set up so that Ader's in front. What's over here? Nothing? Nope, nothing. Alright. Where did that troll go? Also, what is this? The viscous, foul-smelling sludge ebbs in the trench. God, yeah, it's sewage. Of course it's foul-smelling. Okay, seriously, where the fuck is that troll? Was it over here? Yeah, it was, because we moved... Oh, okay, so the troll is further in. Okay, okay, okay. Fair enough. And a morning star. Nobody cares. And more of that. No? Alright, let's keep moving this way. Let's try to avoid any more traps, shall we? God damn. Okay, this is quite a bit bigger than I was expecting. Oh, back this way. Go ahead and unlock the... See what I mean? That was a lot... Difficulty 3. Everything else around here has been like 3s and 4s at absolute most. Go ahead and... No, back up, back up. God damn it, Adir. Yeah, okay, engage. Durance engage you. Switch over to the pike. And we still can't reach because Durance's fat ass is in the way. Shoot him. Go. Alright, punch through. Take out the ranger. Oh, not again. Get back behind the wall. Oh, that is horse shit. You can break line of sight, it still does the damage? Alright, I don't like that as a mechanic. I don't like that as a mechanic at all. Oh my god, why is it so loud? Holy shit. Fuck, why was that sound effect so loud? Rod, vessel bones, warbow. Yep, nothing of any value, really. Okay, we're having a fun time with this place. Scepter, Golden Duke, nope. More memorials, more memorials. Ooh, fine scale armor. Hopefully that'll be worth a pretty penny. 4 bows. Ooh, that's a lot of copper. Oh, okay, hold on. There's a dude in there. There is exactly one dude in there. Okay, well, this shouldn't be a problem. Why? Please move. There we go. Come on, poke him to death. There we go. Much better. And nothing of value.
I'll take a look.
And still kind of nothing of value. Did we even get any experience? Oh, we did actually. Skeletal fighter. Okay, okay. We're actually getting experience from this. That's good to know. Oh, that's an entirely separate area. Okay, we'll swing back around before we deal with the rest of this place. Nope, nothing around the corner. Open it up. What the? A small Orlan man appears to have pulled together some crates and scraps of cloth to make a rather sorry-looking little camp. The thick fur on his limbs is matted and his clothing smeared with blackened grime. He looks startled as you enter and his eyes widen in alarm. For a moment, however, he smiles.
Well, hello there. Wasn't expecting any visitors down in this part.
Glances around the dim room. What in the hells are you doing here?
I've been a little down on my luck lately. Didn't have anywhere to stay, so I thought I'd come down here. Nobody pokes around in the catacombs much. Not until you, anyway.
Well, that's a sad tale, but I highly doubt it's the whole story. What are you hiding? The Orlan looks away, clearly agitated.
I am just trying to get by. There's nothing else into it. And if that isn't to your liking, then there's a whole lot of catacomb out there for you to have all to yourself.
If you tell me, perhaps I can help. Aeorn opens his mouth to snap something, then his hands ball into fists. He thinks better of it. He shakes his head slowly, expression resigned. He finally sighs heavily.
Very well, it's true. I've been hiding from the knights down here. But it's not what you think.
He ducks his head.
It was an accident. It has been hard for me here in Defiance Bay. I thought if I got involved in the city business, if I, made the right friends, it would be easier. And it did. Really. I made a name for myself, a place. People listen to me when I talk. When they used to. People get very passionate about these things.
Oh, Aeorn, this is the guy who was running the inn. I completely forgot that was his name. So the bartender was right. He was hiding. I have to wonder if the bartender actually knew he was down here and just didn't want to bug him. Oh, yeah, that's why I recognize the name.
We were discussing shipping agreements of all things. That was all we were fighting over. But this one night, this man, he got very angry. I think maybe he had a little too much at the end.
Aeorn pauses.
And I guess he didn't like that it was an Orlan talking back to him. I struck him. He came towards me. I hit him. He went over like a tree. And he struck his head on the way down.
Aeorn lowers his gaze and shrugs helplessly.
Turns out he was a Crucible Knight. And the Crucible Knights don't care how it happens. They just want me gone. They won't let me live long enough to see a rope. So please,
he looks at you with a pleading expression,
I just want to get out of this city. The second I can get money for passage, I will not trouble anyone again. I swear it. I'll live quietly. But you can't, please, you can't tell them I'm here.
No. Tenwin, quick question. Is this one of the people that we can invite to our fortress? Because I obviously don't want to send him away just yet. Just the way it kind of framed it with him showing up here and him having been mentioned, I'm kind of considering that he might be one of the merchants or somebody that we can invite to our fortress, and I don't want to just send him off. We're obviously not going to turn him over to the Duke. We're not going to... The reward's worth more than your sorry life. No, it's not. You can, when you build a dungeon, keep him in there, but otherwise... So... we can arrest him, technically? Okay, so no, we're not going to do that. If it truly was an accident, and from the sound of it, it was, the most he'd get is assault, but if the knights are just going to kill him for that, then, well, that's kind of fucking extreme. We've got enough money. Hell, we've looted more than 300 copper pieces just from being down here alone. Here, this should be enough to buy you passage out of Defiance Bay. Aeorn stares at you in disbelief. But this is... His face twists as he struggles for words.
I'd heard tell of you as a kind soul, but I wouldn't have imagined. This will get me out of the city. This will get me well away.
Wouldn't it be manslaughter? Yeah. No, you're right, because it did result in the guy dying, so it would be manslaughter. Still, if the guy took a swing at him first, which he seems to imply, although how you'd prove that without modern forensics is beyond me. I suppose animancers can look into memories, so they could literally just look into his memories and then see how he, what happened. But even then, as he said, it doesn't matter. The knights aren't going to even let him see a judge. I'm not sure I could ever thank you enough, but here, take this. Hopefully it's of some use to you on your journey. Yeah, and from what you've told me of the Orlans around here, he'd be in a lot of trouble. You have my lasting gratitude. I should get ready. Oh. Properties, crit multiplier bonus of plus 10. Okay. Except we have dexterity gloves plus 2, which is better. So honestly, we're going to give that to Kana because he hits very rarely. So anything we can do to give him a chance to do even more damage is going to be good. I mean, I'll take it. Let's see what else is down here. Camping supplies, good. Lockpicks, always nice. Smoldering fire strewn with the meager remains of a recent meal. Fish bones, a molded rind of cheese, and a blackened husk of bread.
Laying low.
Small tent is barely standing. Oh, the queen that was and still is. Oh, is this about Wodaka? Yeah. For Sagani, she fires more often, so bigger chance for crit. It kind of works for either one. I was mainly just concerned because with how rarely Kana attacks, I would love for his attacks to just have a higher chance to crit in the first place, just because that way he'd be getting exceptional amounts of value out of his individual shots. But either one could still work. Yeah, I might move it to her. Oh. Okay, so we're getting a religious book on Wodaka now. Dear sisters, do you still remember your first deliverance, when you strangled your first wrongdoer? Did you see the moment their life became death? When you see the instance when your victim realized that Wodaka forgets nothing? When Wodaka takes back her throne, will you face her with pride, knowing you have held to your oaths, or will you be amongst the word breakers? Wodaka teaches vengeance and memory, and while she is in exile, we shall be her eyes and ears that lets no injustice slip from the record. We must be the clenched fist that silences the lying breath, and when Wodaka retakes her throne, all the injustices that have slipped through the cracks of history will be righted. The villains hiding in plain sight amongst the innocent shall feel the burned queen's choking grasp. Pray that you live to see the day when you will join our queen in this cleansing of the wicked. But know, my sisters, that we must be ready to see the end of our days without the return of our queen, for she will take back her throne, but it may be our daughters or our daughters' daughters that serve the restored court. We must continue to live as we have always lived, hated by the other face, even though we place justice above our own well-being. At least the Empire of Adir still holds our creed in proper esteem. It is a proper sign of respect that by imperial custom our clergy must oversee a contract for it to be legally binding. For who else understands the value of remembering one's oaths than the Wodaka's faithful? Let us not count our current blessings. We still enjoy the support of the Paladin Order of the Steel Garrote, for they still understand that society is built and broken by the oaths and rules of its people. When Wodaka retakes her throne, my family will know that I was right to commit my life to the exiled queen. When Wodaka retakes her throne, the Strangler will stop being a story told to frighten our daughters, but a hero woven into parables that to teach our children justice. When Wodaka retakes her throne, we will bring her flawless memory with her, and every transgression, every crime, and every injustice will be revealed. When Wodaka takes back her throne, even gods will not be spared their due retribution. Boy, I can't imagine how a country that is founded on a revolution and people breaking their former ties to their overlord would possibly be constantly against a group that is this crazy. Jesus Christ.
Light, flame, and sound.
Yeah, I can't imagine why a revolutionary nation, a nation that had to overthrow its previous rulers, could possibly have some problems with a society that is that obsessed with every single oath that people take. Yeah, oath breaking is a big no-no for the world. Yeah, I can't imagine that they're very happy in this region of the world. All right, where's the troll? I hear him. I can hear the sound effect of his footfalls from here even. That is good sound design, I will admit. There we go. Okay, he's going that way. Let's see if we can get... Oh, he doesn't go very far. All right, everybody up. All right. Everybody's got a first attack. Go ahead and blind him. There we go. Okay, I need to lower... Jesus Christ, that was so many sound effects. Hold on. That was so many sound effects. We're going to drop that all the way down to about 40%. Holy crap. That was so loud on my end. I really hope that didn't come through as loud on your guys' end. But it might have. It did not sound nice.
Hello?
What else have we got?
Hello?
Is there anything else over here? Yep, same description. Nothing over here. Wasn't that bad? Well, I'm wearing headphones, and I can guarantee it was that bad on my end. Oh, god damn it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. The stairs are probably still our best bet to hold them. Adir, I want you to hold right here. Turn off your AI and hold right here.
Yeah.
We are going to... Where is it? Fireball. Right there.
Ready, Watcher.
Wounding shot. Slows the target's progress. Not that. Give me a control spell on... Oh my god, I don't even know where to begin. Shit. Do we have any AoEs from him, or are they all single targets? Create a circle of protection bonus to all defenses. Consecrated ground. Dealing freezing damage to enemies. None of these are really helping.
I'm here.
Fudge. I need them to bunch up in order for that to be worthwhile. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, good shot. Then I want you to throw a chilling mist right on top of them.
Yeah.
We're going to mind control one of the trolls.
What?
Kana, go ahead and keep shooting. Same thing with you. Get the fox over here to start attacking as well. There we go. We're going to attack the Sporling. Durance, do you have any AoEs, or is it all single target? It really looks like it's all single target. Okay, I want you to drop the Pillar of Faith right on that thing's head. Come on. Good, there we go. Knocked some of them flat. The troll has resurfaced. We're going to go ahead and reapply the mind control. There we go. Go ahead and attack. Durance, keep attacking there. Go ahead. Alright, turn on your AI again. Okay, I think the cold spell is already worn off. So let him fight. Let him fight. There we go. Okay, the troll is... There we go. Oh, okay, he's disengaging from that. Okay, hold on. Mind control him. Don't let him hit our back ranks. There we go. Oh, fuck. Durance. AoE.
Doing the job.
Focus fire the troll right now. Focus fire the troll right now. There we go. Okay, here's down. Move up. Engage the Sporling. Oh, that one's hostile again. Hold on. Give me another mind control. Force it back. He's going to go after that. Now hit the dank spore. Go. Iconic projection is an AoE. It just isn't that good on a raised staircase. Iconic projection. Iconic projection. What is... well, I can't even select Durance because apparently he got mind controlled by the spore. Come on. Come on. Take him down. There we go. Get ready. The troll's going to switch back. There we go. Go after him. Oh my god. Why is he still focusing on Durance? God damn. I had 3 other people in range. Why is he focusing on him? And he's down. God fucking damn it. God damn it. Iconic projection. I don't even know which one that is. Hold on. Despondent, Dire Blessing, Pillar of Faith, Warding Seal, Watchful Presence, Holy Power, Iconic projection. Yeah, but it's a straight line is the problem. Yeah, see? Oh, that's way wider than I thought. Okay, never mind. Durance Fireburst would do the most damage to the troll, causing the enemy focus on... Oh, you're right. Fuck. Well, that's just minus perception, so that's not too bad for him. It's not like when he was losing 4 constitution to the damn thing.
Yeah.
So, we can keep adventuring for right now. Lots of... Yep, there we go. Lots of spores. There we go. Oh, what's this? a club. Jesus Christ. That doesn't help. Ooh. Ooh. Come on. It's an opal. Alright. Maybe I should put Durance in heavy armor. This is getting kind of ridiculous how often he somehow ends up getting hit by shit. Yeah, I found a stick. It's a good stick, but it's still a stick. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if putting Durance in heavier armor might not be a good idea. Because he just keeps drawing people's attention, because he actually deals decent damage with that fire stick. Yeah, I'll figure things out. I might have to do... Oh my god. I might have to do some research into how the various weapons and recovery times work. There we go. That was nice and simple. Thank God. Oh, we finally maxed out our experience for that. That's nice. That gets us... Yeah. We're almost... We're actually getting there. Sweet. We might actually level up before the end of the day. Oh, there's another one. Jesus Christ. Well, at least these things on their own are not that hard. Is that everything? Hey, dear. Oh, he's still confused. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Give me. Oh, burst of scroll summer flame. Okay, so that's a nice straightforward fire damage. Still not seeing anything else. Is there anything over here? Speed us up. No. Interesting. That's strange. Then where was this acolyte that we encountered at the entryway going? He must have been going somewhere, but I'm not... Oh, there we go. Okay. That's why Temple of Wodaka is over here. Oh, interesting. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised considering we found the book about her down here. I also have to imagine you can't wear hoods. Fun fact, due to you being a Deathclaw has changed a little here, you can't wear... Oh, because it was talking about how the guy had, like, a hood or something you could find? Is it a... Oh, we're still... That's why it took us so long to get over here. I didn't realize we were still sneaking. God damn, that makes me feel stupid. Oh. Oh, we found... this is it. Oh, shit. One of the corpses there by this horse have a hood that would allow you to pass as a cultist. Yeah, well, we can't do that. In front of you looms the ghostly, hollow image of the man who was present at your awakening. He casts a pale, sickly light in the dank corridor as he regards you.
You are from Kratom, my boy.
I just realized this really does tell what time period this game was made, because they've used the word dank in a lot of things, and that word now has so many more connotations after the internet got a hold of it. These words are an echo in your mind from a long time past. You know your response before you speak it, as if it has always been. I was born there.
A remarkable city. Truly one of the most impressive we have encountered outside of our own. Many exceptional people who have joined our cause come from Kratom.
Okay. Careful, Tedwin. We're straying close to spoiler territory. Don't be spoilering. Don't be spoiling. But thank you for the heads up. Ah, okay.
What made you decide to join our order?
Interesting. Went through dark... How do we want this then? So this is pure roleplay right now. What would the spiritual ancestor be like? Born in Kratom. I went through dark times. Nothing made sense. That all changed when your order came to my homeland.
Little makes sense in the false contexts much of the world has lived under for so long. It is by the mercy of the gods that our faith has been able to reach so many of the heathen in more recent times. Are you ready to take the oath? To spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen?
Word of the god... If they're supposed to be the followers of Wodaka, I thought the followers of Wodaka were not very pleased with the other gods, so why would he call it the word of the gods, plural? Especially gods like Magrin and some of the others. Interesting. Something feels off here. Yeah, don't. Something is definitely off. This isn't just Wodaka. It doesn't seem to be. Unless, the only thing I can think of, given that they were using an ancient Engwithan artifact when we found them. What? What? Says he found something. I mean, I thought there might be a hatch or something. I'm not seeing it. Nothing's lighting up when I press tab. No? No? Oh. No? Okay, I don't know what's going on there. So back to what I was thinking. What? Why is... What the fuck? How? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is happening?
I'm here.
Tenwin, am I not supposed to be in here? Just yes or no. Yes or no. You glitched through the wall. Okay, so it's definitively a glitch. Temple's here. Reloading. Okay, do not walk so close to the wall that you glitch through it. We're going to avoid that. We're going to choose the... You're supposed to be able to open the wall. Okay, well, we'll try that. Yes, I was born there. I went through dark times. We saw that. I am. Yep. Okay, let's try it again, shall we? Yeah, because it said I discovered something, but then it didn't let me open the door.
Look.
So Vani has discovered something. What? Okay, hold on. What the fuck is going on? You're supposed to be able to open the wall. Yeah, that's what I figured. Is it... Do I find another entrance later that leads in from the back and it's only meant to be open from that side? Is that what we're dealing with here? Because... Oh, wait. Something... I swear something highlighted when I passed my mouse over that. What the hell? There's... Quite sure no. It's supposed to be one of the torches. I'm... Jesus fucking Christ, what the hell? There's nothing. I guess it's just glitch. Oh, God. Okay, sure. Hold on. We're gonna make a hard save here. We're going to load the autosave one last time. We're going to see if this works. And if I glitch through the wall again, we're going to try and work from the opposite side. So I am going to make a second hard save. Yes, because we've got the hard save there. I'm going to make a second hard save here.
Right.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. We've already seen this scene twice before. Come on. Yes, I was born there. We've went through hard times. Da-da-da. I am. Blah, blah, blah. I still haven't even talked about what my theory is. And I'm kind of annoyed about that because I think it's a pretty cool theory. Okay. One last time. We move up here.
Found something.
And then... Okay, it's also weird that it... Okay. So if I... What the fuck? Are you kidding? What is the point of having high mechanics skill that's way higher than everything else in the game right now if you keep finding shit you can't break open? I think you hear a faint sound of whispering coming from the skulls, but the words are unintelligible. Okay, we can discern that one at least. Nature's Embrace. Burn damage reduction. Freeze damage reduction. Grants wood skin when hit by a critical hit twice per encounter. Belt is made of a thin interwoven vines forming a sturdy, elegant loop imbued by protective magics. The plants and animals of the Dyrwood, the wearer can contend with extremes of temperature and in moments of dire need, the magic of the belt will lend its protection to the wearer's very skin. Oh, no, I want to know what wood skin does. Plus 6 damage reduction for 15 seconds on an enemy crit. Okay, twice per encounter. That's actually really good. That sucks because you'll probably not be able to get it proper. Well, was there something else in here? Because hopefully, I will hopefully be able to glitch my way back through the wall. Come on. Come on. If not, then yeah, we're going to have a problem. Maybe if I trigger a scene further in? Oh god, did me and Kana both get stuck over here? God damn it. Can we... Hold on, if I trigger something with these guys... Hello? Oh. The mercenary eyes you warily as you approach, his weapon ready. What are you doing here? You don't look like one of the mass lot. Relax. How would I know to be here if I didn't belong? Just assume that my character is here. Thinks carefully, then nods. Alright, go on in and report to the Acolyte. She'll give you your assignment. They should be just about finished with their meeting in the big chamber. Very well. Okay, that didn't work. Maybe if we go over here?
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Oh, it's one of those games. Why? Why do game developers do that?
Where? Further in, I'm assuming, is what you're talking about? Even though it doesn't look like there's another entryway? You proceed to the area behind the guards. Also, why did my cat turn orange? You trigger for an event further in the area? It's just aggravating. It even said that I found the trigger, and for some reason it won't let me. It's infuriating. All right, we'll reload the manual save from before we did that. Where is it? There we go. I guess we'll just have to deal with it. Yep, there we go.
Sure.
Okay. But before we go any further, my theory before all of this shit just happened. We know they're dealing with Ingwithan artifacts. We know they're dealing with something that awakens people and deals with the manipulation of souls. They seem to still be loyal to the gods, or are referencing multiple gods, despite supposedly being the followers of Wodoka, who seem to be very exclusive. They don't seem to follow other gods because the other gods betrayed Wodoka. The visions we had showed an ancient past and seemed to imply the Ingwithans, or showing an aspect of the Ingwithans, which seems to be this world's version of Atlantis, or at least some, ancient precursor civilization. So my theory right now is this cult is trying to find a way to project themselves into the past to prevent Wodoka's betrayal. And in doing so, change the entire course of world history by ensuring that she was never removed from power in the first place. If they did so, then the other gods would still be loyal to Wodoka because she was never betrayed, or they would have been done away with because she would have seen the betrayal coming and defeated them. That's my running theory. Do not, Tenwin, before you type anything, do not answer yes or no. Don't give me anything. That's just my running theory right now.
Sure.
I don't want any implications of whether I'm right or wrong. That's just what I'm thinking and operating under right now. All right, let's do this because, yes, we've seen this part. Intellect, how would I know if da-da-da. Farewell, don't want to raise any suspicions, so we're not going to talk about what's going on in here. Oh, shit, they've got a whole force here. Mercenary. More people over there. Ooh, gold. Thank you. More mercenaries. Yeah, there's plenty of those in here. Some supplies. We'll take that. Also, we'll go ahead and... What? What? Please tell me that put it in the... Yes, thank you, Ted. As I said, I just wanted to clarify it because I wanted to let everybody know where I am mentality-wise with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is it not putting these in my stash? I swear I'm telling it to put it in the stash when I open up the options menu. There we go. Okay. that the actual... Hold on, is that the person? Please initiate. Okay. Oh, that's the symbol of the game. The kind of... the crown-looking symbol. I think it was one of the traps, which I didn't see drop on the floor or anything, so I guess it's just gone.
Well met, friend.
A lone figure paces back and forth, tapping his fingers by his side, muttering to himself. He jumps when he sees you. His hands on his chest. By the flame, you startled me. He pauses and leans forward. Where's your mask? Oh, none of these. Really? We have high intelligence, and this is the best we can come up with? Also, to be fair, you're talking to a goddamn godlike, dude. Wouldn't that, like, you would know that we can't wear headgear. Shit, none of these answers are very good. What mask? He cocks his head as if to... Oh, yeah. Well, shit. Well... Here's hoping the guards didn't hear that. Wrong choice. Well, what else was I supposed to say? They all sounded equally stupid. Oh, it's the same book.
I'll get it open. Finished.
It's a coin. All the guards are going to be hostile the second I leave this room, aren't they?
Hello? Hello?
Yep. God fucking damn it. Well, we made our bed and we're gonna lie in it, so it's time to fight a battle. Did she hit him from here?
Ready, Watcher.
Where's the... There it is. Wow, yeah, actually, she's got decent range. No, saves coming for glitches is one thing, Tenwin. We made our mistake. We'll deal with it. All right, everybody get out of your... He's gonna go for that. Go for that. Send the wolf around here. Attack. There we go. Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, whatever. How? How did he target Durance? Durance hadn't even hit him yet. What the fuck? Why? Why does everyone go for the priest? Nothing there that's of any value. Go ahead and give the grimoire. Ooh. Ah, bounding missiles. Sweet. Go ahead and just write all this down. Go ahead and give me that. Glad that that dipshit decided to run straight towards us rather than casting that. Summons 3 missiles that pierce through the target and leap to 2 additional targets each. So yes, that thing can hit 9 targets in total. Okay, that is... Yeah, that is good. Go ahead and drop that off. Go ahead and drop that off. Okay, do we want to... Hold on, Aloth, I need to see your grimoire real fast. Okay, yes, we want to add that as a 3rd level spell. Give it to Aloth. I just did. I just did. Thank you very much. Curse of Blackened Sight. Shreds of Vision in total dark, blinding them for 28 seconds. That's honestly a decent... No, I still like how I've got his 2nd level spell set up. Is there anything from the 1st level? Because we really don't need Fan of Flames. Like, that really does not help me very much. Sunless Grass doesn't seem to help. Surrounds the caster for damage reduction with Spirit Shield. Crush Dam. We'll go with the Wizard's Double. We'll give him something that's a little more survivable. Dazed doesn't really seem that good. We'll go ahead and give him... Freeze damage, jolting damage. Fan of Flames is a great spell on an MC due to higher might, but yeah, on Aloth it's a... Plus, he tends to be in the back, so unless I want to micro him into the proper spot, him trying to use Fan of Flames is just liable to get everybody else in the party hit, which we really don't need. Okay, there we go. Give him a little more utility on his 1st level spells. Okay, now if I recall, there was an entire freaking pack of dudes out here. So, as per usual, hold on, turn off your thing. We want... Yeah, here they come. Okay, Aloth. Aloth.
Aye?
Avowed changing fan flames to just flames from Skyrim. Yeah, I can see how that would be annoying. Okay, first off, we need chill fog right here. Come on. How did he slip by? What the fuck? I can't get people to slip by that easily. What in the fuck game?
Yes?
Every time I try to maneuver people like that, I get my guys stuck on people. No, fucking fireball them, please. Fireball, and then go ahead and give the AoE damage here. And then go ahead and give an AoE damage here. There we go. Okay, that went better. Somehow they still came into the back to kill Durance. What in the fuck? Durance doesn't even have that bad of a health. He's got the second highest of the entire party, but he just keeps getting his ass kicked. This is getting ridiculous. Okay, no. Why are you giving it to Durance? Put it in the stash. Thank you. Alright, nothing of value, nothing of value, nothing of value, nothing of value. Grimoires to Aloth, and we'll take a look at those. I think they're identical. Yeah, they're identical. This is kind of funny. You see the entire party, including a guy that looks like Satan himself. They point at the priest and go, fuck that guy. Well, I mean, I was about to say, I think earlier, was... if these weren't mercenaries and these were actually like followers of Wodaka, it would kind of make sense because he is a priest of Magdon and Magdon was the one who overthrew Wodaka. But these are the mercenaries. They don't give a shit about the religious side of this conflict. They just want to get paid. Magrin, sorry, yes. Well, I guess there's no point in leaving these two alive. Ader, you mind drawing them towards us, please?
Sure.
Okay, no. Durance, go back. Yeah. Stop. I'm getting sick and tired of this. Yes, okay, he's attracted their attention. Oh, that's a mage? Oh, fuck you.
Yes?
See what I mean? I try to tell people to move, and I can't move at all near people. They had somebody who just slipped right by. Ow, he tried to kill the fox. That was not good. That is a priest, but yes, I mean, still, fair point. Like, nope. Nothing. Okay. Does the fox have health? Because I haven't seen anything to that extent. And it won't let me check his stats. Or is it just a case of the fox can't die, but it will always get knocked out when its endurance runs out? Because that seems to be the case. The fox can't permanently take damage? Okay. So I don't have to worry about it nearly as much. Thank God. Well, now we get to deal with the aftermath of this. So much for infiltrating the damn place. They're all going to be hostile now, aren't they? Oh, man. Yeah, they're all hostile. Fuck.
What?
Sagani takes a debuff to damage. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, okay. There's another one. Mercenary. It doesn't tell us anything about that. I don't like that it doesn't tell us anything about their stats. That's kind of aggravating. Aloth. Oh, you're out of third level slots. That's not good. Go ahead and... See, because I can't tell. There's nothing that indicates what they are aside from what I can see on their equipment, and it's hard to tell if any of them are spellcasters. We're probably going to rest at some point in this, because fucking Durance has been taking way too much damage. Go ahead and give me a minor missile on... We'll go against the rogue.
Following your lead.
Love.
Okay, go ahead and target him. Adir, get in the middle. Yep, there we go. Draw them in. Okay. There is... Oh, that's a cipher. We want him. Go ahead and mind control him. That'll make things easier. Fox will go wide. They targeted Durance again. They targeted the fucking... And it looks like we failed to get the mind control on him. In that case, we'll just run in and attack him. I want you three to focus down on the priest in the back. They all targeted Durance. I put Adir in the front. 2 of them got on him, and they still went around him to attack him. And Durance is almost dead. Why is he almost dead? Why isn't he? Okay, he's not dead, but he's... Oh my god. Is he dead? I can't tell. Are we gonna have to reload? We're about to find out. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, he's not dead. Okay, this is officially gone too far. This is officially gone too far. Durance, you're putting on heavy armor. You're staying in the back. I am tired of this shit. I'm putting the heaviest armor we've got on you. Your robe is worthless. Yes, I'm giving him a crossbow. This is I am done with this. Here's your fine crossbow. You can have that as a ranged weapon. Give me your magic scepter. It's worthless. You suck at this. Nothing else of there is of any value whatsoever. Why do you have random shit in your inventory? You're staying in the back and you're fucking staying there. Reflexes, worthless. I'm giving you the deflection cape. Somebody else can have this. It's worthless compared to all the rest. Fine, it's going in the inventory. I don't care. I am officially done with this bullshit. I'm good at art. I would draw funny images of people ganging up under. That seems to be what they're doing. It's getting aggravated. You see... Okay, I want you to take what I'm experiencing now with Durance and imagine that with my character and Aloth. With Adir just getting constantly bypassed. That was my experience for the entire first act of the game the first time I played this game. I don't fill up the... Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. Okay. Oh, look, a fine rod. Is that better than his? I swear to God, if that's better... I don't want to see my shit. I want to see his shit. There's a loot bar that fills up. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. No, the crossbow's probably still better for him.
Right.
Okay. Loot the body. Thank you. Primal rock. Set above the earth, floats a small distance above the ground. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, we're resting in here. I'm just... This is just... Please rest. Durance, you're staying in the back. From now on, you're staying in the back. Oh. Okay. Isn't this adequate timing? Jesus. Okay. You awake to see Durance, his staff held in both hands before him. A flame flickers at the top end, casting long shadows across his face as he stares in contemplation. Still, for all the light of the fire, your eyes can't focus on him. Perhaps it's awakening from sleep or a trick of the light, but he seems indistinct, blurred around the edges, everything except for the staff. The staff! He seems to be studying its engravings, and as you watch, the engravings glow thinly red, like through the cracks of heat-diffused wood. The thin streams, like molten metal, burning along the edge of his staff, then branch out in an intricate series of fiery veins, bunching thickly where his hands clutch the wood, pulsing as if a heartbeat. As you watch, the veins spiral into dozens of separate circles that spiral again until they are arranged in a circle of their own. They pulse, wait, and all is strangely silent. And then... Suddenly there's a great light from the fire, a rushing of air, a flash. You awaken again. Durance in the same place, still holding the staff, but he is solid, real. He doesn't seem to have noticed you or reacted to what had just occurred. Huh. You wouldn't know this is your focus during the fight. Have I been giving the enemy the bird in my face? The mask of the most hate. Durance, please stop. You can't tank. You can't tank. What must you say now? I had questions I wanted to ask you.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
I saw something strange. Just before we awoke, you were sitting by the fire, and there was a great light from your staff.
Tell me what you saw.
Durance is silent for a moment, staring at you, locking gazes before he speaks. There was a flash like an explosion, a rushing of air, and everything was incredibly bright. And then I awoke.
It is the light of the Godhammer you saw.
Durance takes in every word. He's strangely silent for a moment before he speaks, his voice low. Oh, was Durance Durance was talking about the Godhammer, talking about how the followers of Magrin made it. Is Durance actually the person who helped make the Godhammer? The Godhammer, what was about it?
It was a weapon of Deerwood's people, a symbol of their independence. It saved the Deerwood.
And what would you know about it?
It brought the Saints' War to an end, knocked a god from his perch. There are few that would deny Eothas overstepped. The Godhammer reminded Eothas of it.
Durance's voice remains low, steady, as if repeating something he said many times before, either out loud or to himself, and then his face becomes a stone.
You saw its light because I helped shape it, give it life, and release it into the world. Once seen, its glory is almost too bright to be believed, and too bright to be forgotten.
You helped build the Godhammer?
There were 12 of us. We fashioned the weapon, drafted plans for it, prayed for guidance at Ashfall, and it came to me there. Each of us were given a staff made from the forest of black trees around us, glowing with embers and fire far greater than this branch you see now.
Another? So 12 defended the bridge, and 12 created the Godhammer. 12 is becoming a very repetitive number that's showing up a lot.
It felt as if the staff was Margaren's own finger, guiding my hand, guiding the other 11, the shadows of the 12 who would come to stand on the bridge to stop Eothas.
Oh no, they're the same thing. Oh. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold the phone here. So the 12 weren't just 12 random volunteers. They had already been sent visions by Magrin at the very least, and possibly other gods, for the creation of the Godhammer. I suppose that would have made it very easy for them to be the ones to volunteer, and that means that... Like, is anybody else in the party hearing this? I would think Adir at the very least would have some serious comments at learning that the person traveling with us is one of the 12. One of the 12 that were responsible for detonating the Godhammer, for killing Eothas. I would think Adir would be wanting to speak up at this. A private discussion, yes, maybe, but still. Shadows of the 12.
Even in that stand, there was a ritual to it. For the 12 that stood on the bridge, there were 12 shadows cast, 12 faithful of Magrin, her fiercest supporters and shapers of the Godhammer.
Durance rests the staff in front of him, and the flame atop it curls for a moment. The light flaring slightly, it splits into a ring of flames, one after the other, until 12 of them meet. I mean that he was part of the 12, all of the 12 on the bridge died as they blew up the bomb. But that's not what he... There were 12 of us. We fashioned the weapon, drafted plans for it. Guiding the... See, it felt as if the staff was Magrin's own finger, guiding my hand, guiding the other 11, the shadows of the 12 who would come to stand on the bridge to stop. Oh, you're right. But even so... So yes, that there were 12 creators of the Godhammer, and there were 12 faithful... No, there were 12 faithful of Magrin who shaped the Godhammer, and 12 who stood on the bridge. So my first point still stands. This number keeps repeating, and you don't do that in a setting like this. You don't do that in a fantasy like RPG like this without the number having a great deal of importance.
As 12 held Aethys fast, we 12 unleashed our prayers and let the Godhammer fall.
Okay, so yeah, there's the clarification. Yes, the 12 who crafted the weapon were not the 12 who stood on the bridge. Okay, I needed that kind of clarification. And then the flame blossoms brightly once and resumes its candle intensity. In the aftermath, the shadows seem sharper in the vicinity, as if they have edges, and you blink to clear your vision. Durance is still staring at the tiny candle-like flame intently.
Shadows cast by the fire of the Godhammer, perhaps. And we shared their fate as well in time. Now the spine of the Dyrwood is marked by the Godhammer, marked by Magrin.
The flame suddenly winks out, smokeless. Durance frowns and moves his gaze from the staff. You asked on the Discord, the enemy will intentionally target people with low defensive stats, but they think it's weird that they exclusively target Durance. Yeah, as I said, they were literally moving around Aedir to target Durance. So that's why it's a moot point now. If they continue to do it while he's in the back with a ranged weapon, then something is just wrong with my game. What do you mean shared their fates?
Not all deaths come with stilled breath and stilled heart, or other stilled passions beneath the waste. Some deaths come from silence.
Durance grunts and adjusts the cord of his robe. Oh, has he been unable to speak to his god since the Godhammer went off?
The connection we once shared with Magrin. After the light of the Godhammer, it was not the same. It was as if we'd lost our senses, and sense of purpose as well. Instead of victory being welcomed, there was silence, within and without.
Oh, this is interesting. No, it's starting to make sense. The followers of Aothas can't feel Aothas here anymore after the Godhammer. The followers of Magrin are having trouble talking to Magrin after the Godhammer. Remember, the followers of Berthas and the followers of Galawain, both of whom are referencing, seem to have connections to death and the passage of life, are both seeming to have issues. Even the Glenfathan that we ran into at the very beginning of the game were quoting Galawain's scriptures while still essentially causing issues between them and the Dyrwood, despite the Glenfathans and the Dyrwood supposedly being at least nominal allies. And the followers of Berith still can't provide a solution to the Hollowborn. It's not just Aothas that's having a problem. All of the gods' followers are having issues. And if the followers of Wodaka are also having issues contacting their goddess and are being led astray by somebody else who's dealing with this, someone is intentionally messing not just with one god's followers, but with all of the god's followers. Something is intentionally blocking either the voice or the commands or certain aspects of these various gods from talking to and working with their followers. I'm not so sure the Godhammer was sent by Magrin then. I think the Godhammer was something else. It might even be that Widewind was something else as well. It sounds like something, he set things up to look like there was a battle between the followers of Aothas and Magrin, but it wasn't. Something about what the Godhammer was being used on something that whatever Widewind was, whether he was the chosen of Aothas or not, seems to have caused some kind of disconnect between what the gods are capable of doing in this world and what their mortal followers hear and perceive on the actual mortal plane. Something is not right. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like miscommunication. It seems almost as if the gods, when they needed to, could have a direct line of communication to somebody if they needed to. They could literally just reach down and talk to one of their priests. Maybe not perfectly, but they could at least get most of their ideas across. But now, the followers of Berith don't know what's going on with the Hollowborn. The followers of Magnan don't know what's going on now that they can't seem to talk to her after the Godhammer. The followers of Aothas are either all dead or just straight up don't know what happened to their god. And the followers of Galawain, which mainly seem to be the Glenfathans, are getting more and more on the warpath, despite the fact that they're supposed to be military allies with the rest of Dyrwood. So long as, of course, the Dyrwoodans leave the Ingwithan Engwithan ruins alone, which this cult, supposedly of Woedica, seems to have an interest in going after. Either, again, I think this might play into my original theory of going back of the Woedican cult causing an issue. I think they might be the center of this, but it's also entirely possible that they were actually ground zero for whatever's causing this misinterpretation. That they were just the first to be subverted and the first to be used to cause this problem with the other gods.
Not many can claim to have killed a god. It is less a heroic tale than you would think. And such a death, it changed our faith. All faiths, I expect. Doubt followed, and the world changed. I do not believe Magrin was pleased by what we had done.
They claimed you had entered the ruins, and when we did it, we saw someone had been there on the floor, so the Glenfather... Except I think what they saw were the cultists. It would make sense that they saw the cultists enter, either at the same time we did or at the something, because the person's body who had found the gem seemed like it had been there a while. Not that it had been there just recently. Plus, what would have... I mean, I was about to say what would have killed him, but it would have been the black oozes, most likely. Weren't specifically on the warpath more than usual in that specific situation. Maybe, but if they are the Nine Fangs or the Nine Claws, we already know that that particular clan is particularly, shall we say, trigger happy as far as the Glenfathans go. So it wouldn't be that hard for a group of cultists to essentially cause an incident by just entering a ruins while other people are around. That's the thing. They wouldn't even have to come back out. If they just ran into the ruins as fast as possible, the Glenfathans saw someone enter, and in front of that ruin, they see a whole camp of people. Well, they're first going to go after those people, the people in the camp outside, and then they'll figure, okay, now we can track down the people inside, well, or leave them to die, since the Glenfathans don't like going into the ruins either. Either way, it's just causing more and more diplomatic issues. If Magrin was behind your creation of the Godhammer, then why do you believe Magrin wouldn't be pleased by what you and your fellows had done?
The world is broken, the wheel stilled. There is sickness in the world's heart, perhaps the price of crossing a god.
Yeah, the best the Glenfathans would do is basically kill everyone on the outside and then wait a few days to see if the person who went in comes back out. Which, of course, they would assume that he wouldn't because he probably died of the traps, but they would have to make sure.
Crossing two gods. Even as Magrin shaped our hands, perhaps we carried her will farther than was allowed. Just as Widewind did. Saint Widewind. Mortal arrogance to match mortal arrogance.
I suppose that's possible, but that doesn't make sense. That might make sense for Magrin based on what we know of Magrin and her desire for conflict and bettering oneself. She might have taken it as a step too far or a step in the wrong direction. But Eothas is supposed to be a god of mercy and sympathy and light. You would think that even the destruction of his saint, if that saint had gone on a warpath, would be something he would actively try to intervene in.
Yet if the world had changed, then I sought to change with it. If I had forgotten some of Magrin's teachings, I would find them again. I would make her see me again.
What did you do?
I remembered Magrin's teachings. How reminders on the flesh were more important than the death of a vessel. And I wondered if killing Eothas, if that had simply set him free. Had it allowed him to escape his punishment and be taken on the wheel? Like a mortal?
Durance's voice takes an odd upturn. For once it feels as if he's genuinely asking a question. He shakes his head. Oh. If a god is taken upon the wheel, and based on what we know, when a soul enters the wheel, parts of them break off to join other souls, and other portions of souls amalgamate to them as they're reborn, then the question would be, what did Eothas come back as? Oh, that has some disturbing connotations. What would a god of light who was brutally murdered come back as?
As I stepped from the now blessed Godhammer Bridge, I thought of Ashfall. I thought of the War of Black Trees, wondered if I needed to be burned to find myself again. That is Magrin at her heart. At least that is my hope. These are the doubts that befall me.
What happened when you returned to Ashfall, Durance?
The road to Ashfall is long. Gives one time to think. And if you think long enough, you do not go home. I left without telling anyone, with only the robes I wore at Halgot, my staff, and my name, which is long buried. Of my fellow 11 craftsmen, disciples, I know not what happened to them, if they suffered the same doubt as I did. But it was underserved. It was wrong. We had done all that. had asked. Grab victory from defeat and
So it sounds as if Durance still believes in what Magrin teaches, but he's not sure if he believes in Magrin herself. Or perhaps even that maybe Magrin doesn't follow her own teachings properly, or that their interpretation of the teachings is not correct. Do you feel as if you betrayed your god?
There is something about being used and cast aside. Perhaps Widewen himself felt it. There at the end, when the hammer struck. To be the proof that your god is hollow as the vessel it inhabits.
Durance's eyes narrow as if focusing on some inner thought.
I tried to find purpose, and avoided all contact with other Magranic priests. Did not seek the walls of Ashfall, and sought to make amends to my god through actions.
Yeah, so it definitely seems as if he's suspicious about other followers of Magrin and maybe Magrin herself, but he's still convinced that her teachings are leading him in the right direction. He's just not sure what that direction is anymore.
I joined with the Purges for a time, and not long after came the first signs of the Hollowborn. So many crimes, trespasses, violations. The Salvation. Animancers were another sickness born of the Saints' War. A relapse of innovation, of desperation to heal what we had caused. All seemed worse than before the bridge, not better. And as years passed, the world became even worse still for the victory.
No, the rational answer here seemed it's possible the Purges weren't what Magrin wanted either. It sounds like the Purges weren't what any of the gods wanted. Eothas is a god of mercy. He obviously wouldn't want people purged, regardless of the actual, reasoning behind it. Woedica is a god of oaths, and killing your own neighbors, even though your neighbors stood with you, especially in the case of people like Adair and his family, that wouldn't make any sense either. Magrin is a goddess of Skane, maybe. Which one is that one? Is that I don't remember all of the gods. Galawain wouldn't want it because you're not growing as a person and you're not coming to an understanding of things. You're tearing things down and destroying that which might have made your community good, your pack good, to use the Galawain language. For Magrin, conflict is in their nature, but as it said, their whole purpose is to end conflict as quickly as possible. Purges don't do that. They just spread the destruction, spread the anger, spread the suffering around, and then they cause more of it over and over again in a spiral of violence. Of the main 5 gods that we've been introduced to, none of them seem like they would push for this. Sweat collects. Skane is the god of slaves, of violent retribution and silent hate. The slaves that look up to the noble visible hate, planning their downfall. Yeah. Okay. That was the one. I guess that was the one I couldn't remember. But he's also the one that's been mentioned the least. Yeah, Skane actively encourages the cycle of violence. Okay, so it could be him. The fact that we haven't encountered many of his followers might actually lead to that kind of description then. Sweat collects in the sooty creases of Durance's forehead and runs down his ruddy cheeks. It drips from the tip of his nose. His mouth moves, but his utterances make no sound. He is, for once, at a loss. Feeling your gaze, he quickly composes himself, wiping his forehead with the back of a dirty hand.
Worship the whims of some fickle bitch, and you'll never be more than dirt beneath her feet. Worship what she worships, on the other hand. take her fire for your own, and her esteem comes on its own. Of course, by that time you no longer need it. Trial and transformation, sure as Durance taught.
Do not simp. But no, I think I'm on the right track with how Durance views things. He's not. It's weird. He's essentially an agnostic priest. He's not saying the gods don't exist. He's just saying that the gods may not be worthy of worship, but that doesn't mean that what they teach, the things that they embody, aren't worthy of being followed. And in the case of Magdan, it's the idea, again, of conflict, of strife, but of resolving that conflict, resolving that strife, and doing so as quickly and efficiently as possible, which would explain why he probably feels the way he does. This has been 15 years of his beliefs, the beliefs that that overwhelming force, the Godhammer, being used to end the war in a single decisive blow, has only made things worse. But inherently, the statement first that sounds like oxymoron. Yes. Well, it's because when it comes to conflict, you can never be sure that finishing it, even in a so-called efficient manner, is actually going to lead to the end of that conflict. There's always second-order effects in these kind of things. Usually, the idea of ending a conflict with overwhelming force, if you go back far enough, you get solutions to problems like things like how the Romans sorted out Carthage, which is aka genocide on a mass scale, because it's the only way to ensure nobody rises up against you again. Like, at some point you cross the moral event horizon when you do that. Shouting at Durance out of frustration. I am. Well, there's a difference between gameplay mechanics and story. If I was a min-maxer focused only on gameplay mechanics, I would probably be more frustrated with every one of my party members. This is how people end up with. You get some people who play like the Pathfinder games or even Rogue Trader, where they just leave behind all the regular NPCs because they need perfectly min-maxed, optimized party members, and they only use mercenaries, which I don't know why you're still playing a CRPG if that's how you want to play it. But hey, you do you, buddy. But as far as a story goes, no, Durance has been excellent, from his mysterious entry to the little information we got on him to this entire conversation. But it's, as I said, he's an it's weird because agnostic and atheist have very different definitions when you're in a world where gods are definitively provable as a concept. But that's the best way I can describe it. He's an agnostic priest. He still believes in the things that they're pushing. He believes in the ideas of resolving conflict and resolving these things and testing oneself. But he doesn't necessarily believe that Magdan herself is worth worship. Yeah, at that point, just do a turn-based strategy game, one where you make your own story in your head. Like, people do that with XCOM all the time. I've seen Let's Plays of XCOM where it's just like, yeah, this random soldier did a badass thing, and in my head, he's such a cool badass. But you don't need, but that's a story that you make yourself over the course of playing the game. And you could do that, don't get me wrong, you can. But in a CRPG, you want these moments. I don't know why you wouldn't. Durance glares at you, and staring into his eyes gives you a feeling of peering over the edge of a great cliff.
You think to put the coals to my feet, but what's burned once will never burn again. These talks are your trial, Watcher. You cannot deflect the truth to one who has already been purified by it.
Oh, believe me, Durance, that is not what I'm trying to do. I'm actively trying to get to the bottom of this mystery the same way you are. We're just coming at it from two different angles. Fascinating concept and great background, but his crude. Honestly, his crude nature is selling it for me. He sounds like a man. He speaks like a man who found faith, lost faith, and then found it again. Is kind of the best way I can describe it. He's gone full circle. He's gone from someone who didn't believe to someone who was a fanatic to someone who didn't believe to someone who's a fanatic of a similar but different concept. This is a man who has to believe in something. He is exactly the kind of person where if he wasn't as strong-willed as he was, he would be the ultimate fodder for an actual cult. He would be exactly the kind of person that a cult would try to poach as a charismatic figure. But because he is so obsessed, so fixated on what he believes is correct based on what he's learned, that he's come full circle to the point where he can't be influenced by anything else. Your sequel character mimics Durance's behavior and speech and is genuinely hilarious. Oh, I can't wait till we see something like that. That'll be funny. What can you tell me? What else happened at the bridge? I want to know. We chose the bridge because we could control it. Durance's hands tighten at the top of his staff, as if he's holding it by the neck.
It was a place where we would choke Eothas on his own footsteps, where we knew his feet must fall, a narrow neck of stone. But it was more than that. It was a spine of the Deerwood, symbolic of its backbone. Such symbols are important in the construction of such a weapon.
Durance studies his staff, his eyes traveling along the etchings.
Any weapon.
Durance's face hardens, his eyes burn, his eyebrows narrow.
I suspect Eothas knew that as well, and so did his vessel in its arrogance.
His hand tightens upon the staff.
He intended to walk upon the bridge, as if walking upon the backs of the whole of the Deerwood. And we intended to burn him in the light of our faith, and his. 12 on the bridge, 12 in the shadows, and gave ourselves to it.
Gave yourselves to it.
We put much of ourselves into the Godhammer. Such a device is not simply a machine. There are elements of the spirit in it, even Widewind's spirit.
Interesting. They could be referring to fragments of the soul. We know that's a pretty common element of the soul magic within this setting. Element Widewind. Why?
We all studied Widewind. He was our enemy, and he had provided the flesh the god wore as a cloak. That flesh made him vulnerable. I knew what fields his hands had tilled, his family, what he had harvested, where he had been born. We sought to know him, what had led him to fight us.
That means they must have infiltrated behind Widewind's lines at some point, because his origin point was further to the south and was part of his essentially kingdom of what it was becoming at the time in Ridceras. Why was that so important?
You don't kill the god. You kill the man it inhabits. And you leave that man a ruin. Burn him to ash. The weapon was meant to not only burn his flesh, but it would burn his soul. And it did. At the cost of our own. And at the cost of our goddess's favor. That whore be damned.
See, that says to you again. I'm almost convinced at this point that it wasn't actually Magrin that told them to build the Godhammer. Or if she was, then there's something at play in the battle between the gods that we are just not seeing yet. Is that why your image was blurred in the vision? Durance frowns and glances about with a sharp look.
Perhaps your eyes were blinded by the Godhammer's light, Watcher.
He snorts.
I may feel half a man at times, but even that is twice that of most others.
If you fear for my spirit, your fears are baseless. The Godhammer, seeing its light, only fueled my anger and made me stronger, made me re-examine the teachings of Magrin, put them in a new light.
No, believe me, Durance, questioning your spirit is not what I'm doing here. Believe me, I've come to the conclusion that that is not the issue here. Nonetheless, it looked as if there was only part as you, as if your spirit had been sheared in half, which may refer to what he mentioned about putting pieces of themselves into the weapon.
I do not need you to cast any more questions on me, Watcher. Nor did I ask you to look upon me without my leave. Get gone, and leave me be.
Hey, you're the one who wanted to travel with me, buddy. Okay. Yeah, it's gotta be a way. I swear to God. I'm gonna be so pissed if we have to leave that behind. Okay, well, quick save right now. Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot to deal with, but I am very happy we had that. Oh, did we already grab the stuff over here? Yes, we did. So that's again, my theory is that something is pitting the gods against one another or even disrupting their communication with their moral followers. Something is going up between the gods. Either they're fighting. Oh, great. Now we're getting something from Alof. Alof falters and brings a hand to his forehead. He takes a staggering step forward, coughing, sputtering.
Back, Claude! Those hooded fiends are nigh to be trusted.
I mean, we kind of knew that, buddy. Probably not, but there's no reason to be rude. Kana glances over at Alof and frowns. Alof, are you unwell? He grimaces, catching his breath. It's nothing. I'm fine. He coughs again. This probably isn't the best place to linger anyhow. Okay, something is going to be happening with Aloth soon, because he keeps having more and more of these moments as we keep going. Yeah, Kana's the big brother of the group. He's just like, what the heck is going on with all you people? Aloth, do you need a cup of something? Do you need me to make some soup the next time we make camp? Oh, god damn it. Yeah, we're not even going to get a chance to it. Okay, hold on. This is the perfect opportunity.
Ready, Watcher.
I want you set up here. Kana, set up here. Aloth, pull over here. Durance, stay the fuck back, for the love of goddamn Christ. And then we want Adir. His AI is off. I want him parked right in the doorway. Oh, that is Shrouded Woman, Shrouded Man. Go ahead and give me a lock-on of him. I want everybody else targeting them. Please tell me that wasn't the bouncing spell again. Oh, I'm gonna be so pissed. Get in there. Did we manage to hit any of them? I don't think we did. Alright, pull the fox back. He's getting in the... I'm sorry, what?
Yes?
Jesus Christ. Can we please focus fire on somebody, please? Shoot. Shoot, please. Somebody. In fact, use that while they're sitting there. Thank you. Use it again. There we go. Alright. He's dead. I don't think we can reach him. Everybody else, keep shooting. For some reason, I can't hit the fox! Get the fox out of the goddamn way! Thank you! Thank you! Now I can hit over Adir's shoulder. He's basically taking no damage because Adir just keeps getting his health back. Thank God. Yes, bounding missiles is a good idea. To hit all of them. There we go. That was nice. Durance, go ahead and drop the hammer on their heads, please. There we go. Okay, that just leaves... Okay, we should be able to move in and attack him. Okay, we took some damage from that. Go, go, go. Oh, wait, he's still alive? What the fuck? Please cast the spells. Thank you. There we go. Okay, that could have gone far worse. We did all right. Oh, crumpled at your feet lies the body of a woman. She wears a dark robe that bears an insignia resembling a key. As you approach her body, feelings of rage assault you. The dead woman's voice howls in your ears, and her lingering consciousness rends at you. Her essence tingles through your bone and membranes, fills the spaces between your ears and behind your eyes, clawing at your core. You see a gathering of men and women wearing robes like hers, their faces hidden behind masks. One by one they approach, whom they know as an acolyte, and she places her hand on each of their foreheads, searching their thoughts. Okay, so she was a cipher of some kind. She tests them with ritualistic questions, and they answer with their oath, sealed by the leaden key. She asks them of their tasks, she gives them new ones, all without a word. Oh, so they were able to use ciphers to plant tasks and information directly into people's minds without communicating it to them, and probably making it so that in such a way they couldn't actually communicate it to anybody if they were captured. Her essence flares, fighting to boil your blood, burn your memory, and splinter your bones from within, yet between its strikes you see flashes of something else, a tower, a prisoner, and a ruin. You funnel all of your concentration to a single effort of will, a sharp point that pins the raging soul in place like an insect in a display case. With the thing under your control, you're able to examine it, and 3 thoughts swirl within it. Examine the thoughts about the tower. You see a palimpsest of a neighborhood. Run-down estates are cobbled over a cemetery in the ancient tower. Savage shapes prowl the streets, and in the tower a man hunches over a strange mechanism. You can't see him clearly, but there's something unnatural about him. Somewhere nearby you see a woman with a scar over her heart. You understand that she has something he needs. You also see a door in the base of the tower, a seemingly impenetrable slab of stone and copper. But then the acolyte reveals the invisible split between the 2 perfectly matched halves, and you understand how the copper veins convert a command into action. You know how to open the door. Inquire about the prisoner. In your mind you see a building, magnificent, with trellises and tiles, and located on a pristine boulevard. The wealthy and learned stroll in and out, trading knowledge and coin. Yet it also houses misery and madness. Somewhere within its rotten core sits a man, his hair matted but his eyes alert. He watches and waits, a prisoner by choice. Okay, so that first one was probably referencing the rundown slums of the area, from what we heard. Because it said it used to be a good place and then it got overrun by the poor and the criminal, essentially. Then this has to be either the noble area or somewhere near the library or the sanitarium from the mentions of it. Look into the ruins. The Acolyte's vision takes you out of Defiance Bay and to a town in the wilderness with a watermill. A signpost on one of the paths reads, Deerford. Several figures huddled together, shrouded in cloaks and hoods. An image of ruins suddenly looms in your mind. 2 skeletal effigies flank a cleft in the mountainside. So that has to be another Ingwithan ruin near the town of Deerford. Either the cult already has a presence there, or they're planning on going there at some point. Okay.
Right.
I wish we could have had a conversation with these people, but yeah, that's not happening, is it? See, how do we... Okay, hold on. Oh, that's a Warhammer. Find Brigandine. That's a Lorica segmentata. You can't fool me. That's not Brigandine. That's a Lorica segmentata. Thank you very much. Oh, plate armor too. We'll go ahead and give that to Aloth real fast. And the Fine Scepter. As for the rest of this... Yeah, the rod, the Warhammer, the lead key covered in dark blue hued patina. Fine robes, fine leather armor, brigandine, and a fine greatsword. Yeah, it does put it straight into my inventory, doesn't it? That's kind of stupid. Oh, she had the same spells as the other guys. Damn. I was really hoping. Think that's better. Fast. 11 to 17. Oh no, that's the same. So wait, what's the difference between the two then? The most imperiously magic are often favored by your wizards for this reason, like they have flexible damage types. So is there really no difference aside from the look? Yeah, the scepter kind of looks like a mace, and the wand kind of looks like a wand. I wish. That'd be interesting. Nah, the rest of this we can all sell. It's not really much of any interest at all here. I feel like we definitely messed something up with that. Right. Whether by design or by consequence of the sputtering candlelight, the hooded statue's face is almost impossible to see.
Steady does it.
Yeah, I don't know. It would seem too easy for this to just be something that the Wodekin followers were doing. It's meant to be wand, scepter, rod from Fast and Slow, but that wasn't properly applied until the sequel. Only usable by Ranger, 25 defense against Charmed, Confused, and Dominate attacks, and plus 10 concentration. Oh, okay. I mean, useful, I suppose. Another thing having to fight with the next slot.
Flame and sound.
Devotees have placed assorted keys with their teeth filed away among the runnels of wax. Doesn't look like there's anything else in here. And then there is... This probably opens up over here. Yep, how did I know? So yeah, there's just no way into here. There's just no way into here unless we glitch it and then we can't get out, which is a pain in the fucking ass. Guess we're leaving without it. Fine. Oh, the steward of Caed Nua has received a letter for you. Ah, and this literally just did lead. Oh,
then you're close to home.
A moment, please. Glows can mean a lot I should explain myself.
Surely you'll go back when this is all over.
Dunno. Guess that all depends.
That was the first uninteresting interaction we've had so far, but I suppose it makes sense. She's been longing for home for a while, whereas Adir has pretty much been cast out.
About my episode in the catacombs, there's something I should have told you earlier.
Yep. No, we'll go with the stoic option, because honestly, yeah, I just want to know. We don't need to talk, Aloth. You need to do the talking right now. He clasped his hands together, slowly massaging a knuckle with his thumb. I meant no harm. I thought I could keep it to myself. That's when we resolve the matter of your soul, we could address my problem.
I also have an awakened soul. But unlike yours, mine is a presence that shares my senses and my skin, making herself manifest at the most unwelcome times.
Yeah, we've kind of noticed. Also, she seems to have a bit of a mouth on her. He closes his eyes and grits his teeth. His lips quiver and twitch with the vestiges of some internal debate. Several seconds later, he opens his eyes again, weary and bloodshot. Essentially two personalities. I mean, yeah, he's essentially in the opening phases of what Merwald was dealing with, except he has the advantage of his various souls not being so closely intertwined as Merwald's were, with how they were destroying one another throughout their incarnations.
I'm sorry. I've tried to learn to control Isilmir. I've gotten stronger, but so has she.
Okay, why don't you tell me about this Isilmir?
Artless, uncouth, a creature of rash impulses and feeble faculties. She wags her impertinent tongue when she should listen.
He winces, his expression rippling between control and chaos, and obviously it seems she disagrees vehemently with what he's saying, because it sounds like she's trying to take control.
Aye, this one's fit to boil.
Yep.
Hard to get this gaff over anything tisn't to do with books and spell speak.
His face flickers with a sly grin. Yep. He grimaces, running his hands through his hair. I have none of her memories. Bereth spared me that much at least. But her coarse manners and her intolerable hill speak suggest a provincial from a very, very long time ago. She tends to surface a hair's breadth from conflict, when the fuse has burned down and teeth are on edge, and when she shows up, she doesn't stop to gauge the situation, she just acts. Indeed, she does seem a bit reckless given how many fights she's gotten you in. Yes, that's it exactly. You recall the way she goaded those villagers in Gilded Vale? She doesn't think, she doesn't back down, and trying to suppress that has been my problem for years. Oh, years. Okay, shit, this has been going on longer than I thought. Why didn't you say something about it sooner?
I learned to keep her a secret a very long time ago. Those with awakened souls are shunned, mistrusted. And after your experience with Merwald, I'm certain you can see why. You need to be careful.
On the one hand, yes. On the other, you know that I'm dealing with an potential awakened soul of my own. Like, dude, we are already in the same boat. Please, give me a hand in keeping it from sinking rather than trying to pretend it's not happening. Yeah. Exactly, Tenwin. It's not like she helps with the situation right now. Is this going to be a problem?
Merely an annoyance. Although...
He purses his lips into a thin, crooked line, lowers his voice as he speaks, and clasps his hands behind his back, but the minute twitches and spasms along his arms betray his fidgeting. I mean, at this point, it's very obvious it's not fidgeting. He's literally fighting with the other personality inside of him.
Defiance Bay is said to have an entire institution dedicated to the study and cure of soul-related ailments. Since our journeys have already brought us to the city, perhaps we could speak with someone there.
I mean, yeah, we were going to go there anyways, but setting aside even the tropes of CRPGs, Aloth, the place is a sanitarium in a fantasy setting. I don't think we're going to find any real answers there, do you? If it will be helpful to you, my friend, then we'll go.
Thank you. This has been a great burden.
His shoulders loosen by the slightest fraction. All right. Well, hold on. Let's talk about something else. I want to know more about this Isilmir. He raises an eyebrow. Such as, when did she start awakening? My father was a strict man. He expected only the best from his only child, and he did not tolerate failure. His face becomes drawn. At times, he could be rather adamant, particularly when he'd been drinking. Isilmir manifested on one such occasion. I'll be honest, I don't remember the specifics, only that he was more careful with me after that. Oh, okay. Wait a second. I thought he made a comment about having siblings back when we first met him. I assume then that was entirely a lie? Or am I thinking of a different character? I might be thinking of a different character we talked to. Well, I won't force you. I would recommend doing Deerford first before the sanitarium, but that's me. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We do have other things to do in the sanitarium. All right, hold on, Tenwin. Hold on, Tenwin. Yes or no question.
Does the sanitarium progress the actual overall Act 2 story? Or does Deerwood do that? I would assume Deerwood, but I would like a confirmation. Both do? Okay. So it doesn't really matter. We'll see what happens then. I'm assuming you learned to hide her a long time ago. Yes, my mother instructed me to keep her a secret after she first emerged. She feared that knowledge of my awakening would render me an outcast. Deerford has a bunch of side quests. Okay, fair enough. Even though Isilmir proved useful against my father, I trusted my mother's advice, and I have seen since come to the wisdom behind it. Merwald is an extreme example, as you saw, but one that I can relate to more and more with each year. Is it possible for me to talk to her directly? He gives a taunt frown. My friend, her usurpations are uncomfortable enough. I am not eager to invite her into my consciousness more than necessary. Well, something tells me that's going to change at some point, because if you even give me the option to ask that, I have a feeling we're going to encounter a period of time where we're going to have no choice but to deal with her. Alright, well that's enough from that. Oh, no, gather everybody up. What? Oh. When you said there was a ghost to talk to, I thought you were just making a joke. I didn't realize we were standing on top of the guy.
Come to pay your respects to the queen that was.
A ghost hovers in the middle of the ruins, reciting blessings and prayers, even as the spirit's form shifts and swirls. It retains the face of an elderly man and robes that mark wealth and status. It turns to you. Not my fault, the game spawned me there. Who are you?
Lord Ardwellen Rugfold III, and pleased to make your acquaintance. I came to the Deerwood on one of the first ships from Adia, and unlike the yokels and hut dwellers around here, I still keep to the old ways.
Boy, I can't imagine why they inevitably burned your temple to the ground with this kind of attitude. Oh, he's aware of what's going on. He's a full-blown ghost. This isn't just a soul spirit like we've been seeing with the others. This is a full-blown ghost. He's actually aware of what's going on around him. Oh. Okay, let's see how this plays out. It's truly a pity to see what the locals have done to Wodoka's house of worship. What are you doing here exactly?
Worshipping Wodoka, the exiled queen and oathbinder. I come every day to offer my devotion. I'd love nothing more than to book passage back to Adia, but it is my emperor's wish that I serve in these barbaric lands. And so I do.
I see what you're saying, Tenwin. So he's aware of his surroundings, but he places them within the context of what he was when he was alive. So he sees a destroyed temple and just assumes that, oh, the locals aren't upkeeping their temple. He doesn't realize it's been probably 200, 250 years. I would like to know more about Wodoka. What can you tell me?
A queen among the gods. She oversees laws and oaths. Everything has a rightful place, and Wodoka watches over them all. Of course, not everyone accepts this. Even among the other gods, her authority is questioned. But Wodoka is also goddess of memory and vengeance, and she remembers. She'll remember every slight and trespass when she reclaims her throne.
You do know that you're a ghost, right?
I beg your pardon? Is this some sort of joke where you come from?
No, I'm a death godlike, trust me, I would not be joking like this. I'm serious, just look at yourself.
A madhouse. That's what this town really needs.
He closes his eyes and massages his temples with wispy finger. Well, funnily enough, there is one. It's a sanitarium. We'll be actually heading there shortly. Goodbye. Doesn't look like there's anything else here. Oh, mushrooms. Weeds grow thick and full, untroubled by the passage of Kith. Doesn't look like there's anything else around here. Alright. So we are... Ah, yes, we are in First Fires. That leads to Andra's Gifts. That leads to Brackenbury.
That leads to Heritage Hill, and that leads to the Copper Lane. Ah, okay, okay. So yes, we're in the center of the city right now. Okay. Heritage Hill was the one that they said had the Animancers. Brackenberry also has Animancers and the Nobility. Andra's Gift is the rundown portion of the ports part of the city. And First Fires is the center. Yes, Valiant Embassy, the Ducal Palace, and the Crucible Keep. Oh, Justiciar, Commoners. Regular folk like us should be allowed to attend the hearings. Nobles. Oh boy, all sorts of things to check out here. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. There's still a lot going on. But if you're suggesting it, I'll consider it once we do a little more explanation. I mean, it was just sitting in front of there. Hall of Revealed Mysteries reports the loss of a revered artifact. Interesting. Oh, right. We still hadn't even finished exploring all of the Copper Lane. Okay, so actually we're going to double back to Copper Lane then. And we will grab that we will finish up our explorations there first. In fact, that'll probably take up the last few minutes of the stream while we do that. Yes, head to the Copper Lane, 15 minutes. So that pops us out here. Yeah, we went down to the catacombs. The old man can wait. We've got Scrivener's Dormitory and the Hall of Revealed Mysteries. Oh, what the Scrivener? I love the smell of old book. Okay, buddy. Good to see you're having fun. Stole something from the hall. How'd they manage that? Okay, so obviously there's going to be a side quest involving what got stolen from the hall.
I could while away hours in here. If we had the time, of course. Do we?
We'll try. We'll try, buddy.
Good day, stranger.
The woman barely glances up from the many tomes upon the table as you approach. You're welcome to browse the stacks, but mind that you keep your voice down. This is still a temple, after all, and Grimda does not tolerate disorder. Who's Grimda? Fexa speaks reverently. She is the High Archivist. She is one of the most accomplished scholars alive. Nothing goes on in here without her knowledge of it. Well, almost nothing. She scratches behind her ear. You should tread lightly around her today. This is a temple. Looks far more like a library. Her eyes grow wide and round. That's because it is. Whale is the god of mysteries, answers, encryption, decryption, concealment, and revelation. She raises her hands to the rows of shelves. Its guidance comes from the understanding of the unknown and the protection of hidden knowledge. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries was built to celebrate all those aspects. Ah, to think there is such a place in Deerwood. Incredible. I would love a glimpse of the archives. Oh, how many secrets must sit upon these shelves. I suppose that is fascinating. Isn't it? Temples dedicated to Whale tend to hold vast stores of knowledge. We use that knowledge to unravel and preserve the mysteries of the world. And who might you be? She throws her broad shoulders back. I am a scrivener, and a devotee of Whale. It is my duty to look after our records and resources. Her chest swells with pride. Oh, very well then. Let's see what else we can find here. Scrivener, another character there. Various books on the Adir. Ooh, origin. Ooh. In approximately 2200 AI, a group of tribes called the People of the Deer unified into a new civilization called the Adir Kingdom. The tribes, small and widespread over the land, knew that it would be better for their continued existence to unify. Wait a second. Deer, People of the Deer. It's literally just a translation of that, which means the deer wood is literally just deer wood, as in deer the animal. Oh God, I'm trying to make things sound fancy, and it turns out it just means regular bullshit. The leaders of each tribe became advisors of the king, chosen by the group. Each advisor would still be lord over his people, but each lord would answer to the Ferkonig, the first king. This decision turned out to be exactly what was needed, and the Adiran kingdom thrived, spreading out over the land, establishing trade routes, and becoming known for their fair and shrewd businessmen. While the country thrived and internally there was little strife, there was still occasional skirmishes with the neighboring elven kingdom of Kulklin. Not long after the kingdom was formed, the Adiran people began studying animancy, still largely unknown at the time. It was an exciting, terrifying new realm that the Adiran scholars saw great potential in. This potential came to bear fruit in 2260 when a group of animancers working together transferred the soul of a recently departed man into another body, creating the first of what would later become known as the undead. The reaction of this discovery was swift and decisive. Both the King of Aedir and the Church of Borica condemned this event, and the study and practice of animacy was outlawed. It would never again be practiced openly on Aediran soil. Conflicts with Culklin continued, escalating into a minor war in 2398 AI. Afterwards, a treaty was signed and the Kingdom of Aedir merged with Culklin to form the Aedir Empire. With the political and military strife now settled, the Aedir Empire would become an economic powerhouse, able to provide resources that were hard to find in other parts of the world. Their trade routes became part of the most lucrative on the planet. Book of the Hunt. We've already read that one. Okay, so that explains a lot of the Aedir, and it also explains how they eventually ended up falling behind, since a lot of other places were more open to animancers and ciphers operating amongst their ranks. My mother lived every note of life's song. Bringing me into this world was her last verse. For this my father scorned and abandoned me, and for this very same fact my town's midwife and adherent of Hyleia raised me as her own. When I came of age, I learned that Hyleia visited us on the scream of women in childbirth, and when a woman dies giving birth to her child, her soul is carried away and reborn as an avian attendant of Hyleia's court. Through the miracle of the Queen of Birds, my mother has been with me, watching over me my whole life. I wear the fetish charms of the cloud singer, the bird that I dreamt my mother becoming. My feathery trinkets look gaudy and unbecoming, but it is a signal fire to women in need that I am a trained midwife, blessed by Hyleia and living every note of life's song. The Queen of Birds will us to shepherd new life into the world, and not, as the other gods so often desire, to end it. A follower of Magrin once mocked my faith, saying I worship paintbrushes and birds, piddling things beneath the gods. I do not resent the other gods and the brutal necessities that they must oversee, but they are not language, love, arts, and the creativity that which separate us from simple beasts. Hyleia allows us to rise above our savage, feral selves. I am often amused that upon seeing our holy aviaries, visitors frequently ask, "This is nice, but where's the real temple of Hyleia?" Perhaps they think hallowed ground requires oppressive stonework and ceilings that hide the sky. They do not realize the Bird Queen stands out on ceremony. She makes herself manifest in the music of birds and in the beauty of the ubiquitous open sky. Hyleia prefers the worship of 2 children singing over 1,000 petitioners silently praying for victory. The Sky Mother asks so little, and yet so much. We are charged to live every note of life's song. It surprises me how many fail to embrace this divine calling. Oh, I can't imagine that the Church of Hyleia is doing very well with Widewind's legacy around. I imagine they were the first to get immediately just blamed for everything if things weren't going well. Having a goddess directly involved with midwifing and childbirth, and suddenly all the children are being born without souls and dying or having new souls pushed into them. Yes, every Hollowborn is an insult, or perhaps even seen as a sign that the goddess has completely withdrawn her favor from the land. Either way, it doesn't look good, and I can't imagine that the followers of Hyleia are doing very well either. In 2602, Aediran explorers returned from over the ocean, telling tales of the ruins and treasure. Oh, right, Yeah, we've read this one. Yeah, we've read this one. That's about the Aediran Empire discovering the new continent, moving in, doing all that stuff. What else have we got? Servant of Struggle, we've seen that. The Orokian Calendar, we've seen that. Feast of Whale. May the 100 visions be revealed to you. Okay. What have we got? Aedir Customs and 10 Years of Dawn. 10 years I tilled the Vorless Leaf, and 10 years I told myself that living in St. Widewind's footsteps would bring me rebirth. Wait a second, have we seen this one? Yeah, we've seen this one. The Child of Light. I am in darkness. Yeah, we've read this one. Aedir Customs. Aedir is a country rich with custom, and they are known for their strict adherence to them. Their customs run the gamut from grand celebrations like the Feast of Feasts to mundane superstitions, such as the way to avoid Svef addiction. This volume will focus primarily on the larger celebrations, as no one knows how to throw an extravagant party quite like the Aediran. The biggest and most important of all Aediran customs is the Feast of Feasts. The week-long celebration happens the first week of Fonestu, deep summer, and is dedicated to honoring the life of the first Firkonig. Each day of the week is devoted to some aspect of the Firkonig's life, and there are special dishes to be served at each meal. The Feast of Feasts originally began as a festival celebrating the birth of the Firkonig's first son, and became a yearly occurrence during the week of his birthday. Currently, Aedirans simply use it as an excuse to party and pull out all the stops in effort to outdo the previous year. Unless you wonder, as I did, which Firkonig is honored during the Feast of Feasts, it is always the current Firkonig, for each Firkonig is the first and only Firkonig. I mean, I suppose that's one way to handle the propaganda angle. Sweet Treat, a special custom that rose at a point during this Feast of Feasts. The Sweet Treat started as a way to keep children occupied so the parents could dine in peace. While it's still used for that today, significance has been added to it. Each treat is placed in a container, usually a small metal box, and hidden somewhere on the property. After everything has been hidden, the children are set out to find the treasures. It is said now that the hidden treats represent Glenfathan artifacts, and the children are the explorers, bringing back the riches to their new and rightful owners. What? Wow, okay, let's just inject the imperialism directly into the things, shall we? Jesus, okay. I can see why everyone in the Deerwood is really starting to dislike the Adirans after a while and eventually just kick them all out. Carnival of the Mask. When the original colonists of Adir traveled to the new land to found Deerwood in the name of the Adir Forkonig, they encountered the Glenfathan people. The Carnival of the Mask celebrates this greeting, and originally it was merely a formal reenactment as a play of the tensions between the Glenfathans and the Adirans. But has since evolved into much more than that. Participants choose sides and come dressed in elaborate outfits depicting which group they've decided to align themselves with, Adirans or Glenfathans. Everyone attends a masquerade ball, and this party replaces any semblance of the play that was presented. Interesting. I also have to imagine that the people of Deerwood probably have something similar, but it's probably much closer to the original meaning and also probably a bit more respectful to the Glenfathans since they're nominally military allies. Winter's End was never anything more than an excuse for a celebration and hasn't changed in all the years it has existed in Adir. It takes place during Winter's Dusk and lasts all 3 days. People use the time to reflect on the year, celebrate their lives, and remember the dead, especially those who have passed in the recent year. Okay. It is past the 6-hour mark, so we're going to have to call it here for today. That said, this was a great session, very good on world building, and everything that we had with Durance, aside from the in-game mechanics, was great. You've entered Act 2. What is your opinion of 1 so far? The setting is good. The world building is very interesting. I can get why at first people are just like, oh yes, it's another generic D&D style fantasy world, but it really seems like Obsidian really tried to get in there and they really tried to fine tune the details of things. The history of the Adiran Empire, the revolution of Deerwood, the relationship between the gods and their followers, which the more Durance talks, the more I think that has something massive to do with the overall story. Especially given what we've uncovered about Wodaka and her followers so far. I still think I'm on a somewhat of the right track with what's going on, but we will see. As I said, I don't want any confirmations right now. This is just what I'm working through in my head. This is what my character is thinking in his head, like maybe this has something to do with it. Yeah, the game is still a little bit janky in terms of combat, but that is something as well that, if I recall correctly, this was the first turn-based CRPG. I mean, it's not turn-based, it's real-time, but you can pause at any time, so whatever. This was the first CRPG that Obsidian had done in either ever or a long while, so I'm not surprised that they were still working through some mechanical issues. I'm willing to give them a bit more of a benefit of the doubt, especially comparing it to things more like Pathfinder Kingmaker. If I look at that, I can see them having a similar mechanic issues and teething issues with the game mechanics itself. But so far, the world definitely has me interested. And again, it's got to have something to do with these gods. It has something to do with these gods. They're either not communicating with their followers properly, or they're intentionally miscommunicating because something else is going on. That's the only conclusion I can come to at this point. That's the only thing that we seem to have evidence for. So I've gone ahead and saved. We're going to find somebody to raid real fast. I will drop you off with them. Let me see here. Raid channel. Let me see what we've got. Not really seeing. Nobody else is really playing this. Oh, Lady Reaver. We've raided her before. She's a fellow small-time streamer. She's a VTuber. Looks like she's playing Dragon Age 2. Oh, and she's dealing with the Qunari right now. You know what? That sounds like a good idea. I don't know if she's blind playthroughing or if she's done this before, but I'm going to send you all off to Lady Reaver. Hope you have a good time watching Dragon Age 2, and if you don't, I hope you find something else to watch for the rest of your weekend. So, I hope you all have a glorious weekend. I will see you tomorrow for a couple more hours of Pillars of Eternity. It won't be quite as long as today, obviously, but hopefully we'll have a good time. I hope you all have a great weekend, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it. I'm being honest, Tenwin. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing so far. I really am. The world building is making up for a lot of things, and if need be, I can always reduce the difficulty further. I can always fine tune things as needed. We will figure things out. And yes, respecking to put a few points in resolve seems to have fixed a lot of my in-character conversation options. So I'm gonna head you guys off to Lady Reaver. Y'all have a great day, and thank you so much for joining me again. Bye.
Yet you are here with